Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our seminar sponsored by Oklahoma State University, the Cooperative Extension Service, and Tri-Hydro. We'd like to welcome you today to updates on PFAS in the environment. Next slide, please. Okay, most of you saw yesterday, we sent out the agenda, so we're just giving you a little bit of a refresher. We'll have a full morning and a full afternoon with some breaks and lunch included. Kima, next slide. There's our afternoon for everybody's perusal. Okay, next slide. So my name is Amy Blythe, and I'm with Tri-Hydro Corporation. I am the event coordinator. So if you all need anything online, please make sure and contact me via the questions panel. To get started, we're going to go over a couple housekeeping notes and tips. We are recording this session, and it will be available after the webinar along with a PDF of the PowerPoint slides. So you should receive an email within a couple days after today's session with that information. For those of you online, you are in listen-only mode. If you have a question, please submit them in your questions panel at any time throughout the webinar, and we'll address them as time allows. For the live Q&A at the end of this, or during the each session, you'll have an opportunity to ask your questions in person first, and then we'll moderate those online. Next slide, Kima.
You just have to click the, yeah, there you go. If you click the slide, it's there you go. Sorry.
No problem. Oops, it went into the next one. There we go. So those of you online, you're all in listen-only mode, excuse me. You will be muted throughout the day. And again, just make sure there's an example of where the, or what the control panel looks like and where your questions panel is, etc. So with that, let's go ahead and get started. I'll pass it over to Kima.
Thank you, Amy. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kima Boswa, and I work with Oklahoma State University Solid Waste Extension Program. So just a little background about our program. We provide technical assistance of solid waste management to rural and tribal and small communities around Oklahoma. We are funded by grant from the USDA. So we do tons of trainings and workshops and tons of outreach on various topics. And we started venturing into PFAS in 2020. And we are happy with our partnership with the Tri-Hydro Corporation. They have been amazing. They have been super amazing partners. So we're happy that we get to do this again. And we do it every year, so hopefully Andrew, Amy, and the rest of the team, thank you so much. So without wasting much time, I'm gonna go ahead and introduce our first speaker. She'll be talking about the recent EPA actions to address PFAS. So our next speaker will be Kate Coffey. She is an engineering manager with the Water Quality Division of the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality. She's registered as a professional engineer in the state of Oklahoma and a member of the American Water Works Association. Welcome, Kate.
Well, good morning, everybody. As she said, my name is Kate Coffey. I'm with the Department of Environmental Quality in the Water Quality Division, and I work with the Public Water Supply Program. This morning, I plan to just briefly describe some of the recent actions that EPA has taken related to PFAS, and then spend most of our time talking about the recently published proposed PFAS drinking water rule. So I hope you all are just riveted on drinking water rules because that's what we'll be focusing on most of the time. I just wanted to give credit to others. I've been participating in webinars with AWWA, or I should say I've been watching them and participating in that way, and ASWA, the Epicenter, and EPA. And what I'm going to be talking about this morning is information that I've gleaned from those. So I did want to give credit to that. So we're going to skip the usual background because I imagine everybody on this call or in this room has heard about PFAS. It's been around for about 70 plus years or something like that. It's entered into commerce. It's widely spread. It's used in many, many products that seem essential to our lives. So we'll start with the PFAS background that deals with health effects. And EPA has indicated that exposure to PFAS over a long time may lead to several negative effects. Negative health effects on pregnant people and in developing babies. It can weaken a body's ability to fight disease, the immune response. It can increase the risk for some cancers and cause liver damage. It can elevate cholesterol levels, and that can increase the risk for heart attack or stroke. So those are some of the reasons why we're looking at some of the work that EPA has been doing. Some of the recent actions. Okay, well, except for this first one, there are many, many actions that EPA has taken during just the past approximate year. The first one, in September of 21, EPA drafted analytical, or EPA issued its draft analytical method 1633, that is for 40 PFAS in wastewater, surface water, groundwater, soil, biosolids, sediment, landfill leachate, and fish tissue. And it's a really important method. I think it's still in draft form, and people are really looking forward to it being final. April of last year, EPA published draft analytical method 1621 for absorbable organic fluorine in water samples and for screening for substances containing carbon fluorine bonds, including PFAS. In May of last year, EPA published draft recommended aquatic life and ambient water quality criteria for PFOA and PFAS, and I believe that's still in draft, if I'm not mistaken. In June of last year, they released the drinking water health advisories under the Safe Drinking Water Act. They released interim updated health advisories for PFOA and PFAS, and final HAs for GenX and PFBS. And we'll just talk about those briefly in a minute. August of last year, EPA proposed for designation of PFOA and PFAS as hazardous substances under Superfund or CERCLA, and the agency did comment on that. I believe that is still in proposal form. So moving on, in December of last year, EPA proposed a rule to improve reporting of PFAS in the toxic release inventory, the TRI, including elimination of an exemption for de minimis concentrations. I think originally, if you had something like 100 pounds or less, you weren't asked to report. Well, that de minimis exemption has been removed. December of last year, EPA released a memo to provide guidance to states under NPDES permitting program to restrict PFAS at their source, in other words, at the discharge point. And in January of this year, the unregulated contaminant monitoring rule 5 sampling for 29 PFAS and lithium began nationwide. It's going to continue 3 years. It'll continue through 2025. And this year, the smaller systems, less than 10,000, are being sampled. And I might pause just for a moment to just let you know that this past week, we received our first notification that one of our smaller public water supplies in the state did receive a sample result that was detectable. It was 9.4 parts per trillion of PFAS. It draws from a surface water source. And so that doesn't mean, this is just data at this point. It doesn't mean that there's anything regulatory going on, but it's sort of a notice that there may be issues later down the path. Let's see. March of this year, EPA proposed a national primary drinking water regulation for 6 PFAS, including PFOA, PFAS, GenX, PFBS, PFHXS, and PFNA under the Safe Drinking Water Act. And that's what we'll be talking mostly about today. In April, EPA published their advanced notice of public rulemaking related to potential development of future regulations under CERCLA for 7 additional PFAS besides PFOA and PFAS. And I'll just let you read those on the screen. DEQ is in the process now of preparing comments on that advance notice. Okay, so the 2 actions that we're going to be discussing this morning will be first the drinking water health advisories very briefly, and then the PFAS rule. So these were the drinking water health advisories that came out. These are non-regulatory and they reflect EPA's assessment of the best available peer-reviewed science. Health advisories are intended to identify the concentration of chemicals in drinking water at or below which adverse health effects are not anticipated to occur. The interim updated health advisories for PFOA and PFAS superseded EPA's 2016 health advisories, which were 70 parts per trillion, either individually or taken together. These are much lower, as you can see. The final advisories were released for GenX chemicals and PFBS. So here we go. These are the chemicals, the 6 that are being regulated as well. It's proposed that they be regulated in this proposed rule. And if you look at the MCLG for PFOA and PFAS, it's 0 because the critical health effect is listed as cancer. The maximum contaminant level for each of those is 4.0 parts per trillion, which if you will remember the previous slide, is much larger in magnitude. And it's really based, I think, at this point on the ability of labs to analyze for those chemicals. An interesting part of this slide is the hazard index designation. This has never been used before in drinking water. I understand from my land protection friends that it's been used for things like Superfund, but it's never been used in the drinking water arena before. It's EPA's method of trying to look at mixtures and regulate these as mixtures. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. As you look on the left or right hand side, you can see the different effects for the 4 that are part of the hazard index. One of them is regulated the critical health effect for the liver effects, 1 for developmental effects, and 2 for thyroid effects. So you can see they're not the same throughout. Just pausing again for a moment to give a little perspective. We hear each day how there are more and more of these PFAS chemicals that have been identified. I think the last estimate I heard was 9,000 plus. Of that, as part of the regulatory process, EPA has picked out 29 to include in the unregulated contaminant monitoring rule 5 to test for. Now, just a side note, usually the UCMR testing is done before a regulation is proposed or comes into effect. So this is a little bit unusual. It's used to determine the rate of occurrence across the nation, and then that information is used to go on further with the rulemaking. So this is a little bit unusual. They're regulating 6. The hope is that you read in their literature that the thought is that there may be other PFAS besides these 6 that will be mitigated in the process of mitigating these 6. There is another part to EPA's rulemaking process, which they call their 6-year review process. that every 6 years they look at rules, decide whether they need to be updated, changed, modified, improved. So there's a possibility with time that there may be other PFAS regulated. Okay, let's just look quickly at the index. This is a sum of fractions, and there's 4 fractions, and each fraction in the numerator has the level of PFAS that was measured in the water. And the denominator is the highest level determined not to have a risk of health effects. So you can see in the equation at the bottom, the 10.0 part per trillion was the health advisory level for Gen X. And the 2000.0 parts per trillion was the health advisory level for PFBS. Now, the derivation of the other two is included in the preamble, and it's way beyond me to be able to explain that, but those are not health advisory numbers. This is an example calculation to just give a better idea. Example water quality is listed in the bullets, and then those values were inserted in this equation. And when you add up those 4 fractions, you come out with a health index of 1.2. So that is greater than 1.0. That is greater than the MCL for these 4 considered as a group. So that just kind of gives you an idea of how this works. One thing to mention as in passing is that this equation assumes that these 4 are additive in their effect. We did notice on that table we saw earlier that the critical health effect is not the same for all of them. The Science Advisory Board, when they reviewed this, accepted it as a default method for looking at these mixtures, but at the same time suggested that as more data becomes available, this be revisited. Okay, just quickly, monitoring requirements. The water gets, the situation gets a little bit cloudy or a little bit complicated when you get into monitoring, but we'll just take a stab at some of the high points. This proposed rule applies to the following types of public water systems. Community systems, and those are ones that serve 25 people or 15 service connections minimum all year round. And that would be like Oklahoma City or Norman or Muldrow or Gotebo. The non-transient, non-community systems serve 25 people. They're the same people at least 6 months a year. An example would be a school that has its own water system, like its own well. This rule does not impact the smallest type, which is the transient non-community. That's a system that serves at least 25 people 60 days out of the year, but they're not the same all the time. So an example of that would be a gas station with its own water system. The analytical methods used for this rule will be EPA methods 533 and 537.1. These are the same methods that are used in UCMR 5. Consecutive systems are not specifically named in this proposed rule. Some people assume they're included, some people assume they're not. So clarification is being asked from EPA on that point. The deal is that if there was like a rural water district that was purchasing water, a consecutive system is one that doesn't have its own source. It's purchasing water from another system. Like a rural water district just buys water through a meter. So if that rural water district tested and it was out of compliance for PFAS, it really doesn't have a lot of control over the situation. So the solution to the problem really would fall to the parent system. So that's another thing that's sort of being examined and contacts are being made with EPA about that whole issue. The monitoring requirements will be for every entry point to the distribution system. So if you have 10 wells, each one entering at a separate point in the distribution system, each one of those has to sample. The system might want to put them all together and make a composite sample and save money, but EPA is not allowing for that in the case of this rule. The initial sampling will take place during the first 3 rules after this rule becomes final. Let's assume for the purposes of this that this rule will be published and will be final by January 1, 2024. So the 3-year period would be 24, 25, 26, and would end January 1, 2027. In that case, each system would pick out 1 year in that 3-year period, and they would take either 2 samples or 4 samples, depending on what type of system they are. And I'm not going to go into those details, but you can see that it depends on whether you're surface or ground, whether you're big or whether you're little. Systems can use their UCMR5 data if they have that data. All right, this is where it gets even a little bit more in the weeds, but we'll try to just, not get too bogged down. After that initial monitoring, those results are available to help set up the sampling frequency for that system as it moves forward. So let's assume that we're now in January 1, 2027. We're ready for compliance monitoring. So if these systems, how do I say it? If you look in the left-hand column, you can see that there are trigger values. And so if the system averaged, if the initial sampling averaged greater than or equal to 1.3 part per trillion for PFOA, the same thing for PFAS, and if the health index was greater than or equal to 0.33, they keep monitoring quarterly. They'll just monitor quarterly. On the other hand, if those samples or the compliance sampling they undertake show that they fall below those values, then they're considered reliably and consistently below the MCL, and they get to do reduced monitoring. And I won't go into those details either because that's all on the slide and you can see that. But one interesting thing about this is that each entry point to the distribution system may be on a different compliance monitoring schedule. Some may be in compliance, some may be out, some may be above, some may be below. And also another interesting little thing is that if you have your running annual average below the trigger, you can get on reduced monitoring, but it only takes one sample that's above those and you go back to regular monitoring. So from the point of view of the systems and also from the point of view of the regulatory entity trying to track all this poses sort of an issue of how often are we going to be going back and forth and how difficult will it be to really keep track of all this and keep up with all this. There's something else to mention here, which is that 1.3 part per trillion is below the minimum reporting level. So, the question would be, would any particular lab that was receiving samples be able to test to this level? Maybe so, maybe not. The 4.0 was chosen because it is the practical quantitation level and the minimum reporting level. So going beyond that or below that for this purpose is another, another point that's raising questions among people who care about these things and are talking about these rules. All right, so how do we calculate and determine violations? The compliance with the MCLs is determined by calculating a running annual average at each sampling point. If a sample result is below the practical quantitation level for the monitored PFAS, EPA proposes to use 0 to calculate the running annual average. This is different from their approach to the monitoring increase and decrease. So that's also another variance that is raising questions. Public notice. The Consumer Confidence Report must include levels for any of the 6 regulated PFAS that have been detected, and it must also include the hazard index when there has been a detection of any of the 4 PFAS included in that index. The public notification requirements are violation of any of the 3 MCLs would be a tier 2 violation. That means it's considered chronic, and the notification would be required no later than 30 days after the system learns of the violation. That's sort of, like DVPs. It's a tier 2 notification parameter. So timeline for implementation. We have already kind of alluded to this, that we expect that the rule, or EPA has led us to expect, that the rule will be published and final by the beginning of the year. and that the 3-year initial period would end January of 2027. Let's see if there's anything else I have forgotten to say. Oh, yes. So I think I've heard EPA in their presentations, and they're kind of thinking that these 3 initial years, will give a system an opportunity to know where they stand. Are they going to have a PFAS problem or not? So they can start planning and constructing and preparing to meet the rural requirements. The reality is that some systems may not sample early in that 3-year period. They may wait. And also, even if you know that you have an issue, it takes time to get funds together, to get a project together, to get a contractor, to get construction going. So it's probably going to not all happen within that 3-year period. There is a provision in EPA's rules to allow a 2-year extension for those that are doing construction. So what are some of the challenges? Well, communication is a challenge. The hazard index itself will be a challenge because we will be trying to communicate this with people who've never used this before and who are not familiar with it. It'll also be a challenge that we will be having UCMR5 results coming back during the time that people are hearing about this rule and knowing about the health effects and so on. There's also a communication issue in explaining PFAS exposure from other sources. There's a lot of other sources besides drinking water to which people are exposed. Lab capacity can be an issue. Will there be enough lab capacity? The cost of treatment, especially for small groundwater systems that have never provided treatment or only chlorinate, this could be huge for those systems. Their operator expertise will have to be upgraded. Their expenses for their water will increase, and so on. There will be limitations related to availability of engineers and contractors to do design and construction. We're already seeing that this is an issue now, with so many people wanting to undertake projects all at once. Treatment for PFAS, and then residuals, and then we'll wrap it up. I hope I'm doing okay time-wise.
Yes.
Okay, great. So EPA proposes the following as BAT, best available technologies. GAC, or granular activated carbon. Sorry. Yeah, it's there. Granular activated carbon, anion exchange, high pressure membranes, that is RO and NF, reverse osmosis, and nanofiltration. They also are talking about non-treatment options like getting a new uncontaminated source, maybe drilling a new well in a different area, or purchasing water from an uncontaminated system. Some of the challenges related to treatment deal with the time and expense for bench testing and pilot testing. People never want to slow down to do that stuff and spend the money that it takes to do that. Bench testing helps, especially in media comparison, and pilot testing helps in predicting run times, how often you're going to have to change out your media, and so on. There will be simultaneous compliance issues, such as the lead and copper rule revisions and corrosion control. And there may have to be corrosion control studies done when systems are talking about changing their treatment. There could be a silver lining to this in that the same thing that removes PFAS may be helpful in removing the total organic carbon that is responsible for DBP production. So that's one positive note. Management of treatment residuals. This is a big issue. It always is, and especially with PFAS. EPA indicated in the preamble to the rule what they consider the most likely management options. And for GAC, reactivation thermally, for ion exchange resin incineration, and of course landfilling is often talked about with those constituents as well. The RO and NF concentrate, if it's discharged to a surface water or a sanitary sewer, would just be moving the PFAS around. It'll still be there, and it'll just be going back into the environment again. So unless that plant can contain all that or somehow deal with it internally, it's sort of an obstacle to choosing this kind of treatment for PFAS. EPA in 2020 issued their interim guidance on the destruction and disposal of PFAS substances and materials containing PFAS substances. but they sort of left us hanging. There was a lot that was left to be done, and they've said that they will bring out a revised version later in 2023. The disposal options for GAC and ion exchange resin that were in that guidance were landfill disposal and thermal treatment, by the way. So just as a note, another note about the CERCLA designations, concern has been expressed that hazardous substance designation for certain PFAS under CERCLA may limit disposal options. There may be some landfills, for example, that won't want to accept the spent media, the concentrated waste streams, and so on, or they could charge more. So that's another issue related to PFAS treatment. With that, I will conclude. I will just say once again, this rule has only been proposed, and anything that we talked about today is subject to change. You never know what EPA is going to do at the end of the trail, and they're pretty secretive about it. They keep it pretty close to the vest, so we'll see what happens. But if you would like to make comments, the docket is open until May 30. The systems are not required to do anything now. We expect that the final rule will be out by the end of this year, and that violations can potentially occur after January 1, 2027. So with that, I'll conclude. I don't know if there's time for questions, so I'll leave that up to the moderator.
Amy, thank you. Amy, do we have any questions online?
Not yet, but again, just a reminder for folks to submit via the questions panel in your GoToWebinar tab.
Okay. So I have one question for you, Kay. So will there be funding available for public water supply to implement PFAS regulations? Sorry. Will there be funding available to public water supplies for implementation of PFAS regulations?
Great, thank you for that question. That's a good question. I thought that might came up. So I talked with our Drinking Water State Revolving Fund manager prior to this event, and I'll just relay to you what he said to me, which is that DEQ anticipates receiving approximately $11 million per year over the next 4 years, and that's bill money, provided we are able to demonstrate the need and use for that for the emerging contaminants money. All these funds must be provided as a loan forgiveness or a grant to communities that have eligible projects. A minimum of 25% of the funds must be awarded to communities that meet the state definition of disadvantaged community. Due to the lack of PFAS-driven projects in the state, we don't have a lot of testing. Oklahoma is currently targeting systems with manganese issues to use this money. Anything that's on any of the UCMR lists is considered an emerging contaminant, and the money can be used for that purpose. Additionally, the state can use portion of those emerging contaminant set-asides to develop lab capacity. There is one thing to note. There's a lot of money out there for construction, but once a system, like let's say it's a small system, if it's underway, it's trying to maintain its operator capacity, equipment breaks down, they have to do tests, and the tests are expensive and so on. This BIL money does not pay for that. It pays usually just for the construction phase. Okay. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Kay. Let's give a round of applause. So one thing I forgot to state is bathroom is right there. And in addition to the very amazing speakers we also have Dr. Mitch Olsen from TriHydro, who is also an expert in PFAS. He's online. So if you have questions, please feel free to ask. And we have a lot of experts here on PFAS, so they can answer your question. So, okay, our next speaker will be talking about the legislative and regulatory PFAS explosion, what has happened and what to expect. So here's Mr. Donald Shanley from Crow and Dudley. Don is the director in Crow and Dudley OKC, Oklahoma City office. Throughout his career, Don's legal practice has been focused on environmental and energy areas. Dawn has extensive experience addressing PFAS contamination at facilities, like including groundwater, processed water, and soil, as well as potential remediation technologies. These efforts have required extensive interaction with laboratories throughout the US relative to PFAS test method. He often advises clients on PFAS regulatory developments and litigation matters. So, welcome, Don.
Thank you.
Hey, James, if you want to try to center yourself on that. And then
You can tell who the technical person is, and it's not me.
Okay, so yeah, just the regular webcam there, so they can see you on the other side, and just the bottom
Advance
piece.
it there.
Yeah. So
Okay.
just like a Teams meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
Good thing they put two people right up here by me to keep me under control. There's a number of folks in the room, obviously, I know and certainly have enormous respect for a lot of technical people. So folks like Dr. E know how technically competent I can be, but they keep me straight. I want to say, first of all, thanks to Tri-Hydro and obviously I work closely with Andrew on a couple of things. So appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you all this morning. Great panel. Probably as good a panel on this topic as I've seen in the country, present company excluded, of course, but some really, really talented folks, and most of whom I know, and obviously you've heard from Dr. Coffey already, and Dr. E, Dr. Ken, as I call him, Dr. Audra, Damon, Richard, Annie Lou, and Danny, and really, really great group of people. So glad to be here. I want to mention a couple of thoughts about the presentation, because I'm going to be running through some of these slides really quick because I only have 30 minutes. My slide deck, and I've got to be honest about this, in the interest of complete disclosure, is a compilation of some thoughts from Tim Sawecki at my office, who's one of my partners, and his lovely spouse, Carly, is here, so she's going to hold me honest on those thoughts this morning. But our firm has really focused on the PFAS issue, and we have folks with masters in environmental science. We've got engineers at our office that are involved in litigation on these issues. So we spent a lot of time. And my focus this morning is not going to be so much on just the regulatory side of it, although a lot of my slides would look familiar to those that Kate presented. I'm going to scoot right past those and give you some thoughts about where the policy issues are going, the battles that are being fought in Washington. And I do spend a fair amount of time up there in contact with several industry groups in Washington. And there is major battles going on around how this is to be regulated. But we're in Oklahoma, the cow's out of the barn, so to speak. The litigation has been going on now for some number of years, and I'll talk about the common law theories and things that people are having to deal with around those issues as well. A couple of other things I probably should mention, and again, a lot of this is going to be rehashed from Kay's slide deck, and I'll move through those. We were visiting earlier, Andrew and Danny and I were talking about, and Danny actually mentioned it, I think it's a good analogy. Is PFAS going to be similar to what dioxin was from a policy perspective? And, you know, it was such a hot issue, and still is. And I've got a large site in Iowa where we've got several of the really problematic dioxin congeners that we're dealing with, and they're very concerning. The PFAS is at this forefront now. And I know in talking to Dr. E multiple times, there are certain molecules related to the PFAS family that are more concerning than others, similar to the dioxin discussion. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see where this goes, but I can say this. having been a lawyer, and I teach a class at the law school at OU once a year, an environmental law class, and I'm proud to say a young technical person who went to law school she has written an article. She worked for the FAA last summer, and she wrote an article that's going to be published in the Oklahoma Law Review about PFAS, which I find kind of fascinating. You know, law schools like to just focus on these lawyer types. It's kind of nice to have the technical folks sort of grabbing the law review articles and taking over, you know, and it's girl power too, since I've got 3 of them. I love that. So, so this is really percolating down into every part of society. I think at this point we're underway. It's nothing that can be stopped. In my 38 years, I think it's probably in the top 3, maybe 2 issues, environmental issues from the legal side in the last 40 years. We're not going to get away from this. It's problematic. It's got huge implications for certain companies in this country. Depending on how the regs get adopted, if it gets super funded, these substances become hazardous substances under Superfund. I can tell you that in my experience, having worked for a very large public company with Superfund sites all over the country, we spent $700–800 million in West Chicago cleaning up low-level nuclear material, and but I don't think any of that. That's one location. I don't think any of the things I've seen have prepared us for the cost and policy implications of PFAS. So I know I'm probably preaching to the choir on that one, but very, very important to just understand about that issue. So I'm going to work through these slides really quick because 30 minutes for this lawyer, you know, it's kind of like a preacher talking. And all of y'all are sitting in the back row back here, so you know, I'm coming after you, just like on Sunday morning, I guess. These slides, again, a lot of this is going to look familiar. I'm not going to read these to you. I'm going to make a few comments about each one of these. Again, Dr. Coffey made some comments, you know, about where EPA is at and the programs that are coming forward. Some of which are already out there and active, and I'll mention a couple that they're still taking public comments on. The thing I want to point in this slide, look at the very last bullet. Use enforcement actions to help manage PFAS risk. And the last slide of the whole deck, I'm going to talk about the Comores settlement consent order that EPA entered into with the facility back east. We have no regulation, right? Currently, no regulation. But we've had litigation, hundreds of millions of dollars in settlements already, 3M and people around the country, Comores, DuPont, no regulation. But the question, especially representing industry, people are starting to ask me is, well, you know, even though there's no regulation, some think they're in a safe zone. No, you're not. And we know this, particularly regulators in the crowd. Look, there are broad definitions of what constitutes pollution in Oklahoma and other states, and I've worked in 41 of the states. So if state or federal agencies want to get at this issue, there are ways to do that already. Now, it's not as good as if they had a whole suite of regulation. That's coming, but there are opportunities for EPA to get at this issue. Now, the thing that I should say at the outset too that's important is before I throw all my slides in the floor, this is such a huge policy fight. What you've seen in some form, this whole area exploded around 2010 to 2012. It's been around for a while. Having been involved in, as many of you have, in multiple administrations in Washington, this issue has ebbed and flowed a bit. It slowed in the Trump administration, but it did not stop. And think about this for a second. There were a lot of issues, and I'm not making a political statement one way or the other, because I have to deal with all of the different administrations, whether Republican or Democrat. The thing that is important, I think, to understand about this issue is it won't go away. There are things that every administration that they follow, a Democrat follows a Republican or vice versa, they want to get rid of certain concepts, right? This is not going away. It may slow, but it's not going away ever, okay? We need to certainly understand that. The other thing is, though, it is, nobody agrees on anything in Washington, right? We all know that, which raises the difficulty in getting a common sense approach to the issue. And we're just talking about the federal government. At the very tail end of this, I'm also going to mention the states. We've got several clients that have been calling us, and the calls have accelerated over the last year, where they're saying, oh, well, we're doing business in Maine. And I'll get to that in a second. And what do we do? Because they adopted a statute in Maine that is addressing this issue for intentionally using PFAS materials in products. And I can tell you, when I last checked, there were the requested exemption list to the law that became effective January 1 of this year was 35 pages single spaced. And it's a who's who of America, corporate America. Because even if those companies did not place PFAS in their product, they have to make sure that none of their suppliers intentionally use PFAS in the product as a component. I mean, it's a very dicey, difficult situation. So I don't want to get ahead of myself, because I'll come back to that. But just think about this. It's not just the federal government that we've got to deal with. You also now have 50 states, and some states have gotten extremely aggressive. I mentioned Maine after the 60-minute report on milk contamination in cows. Then Maine just really took off on this issue, but I'll come back to that. So that the policy implications of this are difficult. They're going to be really hard to overcome, but I'm convinced that things are going to happen. I will say this, again, it's not a political statement. If President Biden is reelected, this area is going to just continue to accelerate. If they gain another 4 years in this area, my prediction is we're probably going to see a lot of the policy etched in stone at that point. And also keep in mind, I know that not any lawyers, I don't think there's any other lawyers in here, any of these rules that EPA is putting out on the street, which Kay talked about, any of these rules, before they become officially final, they're going to get litigated. And think about this. The Clean Power Plan that was adopted in the Obama administration, the litigation on that just concluded about a year ago. So this isn't going to happen fast either, right? I mean, there's just too much at stake, and some industries consider their very existence to be at stake as a result of these rulemakings, okay? Very, very important to understand just the policy implications. Well, I want to mention a couple of things about the analytical methods. First of all, vast differences. In my experience over the last 2 to 3 years in dealing with a lot of labs around the country, vast differences in the capability of laboratories. And I see some people shaking their head. And you folks, some of you know what I'm talking about. And we're talking about from all the way from the big, huge names down to smaller laboratories. You have to be careful and make sure, if you're sending samples to these labs, as a practical matter, make sure that you have folks in the lab that you can talk to. We know most of the methods were originally used for water, but in the world I live in, most of those samples don't, they're not just drinking water, right? They got sediments, they got all sorts of other things. And the lab's capabilities, the capability of these labs vary. dramatically in my experience. And Danny is here from Accurate. I'm gonna embarrass him, but I will do it anyway. And I told him this before. Accurate Lab in Stillwater has really done a nice job in this area. And we've used them extensively in a matter. And like I said, we used a lot of other laboratories. And but I can stand here and say, you know, give tribute to Accurate, because they seem to have done a really nice job of eliminating a lot of the uncertainty that has been out there. So Danny can talk about that a little bit more. So, and Danny, you can pay me later. So enough about that. The thing I do want to mention here, there's obviously known concerns about health effects. Most of the cases that you've seen filed, typically at this juncture, don't really get into the health effects so much as they get into the use of the common law theories. And what I mean by that is, if someone puts a pollutant, releases it into the soil, and we all know that these PFAS substances, it runs to water, right? It's in a sprint to get through the soil to get to water. And so what you'll see in most of the litigation that's been filed are claims based upon nuisance, trespass. This is the old common law that came to us from Mary Old England that we all learn about in the first semester of law school, which I find a little ironic given that the extraordinarily complicated, highbrow, technical analysis that's going on everywhere. We sort of, at least the lawyers, probably because we can't understand any of it, we just split back and we use the basic legal theories at this juncture. Now, I'm going to talk about Superfund in a second, and that's Dracula. That's what I call Dracula. It'll suck the blood out of all the life out of you if it gets a hold of you. We're going to talk about that in a second. But the common law theories have really been used and leveraged and have been very successful in several of these lawsuits. The other thing I want to mention, how this slide, public water system. And Kay and I were talking about this briefly before we started. You know, these cities, they're loaded with cash, right? Yeah. No, they got no money. And especially the smaller locations, they're going to struggle, consistently struggle with whatever scheme is, and I don't mean that in a negative sense, but whatever regulatory programs are adopted, they've got to have money because these systems simply aren't capable. Dr. Coffey also mentioned, granulated activated carbon, which in my experience too is the very best thing you can do to remove these substances, but it costs money. And the technology is going to have to be developed for these large operating facilities. So it's not just the complexity of the policy, they're going to have to be funded. We've got to fund these, particularly these smaller cities. They're going to need some assistance in this area. And I know I'm going to run out of time as I promised. Next slide. I won't get into the PFAS strategic roadmap. Again, you can read this. Many of you already know about this, but there's something I want to mention because I don't see a focus on this, and then maybe there is, and Dr. Reed or somebody can correct me. But Dr. Reed and I have actually talked about this issue. What about air quality? And that's a major area of expertise that I have gained through the years. Work a lot with big industrials. What about air quality? Forever chemicals. At what temperatures, residence times can these substances be thermally destroyed? The preliminary information that I've seen is that it's a struggle for just a routine, and there are no routine run-of-the-mill incinerators, but for purposes of this discussion, we would say there are. Do they have adequate residence time and thermal capabilities? I would suggest to you that most do not. So what if you're just bringing in household trash and you're combusting this material? is there PFAS in it? You got popcorn bags in the, you know, we can start all rattling them off. Everybody's shaking their head. Yeah. So we're focused on Superfund and all this sort of stuff. It's going to impact largely the corporate America, industrial facilities, that sort of thing. But you also, it's just like under record, you got gaping holes for household waste. Here, you could be moving this material into an incinerator, for example, and you could be putting it out the stack. And where's it going? It's landing in Aunt Minnie's yard next door. So I think that's an untapped or not an area that's not understood yet that we need to look at, we need to explore going forward. The other technology that I love, I've worked a lot with the industry, cement kilns. They can scrub and their heat profiles and their residence time are much longer. That may be an option. I don't know. All of this needs to be studied moving forward. Okay, so we mentioned, you know, CERCLA, PFAS, PFOA are the two substances they're looking to list as hazardous substances. And this thing has been out for comment. I can tell you, in the discussions I've had in Washington, this is a two-fisted barroom fight. Bare knuckle is going on in Washington right now to try to either get it passed, get it etched in stone, or get it killed. And we all know it's a lot harder to pass something than it is to kill something. So I'm watching with great fascination this arm wrestling match that's going on in DC. And there are some companies and certain segments of industry that are more at risk than others. And clearly they're pushing out there and working hard to try to get some modification to, you know, specifically this rulemaking. But it's not just these two substances. I think it's clear EPA is looking at a number of other substances they're going to list potentially down the road. Again, I come back to not as a political statement, but as a practical statement. If the administration gets reelected, they're going to continue what we've already seen, right? And whether you agree or you disagree, that's just the reality. So you need to be mindful of that. And I want to come back to CERCLA here in a second. Actually, I'll come back to it right now. Here's why this is so important. Remember the movie Dead Man Walking? Anybody remember that? Maybe not. But we all know what the term means, right? If these substances are listed, there are hugely broad implications. And the thing I want to focus on is it would give, under Superfund, private parties the ability to clean up PFAS and PFOA on properties and recover compensation from potentially responsible parties. And I know I'm getting a little bit into the legalese here, but two concepts that are really, really important about the CERCLA listing. One, strict liability. So if you took this substance to a location, if you generated it, if you transported it, if you own the location where it's been placed, all these parties under the traditional Superfund analysis, strict liability, boom, it's over, you're in. If you got a manifest with your name on it and it lists the substance, boom, it's over, you're in, okay? So now you know why people are getting nervous. Here's the other thing. Let's say Dr. Ede and I take these substances to a location and Shandy Inc. Doesn't do so well and goes out of business. But I took 90% of those substances to that location. Dr. Ken Ede Inc. takes 10% of those substances to that location. You would think Ede Inc. would be liable for 10%, right? No. Dracula showed up. He's got his cape on. He's at the door. He's looking at Ede Inc. and said, oh, no. Even though Shandy is not around, you get the pleasure of paying for all of the costs, 100% of the cost. even though you may have only put 10% of the substances at the location that require cleanup. It's starting to get a little more clear now why Superfund's scaring a lot of people. And again, I had probably 25 to 30 Superfund sites under my responsibility when I worked for a large public company. And we had locations back east. We never owned the site. We never operated the site. One site closed down in the 1950s. We acquired a company that had formerly owned the site, didn't own it anymore, didn't operate it, but we were the last corporate entity standing. And eventually EPA got $350 million. So this really does happen, folks. That's why this is so important. Okay, a couple of other thoughts, and I'm about to run out of time. There is an advance notice of proposed rulemaking, and I think Kay mentioned this one. It came out in April. EPA seeking input on 7 additional substances, and these substances include, quote, their salts and structural isomers or some subset thereof, precursors, or a precursor is a chemical that is transformed into another compound through degradation, to PFOA, PFAS, and 7 other PFAS or PFAS categories. Here's the importance. And again, other folks are much more adept at this, and I've learned from them. What we now know, what EPA knows, some substances that are placed out there in the industrial marketplace, if you will, eventually degrade to become PFAS and PFOA. So what the federal government is trying to do is they're saying, look, we know this, and we're not going to let anybody escape if you have a substance that maybe has a particular name completely unrelated, at least in terminology, from PFAS and PFOA. If over time that degrades to that substance, you're still liable. So you feel the room tightening up around you. It's like being at Disney. You get in there and it's all coming in on you. And, I'm just trying to get out of the haunted house or whatever it is. So we started with 2. Now we're going to a little bit different concept. And for lawyers, we're looking at this and go, man, this thing is not getting smaller, really. This thing is doing this, right? And I personally am involved in a situation just like this. So I've seen it. This is real world stuff. Comments on this one or on this proposed rule or advance notice of proposed rulemaking due June 12th. All right, I'm going to skip over the Safe Drinking Water Act, and I'm going to go to my last 2 slides. What are the states doing? And this is the part that's really scary to me. If you have a company and operates in multiple states, you got to be concerned about this. Or if you ship your products into multiple states, we could have not just the federal government sitting up here. We got the potential for 50 states to adopt their different concepts of how they want to regulate it. All the way from Maine, who had a statute become effective January 1 of this year, and several other states that have also already gone ahead, and they're mentioned in the slide, that have developed their own maximum contaminant levels, or MCLs, for their own particular states. So this is going to become a patchwork, gang. I mean, look, some people have said this has become the Lawyers Employment Act of 2023. I think it's become the Technical Consultant Employment Act of 2023, because this is going to require so much in the way of resources to try to understand. And I'm being facetious about it, but it's a very serious issue or problem. So you could encounter different state cleanup standards, different things that you may have to do from state to state to state, which is why you need competent technical consultants to assist in doing this sort of thing if you don't have that capability in-house. All right, we'll move past. I want to mention before I complete my presentation, some of you, if not all of you, may be aware EPA entered into an order with Chemours, and by way of background, DuPont was one of the original parties who discovered these chemicals by accident. I've heard great presentations on how that happened. You know, it was using the atomic bomb and all that sort of thing. It went into Teflon, and it had a lot of uses. DuPont spun off Chemours. Chemours is now a separate entity, and Chemours, they've been in a couple of fracases with their old parent company about, hey, what did you do to us? You can go out and read about that if you'd like. But remember what I said initially, we have no regulation, right? So what does EPA do? There's a facility the EPA is concerned about that had an NPDES discharge permit. And I'll just say this, and we can talk about it a little bit later if you have more questions. But in this document, which you can see is a pretty thick document, what they essentially did was use the authority under Clean Water Act to require further investigation at this facility for PFAS and PFOA. No regulation, right? There's always a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. And EPA has the will. And I'll conclude with this. Mike Regan, the administrator of EPA, some may know, was the state director in North Carolina. He had two primary objectives when he was in that position in North Carolina. One of them was PFAS, the contamination of the Cape Fear River, the alluvial aquifers, which now they're sampling thousands of groundwater wells that exist in that alluvium. So Secretary Regan is now, or Administrator Regan is now sitting in Washington, and I personally think, even though I'm a lawyer that represents primarily industry, the issues we have to look at. Regardless of where we end up on the policy end of it, this must be thoroughly vetted. But what we need to do is do it in a systematic way. And I am disturbed if we have 50 states that are also trying to regulate it. And I'll close with this. For that reason, of all states, California, the governor of California told his legislature and folks that were trying to move ahead on this, said, wait, let EPA move on this first before we do something, because it's going to complicate all of our lives in ways that we never imagined. So I'm sure I just blitzed through everything. I don't know if there's any questions. I'm out of time, you know, all that sort of thing. Probably went out my welcome. So
I have 3 questions for you from online. Is there any questions in the room? Okay, so what is the prediction for the continued development of PFAS regulation should a Democrat or Republican be elected?
I personally think that the issue, let's start with what you might typically think from the Republican side. Now keep in mind, and I tell my law school classes, who was in the White House when EPA was established? Richard Nixon, who was a Republican, right? You start going through this 1990 Clean Air Act amendments. Who was the president? George H.W. Bush. Kind of interesting, right? So if I make the prediction, I could be wrong. I don't really think so, given politics in the country right now. I think I do believe the gravity of the issue, again, is so profound. What you might see is a slowing of the process, depending on who's in the White House. But I do think if the Biden administration stays in office, you will see a lot of this really solidified. And this is more than you all want to know, but usually if you're in an administration, you've got the first 2 years to get something done. From a regulatory perspective, if you try to propose a lot of things after that 2-year mark, you just get bumped up against the next election cycle. So that's where we're at right now. And that's why some of this stuff, there's question marks behind all of it, depending on what happens.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, how will the state and federal government reach an equilibrium given the vast differences between the jurisdictions?
The problem is under the Constitution, you got states' rights issues. And I think that what you're probably going to see is some states are going to move forward no matter what the federal government does. The other thing, there's an important concept in environmental laws. As a general principle, there are exceptions to everything, but as a general principle, if you have an air quality reg, water reg, states can generally always be more conservative or more restrictive. So the ability to do that is already out there. I think what's could impact the states is, and I know it will some, others I could choose, probably they don't care. If you're not careful, you could be viewed as an anti-business state, and it could actually impact jobs in your state. I think that's a bigger factor of probably pushing the policy issue than anything.
I'm a regulator, not a lawyer. So my understanding of like the way that states versus federal laws work is that the states have to meet what the federal government implements. So if
That's the
government,
minimum standard.
yeah, the minimum. So at minimum, like they have to meet whatever they do. So equilibrium would just be whatever the federal government decides to do. But states can go above it, they just can't go below it. So I guess my question is what you meant by like conservative, like you mean like just like states can be conservative in the way that they can just flatline do whatever the federal government says, but they don't have to do more?
Well, some states even have state statutes that say you can't adopt more restrictive requirements than the federal government has adopted to prevent
Okay, I
their
understand
own
what you're saying.
regulators from being
Yeah,
more
I-
aggressive, if you will.
I understand that. I think Idaho specifically has those differences. I've seen lately.
Right.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
But I do think the critical thing here is we're going to get to some equilibrium on this. It may be 10 or 15 years from now. I don't know when. But I can tell you from industry's perspective, sitting where I sit most of the time, the question is, well, are you becoming anti-business? And Maine's getting a lot of that blowback right. Andrew.
So one question on the concept of equilibrium between federal and state governments. Dr. K indicated that EPA is proposing the hazard index approach.
Yes.
So how do you reconcile that fundamentally different approach?
I think you need to ask Dr. Coffey that question. Because she is an eminent expert on that. I'm not real sure. Katie, you have a thought about that? Oh, man. I'm not real sure, Andrew, how they're going to reconcile. That's what makes me uneasy. And quite honestly, as a lawyer sitting in my chair, I'm getting calls from a general counsel who's operating in 18 states in the U.S. And Maine has come up over and over and over. Now, it is really, really difficult to try to advise somebody in the private sector, not just the easy part is, okay, this is what's happening today, but their management wants to understand where are the guardrails 5 years from now? Where do we invest in this facility that's going to make this widget? That we, is there some reason? And people are doing this all the time, all over the country. They're making these evaluation judgments. So I wish I had an answer, but I'm not sure I do. Yes.
In your practice, do you see businesses at all being proactive on this, or do you see them waiting to see what? until they absolutely have to?
My experience is most are proactive. And I'll give you a live example. AFFF, firefighting phone. Routinely now, folks are calling and saying, yeah, we got these warehouses, there's 200,000 square feet, and we got all this stuff, and we think we may have AFFF. And I go, well, have you tested it? And you need to first of all figure it out. There may be alternatives, and so they're looking at that. Second thing, what I'm seeing, and I got to admit, I chuckled at one of the letters, and it was a big insurance carrier sent a client a letter and said, please tell us all the PFAS materials that you use or you manufacture. And it essentially said, have you sprayed anything on your couches? I mean, I was like, what? But so the questions were kind of elementary in some respects, but that was a year ago. The insurance companies are now asking the companies, and that's forcing to not negate their coverage. For example, what if you had a big fire, you released all this stuff, you got AFFF everywhere, it's running down the street. And I can tell you from my son-in-law is a captain in the fire department here in Oklahoma City, they're very aware of it. But let me give you one more example. Now I'm wearing out my welcome. And Dr. E is an expert on this, for sure, coming from his prior employment at American. I've talked to my son-in-law many times, and he has said, there are certain fires you need AFFF because you can knock the fire down that quick, and it can save lives. Translate it to the transportation industry, specifically aircraft. And I know there are some in this room that can quote chapter and verse about how much quicker an AFFF foam will knock down a fire in an aircraft. 2 or 3 seconds means you live or die. So think about how we have to make these judgment calls. So, any other questions?
Great, thank you, everybody. How is industry coping with these rapid changes?
Not very well. No, I mean, it's kind of chaotic. We as a lawyer, we get a lot of questions about it. But I will say, I think some are a little bit willfully blind about it, but I think most folks are trying to understand where they go. And most companies they're reasonably conservative. They don't like to make major changes unless it's a certainty. But there's enough of them using the AFFF example. I've had several that have said we don't need it if we don't have to have it, and they've switched it all out.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. We're a little bit over time, but we can have a break and come back in at the same time. Welcome back, everybody.
How are you doing? Yes.
Okay, so we're ready for the next session. We have 2 very amazing speakers. And after that, after their presentation, we'll have lunch. So we have Dr. Kenneth E. He from KFE Environmental, and Dr. Audra Lajistova from Brown Environmental. So welcome.
Thank you so much. All righty, can everybody hear me okay? Fine, good. Amy, you can hear me okay? I guess that's good. All right, so I'd like to introduce ourselves. My name is Ken Eade. I'm the president owner of KFE Associates. Audra daughter, Lily Sofer. She's the president owner of Brown Environmental. We work together quite a bit and on many different projects. So here are sort of my qualifications, what I've done. About 2 decades with Oklahoma State University, about 2 decades with American Airlines. So I've had quite a bit of experience in PFAS. My research thrusts environmental chemistry, all the emerging contaminants, specifically PFAS, hazardous waste management, industrial ecology, we're going to talk about that, and environmental forensics, which is a really upcoming topic specifically for PFAS. This is, our lawyers asked us to put this in. This is our disclaimer. You know, to be honest with you, a little about ourselves. Sometimes we do presentations together and people get upset, and I tell people, you know, we're not lawyers, we're not politicians, we're scientists. These are our views, our opinions. Myself, I've studied chemistry for the past 5 decades. This PFAS is the most complex chemical issue I have ever studied. It is that complex. My history, I went to the University of South Florida, studied chemistry on the East Coast. I actually had 2 professors who were on the Manhattan Project, 1943. My introduction to PFAS was in 1970. I know it's way before most of you were even born. 27 years after World War II, these professors were still talking about PFAS. I thought it was amazing as a chemistry student that 27 years after the war, these individuals were still addressing PFAS. And quick history, and Don talked about it quickly. 1938, Roy Plunkett, freshly minted PhD student with DuPont, was one task for General Motors. He was told to develop a gaseous refrigerant coolant. The experiment failed terribly. Instead, he accidentally developed the very first solid fluorinated hydrocarbon. This waxy solid, not a gas or a liquid, and it was designed, the experiment, to be a gas. It failed again terribly. Proved the most slippery inert material in existence. We call this today Teflon, polytetrafluoroethylene. That was 1938. And it's interesting, here's a photograph of the failed experiment. This is one of the most interesting failed experiments because people keep photographing and they keep pretending, you know, that they're doing it at the present time. But here's Dr. Plunkett on the right-hand side. This was supposed to have been a gas, and it's actually a white powder. DuPont could not find anything to do with this material. It would not stick to anything. So they literally put it on a shelf. Again, this was supposed to have been a gas. 1938. 4 years later, and Oppenheimer and Manhattan Project, both Germany and Japan and the United States, everybody was using the gaseous diffusion stage. Germany had a 4-year head start on us. And one of the chemists at the Manhattan Project actually mentions, I guess, to Oppenheimer that one thing we can do, and the whole idea is to differentiate or enrich U-235 from U-238. They coated the cylinder. Also, they made a semi-permeable membrane from Teflon. And it's interesting, even after World War II, historians looked at both Germany and Japan. They had developed very, very little of the enriched 235. We obviously did, all because of PFAS. It just shows you one thing, how from a chemistry perspective, how recalcitrant these molecules are, very recalcitrant. And again, they actually use this for valves, seals, gaskets, all were coated. Don talked about this earlier, PFAS, it's an acronym. Per and poly, all it means all or more than one. Fluoro contains fluorine. Alkyl, it contains carbon. It's an umbrella term. We do not know how many compounds there are. We believe it's over 12,000. It could be much, much more. This is how complex this is. And they have all kinds of names. They also have these common names, Teflon and those kinds of things. I always, to me, PFAS is like a tree with greater than 12,000 leaves. PFAS is the family, the big tree. Each one of those leaves represent one compound. And each one of those compounds, we think about, is going to have a different toxicity, different mobility, different KSP, different KOW, different everything. It is just absolutely amazing. This is why PFAS is such a complex issue. What I also think is pretty interesting is that chemists have taken certain of PFAS names and abbreviated them to make them easy. Some of them may make sense. PFOS, PFOA, it makes sense. The other ones, obviously, were public relation firms. And I like this one here, 4A, blah, 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 Adana. Sounds like a rock singer, doesn't it? Adana. This one here, hexafluoropropylene oxide dimer acid. Nobody wants to say that over and over again. I love this. Gen X. You can tell a public relations firm, polytetrafluoroethylene, Teflon, you stretch it, we call it Gore-Tex. Perfluorobutane sulfonic acid. I love this one here, Scotch Guard. And the other one here is a mixture of the fluorosurfactants, PFOA, PFOS. We call this AFFF. Sounds like a professional wrestler's name, doesn't it? So these names, a lot of these are sort of made up by public relations firms. Some of them are chemists. And it is interesting, there's a very interesting article in the history of the planet Earth. PFAS may be the most expensive hazard in our history, in the history of the planet Earth. This, and Don alluded to this, that the cost is going to be unbelievable. Adverse health effects, and almost every day, every week, you hear about all these kinds of problems that PFAS can create in the human body, and also cancer. Here are just some of the cancers we believe are associated with PFAS. One insidious kind of cancer is the testicular cancer for firefighters. And according to CDC and NIOSH, firefighters have a 9% higher risk of being diagnosed with cancer, 14% higher risk of dying from cancer than the general US population. And one theory is the turnout gear. And we were told for years that this turnout gear, the same material we use, Gore-Tex, does not absorb through the skin. And there are all kinds of studies now that apparently there could be some absorption through sweat and through the skin. EPA has established this turnout gear is interesting. A lifetime interim health advisory level for PFOA is 0.004 parts per trillion. We can't even measure that, by the way. Turnout gear has about 20 billion parts per trillion. It gives you a perspective of what the firefighters are exposed to on a daily basis. And there's all kinds of research articles on this, by the way. So let's talk about, I'm not going to talk about State Drinking Water Act and other acts. I want to talk really about the drinking water cycle. You can see how these are all related. When you think about the drinking water cycle, you always have a source, and then you always have a discharge. You have a source and you have a discharge, and then you have treatment. Treatment throughout the treating the water. And you introduce PFAS into the source, it's going to go through the treatment, because right now there is nothing to remove it at the present time, and you're going to get PFAS at the discharge. However, that discharge may be somebody else's source water. My major professor, Dr. Bates, Oklahoma State University, used to always talk about the Mississippi River. So over here, hypothetically, you have City A, and it's a source water up in Minnesota. It discharges downstream, and now we have 100 parts per trillion PFAS. City B, its source water is downstream of this. Now City B discharges now at 200 parts per trillion. City C, and you can see what's happening here. Then City C discharges at 300, and it goes on and on. And so as you go further south on the Mississippi River, you can literally bio-magnify PFAS. So let's talk about the Clean Water Act. Two wonderful documents to read. One is this Effluent Guideline Plan 15. It came out January 2023. And the other is Ms. Fox's memo, came out December 5th, 2022. In summary, if you were to summarize both of those together, here it is. EPA wants the reduction of PFAS in both the sanitary sewer, the pre-treatment, storm sewer, NPDES, which will reduce PFAS, and surface waters and biosolids. Bottom line is you reduce it here and here, you're going to have less PFAS in the surface waters and the biosolids. So when you think about it, here is a wastewater treatment facility, a city. They have PFAS from firefighting, in industry, commercial, agriculture, landfills. Then you have PFAS now coming into the biosolids and into the treated water going into the community. What US EPA wants is essentially the reduction of all of those sources, which does make sense. So the NPDES guidance memo is very interesting. The goal, if you read it, is to reduce PFAS from industrial users. I use the industrial users. Therefore, EPA is going to monitor the influent, the water in, the effluent, water to be the receiving stream, and the biosolids. All three, the influent, the effluent, and the biosolids. It's so interesting. This came out to me in 1994. It actually was in black and white. It's still on the internet. How things have changed. A plain English guide to EPA Part 503 biosolids rule. They say how all the benefits. Here's cattle grazing. Here's agriculture. Here's crops, growing your roses, or whatever it is. They have this large document on all of the benefits of biosolids. The folks in Maine, you can imagine you have a dairy farm that's been in your family for hundreds of years, and now you cannot sell the milk. You cannot sell the milk due to the biosolids. And this was in 1994, how things have changed. JFK inaugural 1962 State of the Union address, he stated the following. It's sort of common sense, but I thought it was pretty interesting. You don't repair a roof when the tornado's on the ground ready to hit your community. You don't repair the roof in the middle of a thunderstorm. His point is the time to repair the roof is when the sun is shining. This is the time when you think about right now, PFAS is not a recre waste. It's not a CERCLA waste. I mean, right now, this is the time to act. This is the time to act. Okay, my advice is the time to start eliminating for PFAS is now. To find the PFAS source and address it by product substitution, Four takeaways. The four things I want you to remember. Number one, conduct a PFAS document assessment of a facility. You have facilities. This is what consultants should be doing, or EHS managers. Number two, conduct a PFAS chemical analysis of the facility. If number two is positive, then conduct a forensic analysis of the PFAS analysis. And number four, use the principles of industrial ecology to eliminate the PFAS chemical. Let's go over these. Now, I told you step number one, and now I'm going to tell you why step number one generally doesn't work, which is ironic to say. The two major pitfalls are number one, try to eliminate any chemical or product with the word fluoro. However, the major issue we see is the following. The bottom line under OSHA right now, 29 CFR 1910-1200 Appendix A, if the material is not considered a known carcinogen, which PFAS is not. Bottom line is, unless it exceeds 1%, you don't need to put it on the SDS. It has to exceed 1% for non-carcinogens. Let's do a little math. 1% is 10,000 parts per million. 10,000 parts per million is 10 million parts per billion. 10 million parts per billion is 10 million parts per billion is 10 billion parts per trillion. Therefore, 1% equals 10 billion parts per trillion. Think about this. I can put 10 billion parts per trillion in a product, and I don't have to put it on the SDS. And this is the reason why when Auditor and I go to industries and we say, well, the SDSs look great. And this is one of the issues. And again, does not need to be reported on the SDS. You can see a big major loophole there. And again, EPA's health advisory for PFOA 0.004, not even 1 part per trillion. Look at the difference in this number, the magnitude between here and here. It's just unbelievable, the difference. Now, sometimes, excuse me, you do get lucky. You actually see the word fluoro. Anytime you see the ingredient fluoro, you know it is a PFAS compound, because fluorine does not normally bond with carbon. They're so rare, very, very rare exceptions. So most of these are PFAS. Now, what companies have done, and I see this more in cosmetics, they use brand names. And so unless you're a chemist and you see PEG 2, you don't know that's PFAS or PEG. PEG 2 is actually this is number 2, and here's number 3. And the list goes on and on. They're literally hiding what their ingredients by using brand names. And that's one reason why sometimes step number 1 does not work. Step number 2, conduct a chemical analysis of the facility. Train and use PFAS sampling guidelines of your specific state. You as scientists, one thing we have to always remember is one day we want to maybe have this admitted in a court of law. It has to be admissible in a court of law. If I was sampling in Florida, I would use Florida's sampling guidelines. In Oklahoma, we use Oklahoma's sampling guidelines. And by the way, Lauren was one of the co-authors who actually authored the PFAS sampling guidelines for the state of Oklahoma. Analyze PFAS in both your sanitary and storm sewer. Do not just do sanitary, do storm also. Any stormwater, to see what is being in contact with rainwater and then being discharged. Which PFAS should I use? Analysis. And what is so interesting, I get calls all the time, and people wanting to say, you know, I found out this US EPA test method 8327 ASTM. I'm telling you, one of the real problems, if you read the consent orders, when you read the judge's consent orders, what you'll notice is generally, everyone I have ever seen, the judge is saying, you are to use these protocols, and these are my recommendations. For drinking water, use 533, 537.1, and obviously this is only 25 compounds, this is 18 compounds. Anything other than drinking water, then we use test method, it's a draft, 1633, it has 40 compounds. Audra is going to address TOF. The one real beauty of TOF, it can analyze for greater than 12,000 compounds at one time. And actually, you can do absolutely everything with this. But these are the protocols I would use. The problem with some of these, like ASTM protocols, they may not be admissible in a court of law. Therefore, again, my recommendation is used one of these or a combination of these. Chemical analysis. US EPA is now going to start doing test method, is draft test method 1633 and TOF, total organic fluorine. Why is that? Two reasons. Number one, draft test method 1633 only analyzes for, you think about 100%, it only analyzes for 0.33% of PFAS presently known, a fraction. Number two is the problem with test method 1633, and Don Shandy addressed this also. It does not test for precursors. It does not test for these polymer alcohols. And EPA is very concerned now with these precursors. So here's a little sort of diagram. This is the total PFAS. Draft method test 1633 is 40. It's this little sliver, 0.33%. One of the real beauties of TOF, it measures essentially 100% the difference. The delta is 99.67. Therefore, we generally will do a test method 533, 537, or 1633 in conjunction with TOF. And again, Audra will be addressing TOF. Don also addressed CERCLA, Superfund. This Federal Register came out April 13th, 2023, just this year. And it's very interesting about CERCLA. And it's, when you read it, the Federal Register, they've already proposed 2, and then they have proposed 7 more. Now, all of a sudden, we have 9 compounds. And you see the pattern, and Don talked about this. It's not going to stop with 1. It's not going to stop with 2. It's not going to stop with 9. And it's very interesting. Here's the list of compounds, test method 1633. Look what they did. Initially was these 2. Then they added these 7 over here, these 7. And you can see what's going to happen next. I mean, it's pretty obvious. They're going to go down this list. EPA has suggested they're going to also regulate PFAS precursors. Precursor, as Don said, a precursor is a chemical that is transformed into another compound through the course of a degradation process. Why is US EPA so concerned with precursors? And I always make this analogy. Forget about PFAS. Let's say EPA was actually wanting to look for wine in your waste stream. The active ingredient is ethanol. And they're actually going to be testing for ethanol, which is the active ingredient in wine. The analysis shows 0. However, the analysis also shows we find grape juice, we find yeast and water in your waste. Any fermentation of grape juice and yeast and water equals wine. And we get calls from POTWs that it does not make sense. We analyze the influence of the water coming in, we have 0 PFAS. Test method 1633. However, we're showing in the biosolids, they're high in PFAS. How can that be? It's just like the fermentation of wine. When you think about it, these precursors, you have a precursor, a polymer alcohol, you have yeast, you have a microorganism, and you have water. You add these 3 together and you either get degradation or some kind of fermentation. I've always thought about these precursors, it's the Trojan horse. When you think about, here's industry. Industry needs a permit to discharge. They need a stormwater permit or they need a sanitary sewer permit. Here's industry and they're asking the city or the state or the feds, we need a permit. And they're saying, here's our chemical analysis that says, you can look at that list. Our waste is PFAS free. It does not contain PFAS. However, the precursors are the Trojan horse. And again, the precursor is a chemical that transforms one to the other. There has been dozens and dozens of research articles on all these fluorotelomere alcohols biodegradation. And you can just, this is just one article, but you can see right here, ATFTOH, here's a precursor, telomer alcohol, and down here is PFOA. You need, just like wine fermentation, you need some water, you need a microorganism, and you need the grape juice. And that essentially is the grape juice, isn't it? That is the precursor. Step 3. If step 2 is positive for PFAS, then conduct a forensic analysis. Environmental forensics analysis can potentially be used to determine the origin of the PFAS compounds. We look for both the compounds detected and their relative concentrations to other PFAS compounds. One good example we get involved is AFFF. This is firefighting foam, matching every airport in the United States, big and small, are all contaminated with this. And here you have this foam. It's called a deluge system, AFFF. And this is just a 60-second time lapse. I've been in 2 or 3 of these in 15 minutes. And the scariest thing, it's 10 feet above your head, and it's like a terrible blizzard. And by the way, this is not snow. And the only thing you can do, to be honest with you, is you have to open the hangar doors. You can't, again, you cannot see your hand in front of your face. It's that thick. And they're very scary. This gentleman to the right is about 6'4" on the right-hand side. Just watch. And that's just, and it's still coming down. And when they say deluge system, it is deluge. So the chemical constituent of AFFF have evolved over time. From 1960 to 2002, it was PFOS based. And you see predominantly PFOS. Here's some other constituents, but this was the main ingredient. Later on, from 1970 to 2016, you see this 8,2 FPS and the 6,2 FPS. Look at the difference. These are both AFFF, but chemically they're different. Let's go a little further. 2010 to present, it's the 3rd generation. These are modern short chain fluorotelomere AFFF, 6,2 and some 4,2 FPS, and the signature looks predominantly like this. Therefore, by looking at the ratio of the different molecules, we can determine not only what the material is, but when was it introduced to the groundwater or into the soil. The other interesting thing is some AFFF. There are different microorganisms in the groundwater than in surface water than in wastewater. You think about wastewater, biosolids, you have a lot of fecal material in urine and stuff like that. The microorganisms here are going to be different from here to here. Here is the original compounds here. Each way, you notice how it changes due to the microorganisms. So different biodegradation paths depending on the vector it's going, which is again, this is part of PFAS forensics. This is plastic manufacturing, and this is predominantly PFOA. There are some other ones. This is a catch basin. This is predominantly in landfills. We see PFAS in landfills. You have this characteristics of PFAS compounds. The other real interesting thing about forensics on PFAS, this is a hypothetical. Here's the Arkansas River. This company got caught discharging hypothetically PFAS here. We check downstream and we see it's the same signature here, 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 and we can, and again, this is not absolute proof, but it does indicate that if this is the origin, it may indicate that these all came from the same factory, So that's the other thing that we do. The other thing is, again, looking at how each molecule degrades over time. And not to bore you, but it gets sometimes very, very complex because it can go many different ways. depending on the microorganism that it is exposed to. So the four takeaways. Number 4 is use the principle of industrial ecology to eliminate the PFAS chemical. One of the most important underpinnings of industrial ecology is green chemistry. Green chemistry. Here are the 12 principles of green chemistry. Look at number 1, prevent waste. Number 2, design safer chemicals and products. Number 3, design chemicals and products that degrade after use. Obviously, PFAS do not. And one of the things we hope to do is looking at the effluent, if it is positive, then to work with the chemical vendors to find non-PFAS substitutes. Non-PFAS substitutes. It's interesting, being older, right now there's a lot of great car waxes that contain PFAS. Yesteryear, we used carnauba wax. The older people who are older remember carnauba wax. It worked very well, but today everybody wants, PFAS waste. Yesteryear, in plating solutions, fume suppressants. Before we used to call them ping pong balls. We used to put like the plastic balls as a fume suppressant on a plating solution. Today, everybody wants to put PFAS in the plating solution as a fume suppressant. My point is, we work with your specific vendors to find non-PFAS substitutes. And it's asbestos. When I remember newly married, went to hardware store to get barbecue gloves. All the barbecue gloves, all were asbestos. Everything asbestos everywhere. And they finally banned asbestos. PCBs, all the lights, fluorescent, we don't have them here, but all fluorescent lights, the ballasts were all loaded with PCBs, halogenated solvents for degreasing. A lot of companies, aerospace, have gone back to soap and water. Soap and water to clean aircraft. Imagine that versus halogenated solvents. All right. So we have Audrey do her presentation, and then if there's questions, you can ask both of us. Look at Fenway Park up there, so I know that's not yours. Oh, yeah.
No, gonna try with the clicker. Thank you, Dr. Eid. So just real quick before I get started to talk about those top methods that Kim just spoke about, I do want to give just a little bit of information about who Brown Environmental is. And we are a PFAS laboratory. We provide PFAS laboratory services for those organic fluorine testing methods by combustion ion chromatography. We have 2 methods that are what we call direct injection methods. They are the first one there in green, the total organic fluorine methods, and the total fluorine there. Now we also offer absorbable and extractable organic fluorine, but those use sample preparation methods that we're going to talk about here in a minute. So there are some pros and cons with using any of these sample preparation before you do your testing. So the next bullet down there, we are able to analyze samples on site. We have mobile laboratory services, so we have this technology in a mobile lab. Or alternatively, you can ship them to our location for standard off-site testing. All right. If we are on site, that next bullet there, we can offer rapid analysis. So we can offer an 18-minute runtime if you're doing TOF or total fluorine. So this is really helpful if you've got a project where you're cleaning out a process line or say testing your treatment systems and you need to know now whether or not the conditions are appropriate or correct. We can test it. We can be there on site, test it for you, then provide you with those answers instead of having to shut down, wait for testing results, and start back up. Okay. The next one to the bottom, the liquid and solid matrices, we can perform this on any liquid or solid matrices, and this includes any type of wastewater influent, effluent, biosolid, any chemical, any GAC, any resin, any waste, and many more. So just a little bit about my background really, really quick. So I am the president and owner of Brown Environmental. Before this, I had 10 years of regulatory compliance experience. 8 of those were in the aerospace industry. I manage aerospace PFAS programs, including, as Ken already talked about, those areas of AFFF, aqueous film forming foams, and chromium plating and metal finishing. And in addition to that, I do have 15 years of laboratory experience, both academic and environmental testing and research labs. And then just a little fun bit, although I've got it written right here, it says it's been nearly 15 years ago. It's hard for me to imagine, but almost 15 years ago, I was doing my PhD work, and I was actually working a lot with the Oklahoma City Zoo and the animals here and the animal keepers. So this is very fun for me to be back to this area in the city. So in honor of this very special and unique venue, I've included many of our zoo friends in the following slides. All right. So the Oklahoma City Zoo and Botanical Gardens, well, they're a collection of over 16,000 exhibits and attractions, over 1,900 animals and 15,000 plants. So for those of you that are here, if you get a chance to go out and see any of these, I highly recommend it. You will enjoy it. But in order for you to be able to see all of those, you see I've got a roadmap on the right here. So the Oklahoma City Zoo, they've created their own roadmap to direct you to collections of information that are available for each of these exhibits. So when you visit these exhibits, there's information there and you can learn more about them. If we think about PFAS, though, if we switch and think about PFAS, they're a group, as Dr. Ida already mentioned, of over 12,000 organic chemicals. And just for fun, let's call them a group of exhibits that are similar in size to this. But unfortunately for PFAS, we have very little information about each of these individual PFAS exhibits. And even less is known about PFAS in our industrial and domestic wastes, our environmental resources, and even ourselves. So where do we go with that? Well, the US EPA has provided their own PFAS roadmap with major goals of restricting discharges of PFAS at their sources, obtaining comprehensive information on these PFAS discharges, including the concentrations, significant sources, and types of PFAS compounds that are being discharged. All right. So when we're talking about PFAS, how big is comprehensive? Well, it depends on the definition and the database that you use. If you use a broad definition of PubChem, you would find millions. And some of those are shown here in the green boxes. Now, it is generally recognized that there are currently potentially thousands of different PFAS. And it turns out that if you look at EPA's list here, EPA's Compost Chemical Dashboard for PFAS is now sitting at over 16,000. So that's where we're at right now, and this number continues to grow. So now if we go back and look at Dr. Eads' one PFAS tree with over 12,000 leaves, remembering that each one of these leaves is a different type of PFAS. And of course, remembering from the previous slide that we're now up to over 16,000 PFAS. So each one of these PFAS leaves, they come in, so all of them are a different type of PFAS, and each PFAS leaf, it can come in a different shape, a different structure, a different conformation. They can come in every size from the smallest to the largest, and they span across the spectrum of the PFAS functional variations. But what do they all have in common? Well, all PFAS contain the carbon-fluorine bond. And if you look in the figure, these are the black compounds combined to be fluorine compounds. So all of the PFAS, no matter what conformation, no matter what shape, no matter how they are oriented, they all have this carbon-fluorine bond. So a couple terms to remember. Remember that organic fluorine and organofluorine mean the same thing, and that both of these terms mean that you have a compound that contains that carbon-fluorine bond. Okay. So what can we do with this carbon-fluorine bond? Well, if we remember that all PFAS contain organofluorine, but not all organofluorine is currently considered PFAS. We're going to talk about that some more in just a minute. And that not all PFAS can be measured, but all organofluorine can be measured using their carbon-fluorine bonds. Then it's really that carbon-fluorine bond that becomes the key to measuring total PFAS. All right, but what's the problem with this? Well, we run into what we call the PFAS iceberg dilemma. And so this is really where we're capturing either less than 1% of the PFAS potentially in your sample, or we're capturing over 100% of the PFAS, or of the organochlorine. So if we look at the tip of the iceberg, that is, for example, using target PFAS methods. They identify less than 1%. And an example that we've already spoken about a lot is draft method 1633 that detects 40 PFAS compounds. Now, if we're looking at the entire iceberg, this is all the organofluorine. They measure, as we've already shown, they measure all of the carbon-fluorine bonds, and it's currently the best proxy method for total PFAS. But the problem there, the caveat, is that it also detects some compounds that are not currently considered PFAS. They're still organic fluorine compounds, but currently they don't fall within that PFAS definition, which I have to say the PFAS definition is still being defined. We've not settled on one yet. So knowing that, what are some not PFAS examples? Well, currently, things like fluorinated pesticides, a lot of those are not considered PFAS. Fluorinated pharmaceuticals, they also fall outside of this group. And also some other things that we would traditionally consider PFAS that might have other halogen groups attached to them also, those are right now not PFAS. However, they are still synthetic pollutants, and they are still detectable by organic fluorine methods. Right. The requirement to disclose. Well, the sign on the right there kind of shows us that prior knowledge of a process, of a waste, or of a waste stream can really be helpful, right? Especially in this case. And so industrial dischargers or sources of PFAS, they also have a duty to be aware of the pollutant levels in their effluent discharges, and then to be able to disclose that information to permitting authorities. There's lots of potential sources that end up at the POTWs, which we are calling the receivers, and of course then into our environment. Now the problem, as Dr. Ida has already talked about, is that many industrial sources may not know if they have PFAS present in their effluent discharges, because those safety data sheets may not list PFAS ingredients if they're added in concentrations of less than 1%, or, and I've seen this especially with AFFF, if they're considered confidential, proprietary, or a trade secret. So they can actually add more than 1% and not listed on the STS. And so without testing, PFAS may be escaping both unknown and undetected into our environment from the use of undeclared PFAS in products. All right, so what's the plan to deal with this? Well, EPA's ELG Plan 15 and both the April and December 2022 memos, they require POTW studies of influence, effluents, and biosolids and industrial sources. Okay? They require testing using EPA draft method 1633 and draft method 1621, which is the absorbable organic fluorine method. And they add that caveat, if appropriate. So we're going to talk about the if appropriate here in a few slides. All right. So if we're going to collect samples and we're going to test, we need to have some PFAS sample collection do's and don'ts, right? All right. Now, I know later on today we're going to hear a little bit more about the don'ts. And the don't list is extremely large. It's an enormous list. In fact, if we look at Oklahoma, ODEQ has given us a whole list down here of protocols for PFAS sampling. If we look at the table of contents from that, we see that the don'ts actually make up 10 of 27 pages. So that's many, many, many don'ts. And I think you know very well. And so the don'ts, there's many, many don'ts, and you do need to follow those. They are very important. However, what I want to talk about today is a few of the do's, okay? So do collect comparable samples, all right? So you want to strive for equal amounts of liquids and solids between your samples. Sludge, they're going to be a challenge for comparable samples, and we're going to talk about that more now. So PFAS, what we've seen, especially in the total organic fluorine testing, we've seen that a lot of your PFAS is associated with the solids in your sample. So they don't all release into the liquid fraction. So a lot of them, say your biosolids, is attached to your biosolids. So if your solid content varies between the samples, so will your PFAS values. So if you're wanting to look and see how the PFAS has changed in the sample over time, make sure that those samples are comparable. All right. One other thing, filtering of your sample solid, will result in losses of PFAS. Okay? So another do, collect them in appropriately sized containers that will be sent directly to your lab. PFAS compounds, they can be sticky, like the peanut butter in this jar over here, and they will be lost if you're transferring them between containers. Okay, so a few more of the do's. And I think we touched on it just a little bit, but be aware that some of your PFAS are actually volatile. So you want to collect your samples with little to no headspace and as directed by your receiving laboratory. So depending on how the laboratory is going to handle your sample, if they're going to freeze it, you may need a small amount of sample headspace, but otherwise to reduce the amount of volatile PFAS that's lost, try and collect your sample with little to no headspace. And do know that sample pretreatment steps of filtering, extraction, and absorption will result in PFAS losses from your sample. Now, for many of the tests, that's unavoidable because you'll have to do these steps, but for some of them, for other tests, you do not have to do these steps. You can see more of the total PFAS that's in your sample. So, and finally, probably the biggest do that I can recommend here today is do make sure that you are getting every piece of the PFAS pie. And what do I mean by that? Well, if we use this as an example, so what we see here are 4 different industrial wastewater effluents. The blue is what we've measured with target PFAS methods, and the rest of the orange here is everything else that we saw with total organic fluorine methods. And you can see in every case, the majority of the organofluorine compounds were not detectable using the target method. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about TOF then, our total organic fluorine methods. If we remember that total organic fluorine methods detect all of the carbon-fluorine bonds, and so this is an all PFAS. So if you look at the green circle here first, you can see that all of the bluish purple circle, all of that is captured by TOF methods. Now the TOF circle is a little bit larger than the PFAS circle because we still capture those other organofluorines that are not currently considered PFAS. The next one here in the dashed blue circle, we see those are our AOMs, our absorbable organic fluorine methods, and they do capture a significant portion of the PFAS, but for reasons that we're going to talk about in the next slide, you do lose some of your PFAS. And then finally, draft method 1633, there in the center, it's that little dot in the very center. It does detect 40 different types, and those types are also identifiable using, well, you can detect them using AOF and TOF. You cannot identify them individually. For that, you need 1633. All right, so let's talk about if appropriate use of draft method 1621. So if there's a time when it's appropriate, there has to be a time when it's inappropriate, right? All right, so when is it inappropriate? Well, it's inappropriate for everything other than aqueous non-volatile matrices. So it's inappropriate for your sludges, your biosolids, chemicals, any of your virgin or used carbon, resin, or other removable media types, or for your volatile PFAS. 1621 is not appropriate for that. So of course, when is it appropriate? Well, as we've just said, it's appropriate for aqueous non-volatile matrices only. So it can be used to remove inorganic chloride from your sample if that is high. It also is used to reach lower detection levels. So that absorption step is used to capture and concentrate PFAS compounds so that you can get down to the low parts per billion. And now this is still higher than the parts per trillion that we look at for our individual PFAS compounds, but we're looking for all organofluorine. Right. But this is an incomplete capture. The absorption step is incomplete capture and results in losses through incomplete or competitive absorption binding. So you can see here in the middle, we have our sample pretreatment. That is our aqueous sample, and we have to run through 2 carbon columns in series in order to capture more of the AOF. But what you'll see is that there is a fraction of the AOF that is absorbed and a fraction that is not absorbed. And if you look in the graph on the far right, you can actually see in perfect laboratory conditions. So we have ultra pure water and spiked PFAS, a single spiked PFAS compound. You can see how much actually breaks through of that first column And this is really what's measured here. These are only what was detected in each of the individual columns. When you add things like other sample matrices, environmental conditions, other additional carbon, other contaminants, the breakthrough is going to be even higher. And of course, your volatile PFAS are also lost, and filtering steps may be needed. Filtering steps before you run through those absorption, those carbon columns may be needed, which is going to add to your PFAS loss. So what can we do? Well, if we just go back and look at total organic fluorine methods, total uses the same instrumentation and analysis as ALF, but we direct inject your sample. So no sample preparation steps, and therefore we don't have the PFAS losses associated with that. So we can do this for any combustible material, as I was saying, any influence, effluents, any chemicals, any treatment medium, we can combust those. So, and like I said, no PFAS losses to sample concentration or filtering. Uses the same instrument. And currently it is the best available test method for total PFAS measurement. We can do it rapidly in 18 minutes for total organic chlorine and total chlorine, and it is the lowest cost. Okay. And so with that, I'm going to say thank you, and I think open it up for questions if we have time for both Ken and I. Do we have time?
You guys have like 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Yeah. Any questions for Dr. E? And
We have a couple online, Kima, so I don't know if you want to start out with those or start with the ones in the room.
awesome. You guys, is there any question in the room?
Okay, so you mentioned that PFAS doesn't need to be listed on the SDS unless it's a known carcinogen. Right now, we know PFAS is a carcinogen, but what regulatory actions can be taken to list it as a known carcinogen and get it on SDSs, and will that happen anytime soon?
Yeah, I think that's going to be an OSHA question.
Okay.
Yeah, and OSHA is going to have to make a decision that it is a known carcinogen. I think Andrew will be able to answer that better than I can in his presentation. But right now, OSHA has not declared it. Yeah. And the other thing is, and Audra brought this up over and over again, this trade secrets. We see this all the time. Trade secret, and it's very, very frustrating. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Any other one? Amy?
Yes, thank you. The first one is, are there PFAS-free alternatives to AFFF that insurance companies have approved for aviation use?
So I will take a shot at that question because that field grows and advances every day. But it is my understanding at this point we do not have either an FAA or a Department of Defense approved fluorine-free replacement. Now, one little caveat about the fluorine-free replacements too, although they are labeled as fluorine-free, they are still allowed to have up to 1 part per billion of speciated PFAS. And in fact, they can have more than that of total organic chlorine still in these products. So although there's a lot less PFAS in them, there still is going to be small amounts. So if you are doing any testing, and also small amounts may remain in your infrastructure, in your delivery systems, if those are not switched out. So just keep that in mind if you do testing after you switch to these fluorine-free foams. But at this point, I do not know of any that have been approved. I know that they're making advances, but I don't think that any have met the standards yet.
Thank you, Audra. Next question, are there examples of car wax that contain PFAS? We typically receive water from car washes.
Very good question. And the answer is I have tested the effluent, I should say we have tested the effluent of car washes, which think about, they're a passive acceptor. They don't generate the PFAS themselves. And some we have found yes, and some we have found no. My own opinion, the older the car wash facility, the higher the probability you're going to get PFAS. The older it is, the generally the higher probability. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. One more question. If let's see, 1633 includes a small number of PFAS compounds. How about total mass? Do the 40 compounds include most of the PFAS mass present in most samples?
In AFFF, we do a lot with firefighting foam. The answer is no. A lot of it's very heavy in telomere alcohols. And that's the reason why. And by the way, I always talk about this, when you do 1633, you have parts per trillion, parts per trillion. When you do TOF, many times we see parts per million, parts per million. And I always tell students this, sort of close your eyes and think about your last annual salary. What did you make last year? And try adding 6 zeros to it. The difference is, when you add 6 zeros to anything, I don't care what it is, it becomes enormous. That's the difference between a parts per trillion and a part per million. Yeah, and sometimes people will do analysis on TOF. They'll say, these numbers seem so high, is it real? And I'm saying on 1633, we're only measuring 0.33%, not even 1%. And that's the real beauty of TOF. Yeah. And by the way, that's the reason why when Don Shandy was here, why US EPA is going to be starting to do this, because these telomere alcohols certainly do biodegrade to PFOA and PFOS. Any other questions?
There's one in the room here.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
Since you began your slideshow with your willingness to share opinions and speculate, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
From an US EPA regulatory standpoint, this is a question for our regulator too. This is the first time that MCL is under the promulgation process in a long time. And we noticed that one of the things driving such low standards is the fact that the laboratories have the ability to get lower and lower detection levels. As you know, most of the MCLs aren't based upon risk or science, they're based upon what the laboratories were able to achieve at the time those MCLs were promulgated. Speculative question is this step one of opening up an even bigger Pandora's box on revisiting MCLs for other constituents?
Wow. That's an excellent question, because what I have seen lately in chemistry is we have been so focused on PFAS. If you talk to chemists right now, what is the latest technology on hexavalent chromium? We've been using the same hexavalent chromium procedure, can you help me, the last 5 years, 10 years?
Yeah, 10 years.
10 years. Yeah. So we've been so concentrated on these groups of compounds, for the lack of a better term, we have ignored technology on other compounds and other molecules. But, you know,
More toxic than
benzene is a good example. And Danny, help me, as far as benzene analysis, what was the last time that has changed radically, the analysis?
Yeah, before my time.
Yeah, it's decades ago.
Yeah,
We're still using the same technology.
Right.
Yeah, so good question. Yeah, but it's so funny. We're so focused on PFAS because this is the problem child right now. We, for the lack of a better term, have ignored the other MCLs. Yeah. Any other
Do you
questions?
see that changing?
No, I have a hunch. I have a hunch that PFAS right now, due to the complexity, and the other thing that I foresee is, and I've made this prediction for a long time, the burn pits that we use in Afghanistan and Iraq, and they put AFFF in those, and you do not burn AFFF in a burn pit. And a lot of the, unfortunately, our soldiers got exposed to atomized AFFF, a lot of these telomere alcohols that they inhaled. And I think you're going to see in the future, it's like these commercials on Camp Lejeune. It's like every 30 seconds. Yeah. I have a hunch you're going to hear, if you've been exposed to a burn pit, call our law firm, because I think that's going to be the next wave. I don't see PFAS going away anytime soon.
But do you see the others added to that?
Like benzene's a good example. We know benzene's a known carcinogen, and I'm quite old. I can't remember the last time the analysis of benzene has changed. Because we've been so focused on other compounds. I just don't see it right now. Yeah. Yes, sir.
So looking at the hard question, the two of you, and it's this actual scenario that's taking place. So I know that the compound-specific analysis is available, but it's limited in the numbers. Dr. Lingenstoffer has a method now that you can potentially look for the signature of more than what standard methods have available. So the client asks you, hey, take a sample of this and let's compare the results. So then Danny's going to give me results for his analysis, but then Dr. Lingenstoffer is going to give me another result. So then let's take this scenario where Danny says, I don't see anything, it's below detection limit, but Lingenstoffer method, hey, I see something. So now consultant tell me, is it safe to send it to a landfill? Like, what do I do now? Okay.
But what we do on a situation like that, as a good example, is in green chemistry, try to find the source. What is causing that TF2F to be high? Now, if you are a passive acceptor, like a landfill or a car wash, there's not much you can do right now. However, in industry, plating solutions are a prime example. There are other fume suppressants we can use right now. There's a lot of green chemistry we can use, chemical substitution.
Well, and the only thing that I would add to that is that there are some things, so the differences, there are differences between the types of tests. And so the absence, say in the speciated test, and the presence in TOF doesn't necessarily mean that we have a problem here. Just as we've said, there are so many other compounds that you could see with the TOF, with the total organic fluorine. So it actually acts as a really good kind of quality control check for your sample to tell you whether or not you do still have potentially some PFAS or risk in that sample before you would send it to wastewater. So I think by adding TOF to your analysis, that gives you more confidence in a better assessment of the risk before you would discharge.
Any other questions?
Okay, Dr. E, Dr. Lingenstoffer, this is Mitch Olson from online. Quick follow-up question for you too. Curious about your thoughts on a couple of other additional tools, TOP assay or non-targeted PFAS analysis. Do you see those as being useful ways to kind of fill in the gap of the unknown between TOF and the 1633 analysis?
I'm sorry, Mitch, could you repeat that? I couldn't quite hear you.
What are your thoughts about TOP assay or non-targeted PFAS analysis as a ways to bridge the gap between the total organic fluorine and 1633 analyses?
Got it. So I've got your question now. Okay, so you were asking about adding the TOP assay, which is the total oxidizable precursor assay, or using, I believe, other non-targeted methods to fill in the gap between the total that we see with TOP versus the speciated. And what I want to say about those for right now is that, yes, you do have some more options that are being developed. That TOP assay, essentially what happens when you do that is that you take your sample and you expose it to oxidizing conditions. So you break it down. So you break down the PFAS in there, you break down any of the precursors, but in order to know how many were precursors, you have to do a 1633 run in the beginning. You have to then do your prep step and another 1633. So these get very, very expensive, and you're still missing some of your TOF. You're still potentially missing some of the organic fluorine in your sample. So it's really a combination of methods that I think is the best approach. And you just have to determine for your individual project needs which ones you want to go ahead and pursue. You can get total information using the organic fluorine methods, And if 1633 doesn't give you enough information about the speciated, yes, you can add top assay. And there are only a few places where you can get the non-target, the additional non-target analysis. But if you want to add those, you can. But once again, those are also going to be in the most expensive category right now. Okay, does that answer your question, Mitch?
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. I am the technical director for Accurate Environmental. Today, we're going to talk about the UCMR. I know we've talked about it in some of the earlier presentations. And my goodness, we talked about 1633 quite a bit today. So I'm going to just hit kind of some of the highlights. I mean, we're going to talk about sampling, but I'll talk about the UCMR, why we're doing it, some of the results that we've already got from PFAS analysis from UCMR 3, and then what we're doing for UCMR 5, and then we'll talk about 1633, just some general information, and I'm sure some of you will have questions. So, all right. So the UCMR stands for Unregulated Contaminant Monitoring Rules. So every 5 years, EPA will select 30 compounds, 30 contaminants, I should say, that are not currently regulated in drinking water. So they're looking at the candidate list, seeing what they'd like to regulate, or seeing what may be in the water, what they'd like to test for. It seems a little, it may seem a little trivial. Why are we going through all these things? We don't even know if it's in the water, or maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But especially for PFAS, it's a huge survey. I mean, it's you know, everybody, all water systems, at least for UCMR 5, 3,300 population of 3,300 and above are all doing it, and a few of the smaller ones. But it's a huge survey of what's out there, what type of concentrations we're looking at, how many samples were positive, and for what. So we'll talk about that here in a second. But it's a tremendous project. Again, all systems serving more than 10,000 are required to participate. Now they're going to pay for that themselves from 3,300 to 10,000. I believe the EPA is paying for that. Some of the smaller systems, and then under 3,300, it's just a few selected systems. So this is specifically for drinking water. So this isn't no wastewater, no solids. It's just specifically for drinking water, and even more specific, it's generally finished water, especially for UCMR 5 is all finished water. There was in UCMR 3, there was some raw water and some max resident sites for certain things, but for the PFAS analysis itself is finished water. So in the UCMR 3, which is several years ago, again, each one of these are 5-year segments. So UCMR 3, 2013 to 2015 was the actual sampling period. For PFAS, the method was 537, the original 537 method. Reporting limits between 10 and 90 parts per trillion. So when we're talking about some of the stuff, the parts per trillion that we're looking at today, especially for proposed MCLs, even lower than the lowest that we looked at back in 2015 or so. UCMR 5, a little bit different. We've talked about this, it was mentioned earlier, that there's 29 PFAS. Remember, they're only picking 30. They did 29 that was PFAS, and only the odd one left was lithium. So two different methods, 537.1, so a revised method of 537. Only 4 compounds for that, and 533, there's 25 compounds. So, but reporting levels are all well below 10 parts per million, or parts per trillion, excuse me, 10 parts per trillion with a T. And we can reliably see, somebody asked me, how low can you normally see for the PFAS? Just a good low answer is 1. I mean, it's some things maybe lower than that, some things maybe a little bit above, but on average, right around 1 is what everybody's capable of seeing these days. So, there are specific sampling requirements for the UCMR. It is an EPA program, very specific. They give out requirements for laboratories for sampling. and uploading data and so on. So they're very specific QC requirements. All of that is included in the program. One of those is field reagent blanks. Since we're going to talk about sampling, we'll talk about field reagent blanks. What they are, we talk about method blanks quite a bit, and that's just clean water that you're taking through the entire process. But for a field reagent blank, that is where we're wanting to make sure that any results that you get in your sample are actually from the sample itself, not for contamination from the clothing you're wearing or hand sanitizer or something like that. So we will give PFAS-free water out, and this is all verified by lot. So we'll make a batch of what we call PFAS-free water, send it out to the field, and then you're pouring that up along with the actual field samples to check for contamination. So something environment, something you're wearing, who knows where it might come from, but we're just wanting to verify. So sampling kits that are sent out, lab will provide all that. Don't use your own bottles, even if we're talking just about 1633 and some field samples or whatever. I mean, we get people to try and bring in all sorts of containers. Don't bring in your Aquafina bottle or a Dr. Pepper or a Mason jar or something like that. I can't confirm that was clean when you started. So you're paying for this analysis. You want to make sure that the results you're getting is correct. So sampling containers, 4537, 250 mil polypropylene. There's some preservative that's all added beforehand. You guys don't have to worry about that. Kind of the thing I wanted to point out is the temperature. Temperature for these, for the UCMR, we have to receive it at 10 degrees C or less within the first 48 hours. It doesn't sound like it's that difficult, but a lot of times with shipping and people all over the country, it could be difficult. The people in Oklahoma, it's generally not an issue, but if you're shipping it overnight from New York or something like that, it may be an issue. Now, it's not technically we have to receive it in 48 hours, but we have to have a way to document that it was less than 10 degrees C in that 48 hours, and that is a lot harder than how it sounds. So it sounds like that would be easy, but it's nearly impossible. So as long as we get it in the first 48 hours, it's fine, and then we store it 6 degrees C or less for 14 days. So this is actually one of the shorter holding times is 14 days. We'll see some of these other samples will go, like for 533 goes to 28 days. 533, again, 250 mil polypropylene or HDPE, a little bit of preservative and same temperature requirements, but again, 28 days, so it makes it a little bit easier. And then lithium, the odd one here, it's 200.7, 500 mil plastic with nitric acid. This one has no specific temperature required, but you're sending along with your other samples, so just include it. So contamination, we're hearing about that this morning. It can be caused by a million different things. So Dr. E and some of the students like Lauren has put together some guidelines. It's on the DEQ website. There's a link to it from our website, the sampling instructions page. They even list out specific brands that are verified to be okay. And so I would take a look at those before you start to do any sampling. Just make sure you're not contaminating anything. This is one here, the aluminum foil. I believe even in the 1633 method, it talks about fish that you can wrap those in aluminum foil and send them in. I would not do that. I thought that was a little suspect, and we did some testing with just some aluminum foil that we had at the laboratory, and we did find even for ours that there was hits. So I would steer away from aluminum foil, but what is safe, a much smaller list, unfortunately. But HDPE or polypropylene is fine. Stainless steel is always fine. But thank goodness, I've said this before, my two saviors are Ziploc bags and nitrile gloves. I do not know what we would do if we did not have those two. So at least you can glove up, you can take your containers and put them in the Ziplocs, and you should be fine. Wash your hands thoroughly. Be careful of the soap you're using, obviously, but wash your hands thoroughly. Get them in the nitrile gloves with your Ziplocs. You should be okay. We actually did. We had Woods TV in Michigan. They've got a Wolverine landfill that had a bunch of contamination, and they called and did a segment just about sampling, and they were kind of under the impression it's very difficult and could homeowners do it, and so on. It is really not that difficult if you read the instructions and follow very basic guidelines. It's not that bad, I promise. So field reagent blank collection. So collecting the blank at the sampling point, you're going to take the water, you're going to transfer it to your container, you're going to fill it to the top. We talked about that earlier. Now this is your field blank. So you're going to treat it just like a sample from this point forward, with a couple of exceptions. You do want to put it in its own Ziploc bag. So don't store it with your samples. You may have a high concentration sample that you're not aware of. So store it in a separate Ziploc bag. Make sure it's labeled properly. Oh, and yes, this is important. Order of operation, right? You want to do your field blanks before you do any samples. Again, you don't want to contaminate anything. And so if you're collecting your sample, you get your sample on your hands or your gloves, then you don't want to go through and do your field blanks. So do all your field blanks for both methods, get those secured in the cooler, and then go ahead and do your sample collection itself. Talked about that, separate Ziploc bags, and not just for PFAS analysis, but this is a good idea for pretty much all analysis, is that these need to be iced down, right? And so blue ice, or the little ice packs and so on, they don't completely encompass the sample bottle. So usually it's just a small section that it's in contact with the sample bottle. They just don't cool really well. So we want to use wet ice, actually ice, right? But you don't know the quality of that ice. I say quality. You don't know if there's PFAS in that, or the cooler that you're using. We've received coolers before for bacteria analysis that they're just bobbing around in an ice chest full of water. It's granted, the inside should be fine, but at some point you have to open that lid, and if there's anything in those threads, you're going to contaminate your sample. Just as a general sampling guideline, I would not throw all of your samples in an ice chest without them being in a Ziploc bag or something to protect them from that ice. Field sample collection. So you're going to sample the field sample exactly the same way, and make sure that you keep it in the same cooler as the field reagent blank, because part of that contamination we're looking at is through the trip back to the laboratory. Again, talking about 4 to 8 hours of collection, and they must be at or below 10 degrees at arrival, and then we'll store them at 6. Now, what all this work and all of these water systems that are doing the sample collection and sending it in, and all the analysis is done, and not to mention the data upload, which is not straightforward. There's a few bugs. Anybody that's uploaded data, I'm sure, is shocked that it doesn't go extremely smoothly, but there's a few hiccups here and there. But in the end product is what we're looking for, is the data summary. Again, a huge survey. I'm not sure how well you guys can see this, but this is UCMR 3 survey, and I'm extremely interested to see the UCMR 5 because of the number and the reporting limits are so much lower. But for the UCMR 3, the only two at that time that had some sort of health advisory or something was PFOS and PFOA. And you can see the reporting limits that we had here. For PFOS was actually 40 parts per trillion, so pretty high, relatively high. And the health advisory levels that we had at that time, number of results that we had was 37,000. So it's quite a good number of samples that were collected, and then ones that were above the reporting limit at that time, which isn't a huge amount. It's about 1/3%. It's not a huge number, but there's about 300 that had results. Now that again is at the elevated reporting level. So we'll see how UCMR 5 comes out. It's going to be interesting, but that's kind of the UCMR process. How how they're selected, what compounds, which ones we're doing now, sampling, reagent blanks, and then finally the final product is the data itself. Now, we had talked about hexavalent chrome earlier. I can't remember exactly who mentioned that. I think it was Dr. E. It was actually on this, and I cut it out to try to make the data a little bit larger. But we actually did hexavalent chrome for UCMR3, and there was a similar number of results. Actually, I think it was about twice as many. But the reporting level is 30, I believe it's micrograms per liter, or maybe no, I think it's 0.03 micrograms per liter. Very low reporting level. And it was more, there was more water systems that had results for hexavalent chrome that didn't. I believe it was about 75%, something like that. It was huge, huge number. But today we're not talking about hexavalent chrome or dioxins or PCBs. We're talking about the thing that everybody's interested in currently, which is the PFAS. So again, we'll see how everything plays out. But now 1633, we've talked about this a few times this morning. Except for drinking water, Dr. you mentioned this earlier. Except for drinking water, EPA is recommending 1633, and they also have the 1621. It works very well for aqueous samples, biosolids, soils. Works very well. We actually haven't done any tissue samples. We do some fish tissue samples, but it's for pesticides or mercury or something. We just haven't had any requests for the PFAS. But so previously, and all the UCMRs, all the test methods have been for drinking water, but because of the stuff in Maine and with biosolids and so on, it's everybody's kind of forced to make up their own method. So, but instead, EPA now has, it's a draft, but we'll talk about some of the changes and some of the kind of complaints about it and so on. Talk about that. So it is appropriate again for aqueous solids, biosolids. It does do 40 PFAS compounds, and it's done by isotope dilution. And so it's not the normal straightforward. We do a calibration and you're comparing response versus what's in the calibration and a straight calculation. It is a little bit different for the isotope dilution. So what we're doing is we're taking isotopically labeled PFAS compounds, we're adding it to the sample before doing the extraction, not before analysis. Like a normal internal standard method, you'd add those after extraction, but before analysis. For this, you're adding it before the extraction. And so any loss in recoveries that you're getting in that extraction, you're assuming that those actual PFAS compounds you're looking for had the same loss. And so you're normalizing those results. You're calculating those results based on the loss that you had in the extraction. So it's supposed to be a much more accurate method. And we've seen drastic changes in some of the concentrations that we've had versus previous internal standard methods and so on. EPA does have SW 846 8327, but it's not an isotope dilution method, especially for wastewater, solids. Isotope dilution, I think, is the way that all of the analysis for PFAS, at least LCMS wise, is going to go. We've noticed with the more difficult matrices, we don't get good recoveries. When you're doing internal standards, it's not making up for that. And so even dissolved solids, even when it looks like you're getting okay recoveries, but then you're running on the instrument and dissolved solids are causing problems. I mean, all of that is taken care of, or at least helped with isotope dilution. And like everybody said earlier, 1633 is what they're recommending for things other than drinking water. We have had some landfills that are requiring biosolids before they're disposed of to be tested for PFAS now or PFAS compounds. They're requesting method 1633. Some of the there is a little discrepancy with the list that they're requiring. different than the 1633, but they've accepted the 1633 method, that analyte list. So if there's any confusion there, they've been good about accepting the actual list from the method. There's been some critiques of the draft method, especially the first revision that came out. There's been several revisions. I believe we're on the third revision now. They're expecting a fourth and then a final eventually. But, you know, they've had some critiques. And, you know, to EPA's credit, they have went back and discussed some of those and put out some revisions, not just validations. But sample collection and storage, one of those was typically for aqueous samples for all the drinking water, it's 250 mil sample, but here they're talking about 500 mils. It's argued that it's not needed, or at least to confusion. We can see down to similar, it's really only going to half the, when you're talking about 1 or 2 parts per trillion, it's going to cut it in half. It's not a huge difference. And a lot of these matrices, it makes it a little bit more difficult because you're getting twice as much dissolved solids on there, twice as much interferences. And so the 250 mil we found works just fine. And also, as I believe as Dr. Ligenstoffer mentioned earlier, that some of these are sticky as well. And so transferring only half volume for one container, and you may be leaving behind a good amount of those. So it's still not a representative sample. So original draft required samples to be frozen upon receipt at the laboratory. This was a big one for us that is going to be a problem. We've got dozens and dozens of refrigerators. I do not have dozens and dozens of freezers. And so, and none of the previous methods have mentioned freezing samples, but this one had talked about that. And so it's now been changed to where it's 28-day hold, as long as you're keeping them less than 6 degrees Celsius. So that was definitely helpful. Poor performance, some of the analytes have poor recoveries, particularly internal standards, which could, you know, because we're using those internal standards to calculate the concentration, that could affect things. They did come out with a second draft, a lot of general corrections and just elaborations. This was the first draft that they had. So they went back and revised some of the equipment or part numbers. There were some typos and discrepancies. There is a interesting thing with methanol and water. It's required to be in the extract itself. So for some water or for some soil, excuse me, you need to determine the water content just to try and matrix match on the instrument. And extract dilutions were explained in more detail. We've had conversations about dilutions and so on with some of our clients, and they're done a little bit differently in the 1633. Sample storage, again, was changed up to 28 days at less than 6, and biosolids less than 6 up to 90 days, which is nice. It does recommend frozen due to odors. We work in the environmental field, so we're all pretty used to odors, I would say, but I think we're fine. We can all deal with that. Third draft edition. So this is December of 2022, the latest one. I want to say it's just the other day, but we're 6 months away from that now. They did include multi-laboratory validation. So for us, I know it doesn't sound exciting. We were very excited to see this because what it does include now is some acceptance limits for wastewater. So, which is very helpful. Before, we were doing control charts and generating our own acceptance limits, and we weren't sure exactly where we stood. And we thought, man, that's not the best recovery in the world, and I'm not sure, is that what everybody else is getting? And now we feel much better that we have acceptance criteria. We can see and compare ourselves to what multi validation has brought forward. So, and then also single laboratory validation for solid and tissue. So, and I would imagine in the next revision, they'll have the multi-laboratory for solids and tissue. I don't think they're going to change any procedural, anything having to do with the chemistry of the method itself. I think it'll just be more validations, maybe a few revisions, but I think it'll all be minor from here. So, and how well does the method work? This is what everybody wants to know. we've done several samples by 1633. Wastewater, a method works great. There's cleanup methods in there. We're thrilled to have cleanup methods. As I said previously, we've done extractions that are just general extractions, and then we put it on the instrument. There's no real cleanup for the methods that we had kind of made together. So dissolved solids or other organic interferences the method does really well. Same with the biosolids and soils. It does really well. Cleanup, it's a completely different procedure for water and soil. The soil, you're essentially extracting it and making almost an aqueous sample, and then you're going through and doing the extraction on the aqueous portion. So it works very well. And I put other liquids, right? We have gotten quite a few samples that are not what I would call aqueous and definitely not a solid. It works okay, but I do not think this is a method issue. I think it's just a very difficult matrix. So we've had some that are soapy. We've had some that are, petroleum contamination. I mean, there's all sorts of samples that people just want to. Somebody told me I got to check this. I'm sending it in. Can you run it? And there's been a couple times that I can't do that. There's what you're bringing to me is I don't have a method for. And so, but in general, soaps, aqueous samples with petroleum contamination or something like that can be done, and the cleanup does help quite a bit. So, but this is not really what the method is made for. Okay, and tissue, like I said before, we haven't actually done any fish tissue. We do it quite a bit for a few clients, but we haven't done any PFAS analysis yet. So, all right. So for sampling, we talked about the 500 mils, 250 mils is fine. We don't want to, subsample, so 250 mils is fine. Much better, less than 6 degrees C. Holding time is 28 days. And again, for special projects, normally we only keep samples for 30 days, but for special projects, we can freeze the samples and the holding time is still good up to 90 days. So very helpful. We do have space in the freezer for a few of these, not everybody, but a few of these. So it's a pretty straightforward method. It works very well. It's nice to not have a preservation. We talk about how these are, fairly stable in the environment and so on. And once we get them in the fridge, do we really need preservation? I understand in drinking water, but it's very nice to have a method where you're just collecting the sample and sending it in. Soils, biosolids, just H2PE container. Again, same temperature, less than 60 degrees C. Once we get it, and then tissue samples, same thing. You can ship whole fish. We do processed fish. We can cut them up and do whatever part that you would like. Some people like to include a liver. Some people like to do just the edible portion because that's what people are going to be consuming and so on. So either way is fine. It's supposed to be within 24 hours of getting it to the lab. And I believe this is the one that mentions the aluminum foil, but I would hesitate to do that. I would go ahead and use Ziploc bags. So I found out that they make huge Ziploc bags recently. I had no idea, but they make huge Ziploc bags. So your fish will be fine. Holding time is 90 days. Again, we're going to store them frozen at the laboratory. But I think this is just reiterating what we talked about. I think that's probably it. Any questions? Yes, sir.
What do you notice when your samples go over the holding time? Is there just a loss in like?
Supposedly, yeah, that they're going to change. Like we had talked about, Dr. Eid and Ligenstoffer talked about precursors, and so they're going to change now. It may be a target compound, and this is where it becomes a problem for us. It may not be so much for TOS, but for us, The problem is if it comes in as a target compound, but then it's changing to something else, we're not going to, it's no longer a target compound for us. So we're only looking at those 40 for this method.
So it's mostly about chemical changes and not like absorption onto the walls of the container.
Right, because we do go back, we'll rinse the walls of the container. Yeah, and that's another thing that we want to use the entire volume. We go back with solvent and shake it out or water and make sure that we get that extracted. So yeah, absolutely chemical change. Yeah, very good question. Any others? Yes, sir.
Question, when someone brings in a group of, let's say, samples, 30 samples, groundwater, and the field reagent blank is not blank.
Yeah, that's a good question. So 2 answers to that. One is for UCMR, it is out. Everybody resamples.
Point to be made, you cannot subtract. I get this question all the time.
Right.
You cannot subtract the blank from the actual sample.
That is correct. Yeah, absolutely. No blank subtraction, nothing like that. And for the UCMR, they won't even accept the data. If it's positive in the field reagent blank, they don't even want to know that it exists. So we'll junk that, send new containers, probably talk to the client about sampling procedures and so on. They'll resample and send it back. Now, for the 1633, at this point in the method, there is no field reagent blank requirement in the method. If a client requests one, we can absolutely send it, but its data were reported as is. So we'll send you the data, we'll send you the field reagent blank data, and so you can kind of like a trip blank for volatiles. We'll send you the data, and then you can decide what to do.
And I think the key here also to save your client a lot of money is have the blanks run first.
That's true.
If the blanks are contaminated, spending another $50,000 on data that is not admissible in a court of law, you've wasted all of that.
I agree. Yeah, and the time waiting for all this data, it's going to take us more time to process it, and I completely agree. Yeah, for the UCMR, we actually process all of the samples first to see if there's any results. If nobody has any results, we don't even do the reagent blanks because it's not necessary. But for 1633 and so on, most likely you're sampling for a reason. There's probably going to be something there. So yeah, Andrew.
So in context of the upcoming FCL rules, some have bright lines, some don't, but here and there. So if I'm the regular community, I'd like to know what is the accuracy of decision, because you can exceed that bright line by a little, and now you have a non-compliance versus not. So what does a good lab would expect in terms of decision accuracy, when we get the results?
Yeah, it's for drinking water is what you're asking, right? Yeah. So specifically for drinking water, what is nice? We're looking at MCL maybe a 4, something like that is kind of what they're proposing. And like I said before, we can generally see down to around 1 for most of these. So that gives a little bit of a buffer. I hate to just be able to see down to the MCL because you really don't get a good picture of what you're looking at. If the MCL is 4, your reporting limit is 4, and you get a 3.9 or you get a 4.1. 4.1 is non-compliance, and the 3.9 is water's perfectly fine, and they're the exact same result basically, right? So being able to report a little bit lower, and then we would report that number. Hopefully, if we could see 1 or 2, we could report that number, and then kind of like for lead and copper is a similar thing. We're not reporting right down to the MCL, we're reporting lower, and then DEQ or whoever the regulatory agency is can make decisions based on that and make a little bit more informed decisions for that. So that's what we're hoping. That's what we're looking for. We do for the drinking water method, and I believe the 1633, we are running a spike. We're running a known at the reporting limit itself. And so as far as how a lot of methods, we're just running something at the mid calibration. a fairly high concentration, but for these, we're actually running something at our reporting limit, and we've got to get within a certain recovery range. So that helps with the accuracy, basically, just to make sure you're seeing things the way you should. All right. Anything else? Yes.
I have 2 questions. Are you doing automatic or manual extraction, and what type of mass spec are you doing?
Yeah, we have Agilent. You're gonna have to ask me the specific model number too.
I was really good.
Yes. I can find it for you specifically. That's interesting. I can't imagine anybody else being interested in that, but maybe I will find out specifically for you and let you know. A 6440, I believe, is our old one. I think the new one, I can't remember what the new one is.
And I'm assuming you're using different instrumentation for 2 methods.
Actually, they're both validated for both methods. We typically, kind of keep drinking water on one side and the others on the other, but they're both validated and have passed all the criteria to running the method. So if something was to happen, we could go back and forth. The extracts aren't. It's not like petroleum samples where there's a huge difference between one and another. The carryover and contamination is not. We increase the methanol to 100%, flush everything out. It pretty much goes away. So yeah. But I will find that. All right. Yeah.
Okay. Let's save all questions for the end. Thank you so much, Danny. And
thank you.
Okay, that was a good one. So our next speaker will be covering changing landscape of phase 1, environmental site assessment, and focus on emerging contaminants during due diligence. So we have Mr. Damon Wright. Oh, your name right?
Mm-hmm.
So he is environmental engineering and design manager for Quick Trip Corp in Tulsa. Okay, Quick Trip owns and operates 1,000 convenience stores and filling stations across 16 states with rapid expansion across the country. So, Mr. Wright.
Thank you.
Big fan of Quick Trip, by the way.
What's that?
Big fan.
Okay. Thank you. We're just now entering Oklahoma City, so super excited about that.
Cool.
I'm from Oklahoma City originally, from Yukon, so spent a lot of time here at the zoo, and I'm just super excited that now I get to work for a really good company that has now a presence here in Oklahoma City in my backyard here. So you might be thinking, why is a guy from a convenience store gas station here talking about PFAS? Good question.
Yeah.
We, as mentioned in the bio, we now own and operate 1,000 different convenience stores as of 2 weeks. And so in any given year, we're building at a rate of about 60 to 70 stores per year, which means that we're buying properties somewhere at a rate of, I'll give you an example of last year. We performed around 250 phase 1 environmental site assessments on properties that we're looking at purchasing, okay? So we're really in the business of looking at properties and understanding what our risk and liability is from an environmental standpoint. So, I've seen everything from pristine green fields that we look at all the way to being at the doorstep of a Superfund site. And thank God we have not bought anything within a Superfund footprint yet. PFAS could be changing things, which is one of the reasons that I'm really dialed into this issue and have done a good bit of work with Dr. Eade and Audra and Lauren here in doing some really early investigations just to understand what our liability is. All right, so with that, let's get started. Here are the topics I'm going to cover. For those folks that aren't familiar with what a phase 1 environmental site assessment or just what environmental due diligence is, I'm going to give a quick primer of what that is just to provide some context, okay? Then I'm going to dive into a little bit deeper for the folks that do live in the due diligence world. What is the difference between the new ASTM standards? And that is, think of that as the protocol that is embedded into the CERCLA regulations of how you go about performing what's known as an all appropriate inquiry on a piece of property, okay? And then the 2021 standard introduced this term of emerging contaminant, okay? So we're going to define what that is, and then we're going to move into the theme of the day of PFAS and how do we deal with that today, and looking forward, how are we going to deal with it from a risk management perspective? Okay, so when looking at performing a phase 1 environmental site assessment, one of the key elements is performing a site walk. Okay, so a qualified environmental professional is going to go out and do a site walk. And if you stumble upon a site that looks like this, it goes without saying, we've got a problem, right? Okay, those are easy ones from the standpoint of we got issues. Now, it might not be so easy to untangle this rat nest of environmental issues, but let's flip it on the other side of the coin. What if we're out walking around and we see just this pristine green field? How do we know what happened out there 50 years ago, 100 years ago? Okay, so the flip side, it can be just as complicated to try and figure out without doing sampling. So that is a key indicator for phase 1s. We never perform any sampling. Okay, so we're doing everything by desktop, interviews, site walk, and using professional judgment. Okay, so why do we perform phase 1? So you're going to get a different answer based on who you talk to. So I'm going to give you my answer and what I think is the best answer. CERCLA has afforded 3 different liability protections embedded into the regulations if you perform what's known as an all appropriate inquiry phase 1 environmental site assessment. Those defenses are the innocent landowner defense, the contiguous property owner defense, and the bona fide prospective purchaser defense. I'm not going to dive into all what that means and the legalese, but what that means is if I perform a phase 1 per the standard, I will be afforded these liability protections under CERCLA. Even if I buy a property that's contaminated, I can claim that bona fide prospective purchaser defense. So let's say if that gets tied up in a legal battle, if there's finger pointing with previous landowners, operators, maybe even discussions with regulators. If I can say, look, I performed a phase 1 environmental site assessment before I took ownership of this property, I've effectively established a baseline, right, of when I took ownership versus who did whatever activities prior to me, okay? So this is super, super important to me to get those defenses, particularly in the case of PFAS and all the certainty that is revolving around this, right? With all the, not just liabilities, but court cases that are coming out and that they're going to be happening for the next 10, 15 years, I want to be able to secure that liability protection, okay? But more from a practical standpoint, a phase 1 and a phase 2, if we do environmental due diligence, this is going to really give us great information about just how much contamination is there. What are we going to have to spend on the cost to clean that up, and how is that going to affect the performance or the ROI of that, of buying that property and operating a quick trip in this case, okay? And then lots of other risk-related issues that we really want to better understand, whether it's human health, environmental safety, environmental liens or activity use limitations of how that property can be used. We really want to just understand what is the context of risk of if we purchase this property, okay? Now, another answer you may get from somebody when you ask why perform a phase 1, they're probably going to tell you, well, the bank's telling me I have to do it in order to get a loan to buy the property. And that's very, very true, okay? So you perform the phase 1, you're handing it over, and in some cases, the bank may even do their own phase 1 in conjunction with your phase 1, right? And that could very much influence whether the bank says this or this on their lending, okay? Same thing happens for insurance companies. And whether they decide to insure the entity that's going to be buying and operating that property. So I referenced ASTM. That's the American Society of Testing Materials. They perform what's known as the standard, now federal standard of how to perform in all appropriate inquiry. It's gone through 6, 7 different revisions. The first version in '93, the most recent in '21. So we'll talk more about what those changes were in '21. This is all codified into CERCLA now. Okay, so at the heart of the ASTM Phase 1, we're trying to identify the presence or absence of a wreck. Okay, and not a train wreck like what you saw in the first few photos, but we're talking about a recognized environmental condition. Okay, and that is a very clear definition of substances under CERCLA. CERCLA hazardous substances, which there's about 800 of those that are listed under CERCLA. And then this baby, petroleum products. There is not a defined list of petroleum products. And if you look within the statutes, that's really referring to Clean Water Act of what a petroleum product is, and that's any substance that causes a sheen to water. Okay? So why did ASTM include something that's very definitive? We've got a list of something that's quite a bit more nebulous. Well, petroleum products are everywhere. Petroleum product contamination is everywhere. And at the time when they were developing these standards, it was considered the most widespread contamination. We can probably replace that now with PFAS, right? So all in all, again, this is the environmental professional's opinion. We don't have any sample analytical evidence to prove the presence or the absence of the contaminant. So think of it almost like we're a private investigator that's putting these clues together to determine, I think there's something there. The likelihood of presence of an environmental condition is there. We need to maybe take another step to understand what that risk is. Okay, so here are the elements of your standard Phase 1. 1 through 4 can be done in really any order. This isn't sequential. Okay, so I'll take you through what normally takes anywhere from 20 to 40 hours to perform a Phase 1 in about 2 minutes. Okay, we're doing a records review, looking at topo maps, soils maps, geology, hydrogeology, floodplains. What you're trying to do is understand for this property, what does my box look like, the soils and water and what have you. So you're looking at information like what you see here of different maps. Okay, you're also looking at databases, state and federal databases, and those databases are going to have information that captures CERCLA, Superfund sites, RIC regenerators, RIC retisitives, landfills, underground storage tanks. There is a very prescribed list within the Phase 1 of what you have to look out to, and also basically how far out do I have to look from my subject site. Okay? Historical property use research. So you're looking at historical aerial photographs, historical sandborne maps, which are fire insurance maps. So think of the days prior to Google Earth. What did firemen have to use in order to understand, okay, what was there so I know how do I need to respond? They use sandborne maps. So these days date back literally like to the 1850s in some cases. Okay, really helpful information. As you can see here, this is a sandborne map that not only gives you what you can see here, like above ground storage tanks, but also describing what the property title or who the name is that was there, and lots of great information that you can look back in history of how was that property used. Then we're going to do our sidewalk, our site reconnaissance, where we have to basically put boots on the ground. We're going to look around, looking for those signs of contamination. The ASTM standard very clearly spells out how to look for certain indicators for underground storage tanks, and a very prescriptive list of things that you're on the lookout for. Interviews, you're going to be interviewing past and current owners and operators or lessees or lessors, and then local government officials. That's either face-to-face, by the phone, or through submittal of a FOIA letter asking, has there been a spill or release here? Has there been an open remediation case here? Then you're going to roll all that up into your Phase 1 report. Okay, so that in essence is what a Phase 1 is. Now let's talk a little bit about comparison of what the 13 standard and now today's standard of 21. And why we're talking about this is because we live in what I call a limbo state right now. In February, the EPA basically said, we have a year to operate within the confines of either one of these 13 or 21 standards. Okay? So we really need to understand, once the 13 goes away, and that's next February, what do we need to do with our 21 standard? All right, big picture, what was the committee's intent? And I benefited from the fact that somebody on the Quick Trip Environmental team participated on the committee, so really understanding what the heart and intent of what these changes are. Big picture, there were no gigantic monumental changes from 13 to 21. It really was cleanup. Clarification of terminology, really with the standpoint of trying to improve the quality and consistency of making environmental judgment calls. Okay, so what you see here, I'm going to quickly move through. Okay, I'm not going to read everything off the slide here. This really is for those that practice the phase one, to give you just a quick summary of what that means by clarification to a reg. You know, it cleaned up or provided a little bit of structure around, you know, these nebulous terms like likely presence is what the terminology is used for. But this concept I want to touch on because it was a hot topic that was talked about within the committee, was the fact that when looking at the thousands and thousands of different phase one reports and the preparers of those phase one reports, there was a misuse of this term of off-site reg. There's no such thing within the ASTM standard of an off-site reg. A recognized environmental condition can only apply to the subject property that you're looking at within the business transaction, okay? So let's play out the scenario. You could be looking at a piece of property next door. There was a fueling station that had a leaking underground storage tank, okay? Only in the case that you have definitive evidence that there's been migration of that contaminant onto the property, or there is an imminent threat of that migration will soon be entering onto the subject property, that you label as a threat. Now you're going to define it within the report. Okay, you really want to understand what that risk look like, but it really is just the cleaning up of terminologies of when do we use this term recognized environmental condition. These bottom 2 points, 2013 introduced caveats or subsets of RECs, what's known as a controlled recognized environmental condition and a historical recognized environmental condition, okay? The only changes to the 21 standard really is, again, just cleaning up some terminology and further defining. I underline satisfy. What that means within the context is the environmental professional needs to provide documentation, evidence, data to support the satisfaction that the site has been, the risk has been controlled of the contamination present, whether it's through an engineering control, and that control has to be still applied working. So think of like a cap that's placed over a contaminated site, and that's used as an engineering control. Well, that cap needs to be in place, it needs to be working, and for that, in order to be considered a controlled reg, okay? If it's not at the time, then the consideration is, okay, does it bump up to a reg? All right? For historical recognized environmental conditions, really it's the same kind of concept as what we just talked about. There needs to be data to support the definition when defining that being a historical reg. And so for those that don't operate in the world of phase ones, the difference between here, a historical reg is a reg where we've gotten no further action, and the concentration is below the lowest risk-based standard in that state. Okay, controlled is where you could have closure to, but it's above the lowest strictest, which typically is your residential cleanup standard for soil and water. So you're living in a world of a controlled rec when it's above your residential risk-based standard. Okay. All in all, if I had to boil down to the 2021 standard, the big ones, I would say emerging contaminants and PFAS in this slide. It really benefited the the folks that are performing phase ones with cleaning up how we define these terms by giving a process flow diagram. Also giving 12 of the most practical real world examples where you see a contaminated site, you kind of go through these common scenarios, and it goes through the logic of how you determine REC, CREC, HREC, de minimis, or no condition at all. Okay? So if you practice in the world of phase ones, highly recommend going to the appendices and reviewing those, because what that's going to do is really standardize how you make those judgment calls. Okay? I'm going to move real quickly through these so that we can get to our PFAS discussion. Just some further cleanup of when to use when we're talking about the property itself. Call it subject property, don't call it anything else. The new 21 standard created a shelf life. Let's say not a shelf life. A shelf life's 1 year, by the way, from 2013 standard. Okay, meaning after you've done phase one, you put a date on the report. In 1 year, that phase one is null and void. Okay, but what the 21 standard did is for these 5 things: interviews, cleanup liens, record searches, you're basically putting a date on each one of those sections. And once that date's put on the report, that starts that 180-day clock. Okay, so you could have 5 different 180-day clocks that you're tracking, and what that means within 180 days, you can go back into the report, make a revision, and submit it back to the user. It's allowed per the standard. Once you exceed that 180 days, between 180 and 365, you can't make any revisions. And then after 365, the phase one report is null. Okay. The 21 standard also, it's standardized what we call the big 4 sources for historical sources. It's these bullets here, the aerial photographs, historical city directories, historical topos, and your Sanborn maps. Okay. All right. So let's get into the topic here. Really, the biggest, probably most impactful change in the ASTM standard is that it created this concept now that we have to be on the lookout for emerging contaminants. So now we're introducing our friend there down at the bottom, our PFAS compound. But what do we do right now? What do we do right now when we live in a world where EPA back last year, May of 2022, they actually come out with a proposal where they were going to give consultants the ability to use either the 13 standard or the 21 standard. Well, that created a ton of confusion. Okay, and so there was a lot of public comments, and what EPA did is they retracted that. And then in December, they came back out and said, okay, we are going to sunset the 13 standard, and now everybody's going to live under the 21 standard. Okay, so happy Valentine's Day next year from EPA. We now have one standard. Thank you. To clarify things, it's really going to make things so much easier. But for today, in the world we live in today, just be thoughtful in terms, if you want, as a consultant, if you have a indicators that there's PFAS contamination there, or if you're the requester of the phase one, the 13 standard is not going to address those. Now, you could call it what's known as a business environmental risk, but I highly recommend, if that's something that you're dialed into as the user or the performer, that you want PFAS to be a part of the due diligence, use the 21 standard, okay? So if you go out and you Google what is an emerging contaminant, scouring the EPA website, you're not going to find any document. I didn't find a document where it says in a glossary, here's the term, here's the definition. But what you will find are some fact sheets and documents that EPA has published. And I purposely put all of these up here because if you are a consultant that's performing phase ones, it's not just PFAS that's considered an emerging contaminant, okay? What else does EPA consider emerging contaminants? Well, there's a list when scouring the EPA website, okay? Now, if we look at what ASTM says in 2 different sections, It's very nebulous, like a lot of your ASTM standard language. So an emerging contaminant is not identified today as a hazardous substance under CERCLA, okay? And it's not regulated by EPA or the courts, okay? But what they did do is they specifically called out one compound, our PFAS umbrella compounds, that need to be looked for within the context of an emerging contaminant, okay? So today, the consultant, the environmental professional needs to consider, when including emerging contaminants in their assessment, it's what's known as in the ASTM standard as a non-scope item, okay? So think of it in terms of asbestos, radon, mold, wetlands, these things that don't fall into the CERCLA hazardous substance category or petroleum product, but things that me as Quick Trip that want to know about as a piece of property that heavily impact my decision, I want to know what's out there, that would fall under a non-scope item. And within the ASTM context, that's what's known as a BER, a business environmental risk, okay? But at which time these compounds are regulated, you know, and looking in the crystal ball, the PFAS strategic roadmap stated that PFAS was going to be designated as a regulated substance this summer, the summer of 23, okay? If you kind of track along the progress of the strategic roadmap, EPA is lagging about 6 months in terms of how they're holding up to their terms of their timeline, okay? Generally, I'm not sure if they're going to hit the 6-month timeline, meaning it's going to be winter, maybe early spring next year before PFAS and PFOA are considered regulated substances under CERCLA, but the way they're tracking now, if you're kind of projecting a trend line, that's about the timeline it might happen, okay? Now that's all considering it's not getting tied up in litigation, which we can all expect that's going to happen, but that's a totally different thing, all right? So as I stated, it's in September 22 already, and I think Don Shandy mentioned this, that's when the EPA came out with a proposal to designate PFAS and PFOA as a hazardous substance under CERCLA. Then in April, they came back out with its advance notice of proposed rulemaking, adding those additional 7 substances. I have had a conversation with Dr. Eid about this. I have real concerns about the way that language in that proposed rule states, because it's, you know, there was a great discussion about precursors. I get this notion that what they're trying to do is not just capture precursors. I think their intent is to really try and grab them all. How you do that, I don't know. I don't think you're going to get a list of 12,000 different things in CERCLA, but there's going to be something to try and grab them all, and that's what my concern is. Okay. So today, this was a non-analytical survey. We used approximately about a dozen different consultants to understand, okay, are they looking at PFAS today? All right, so really it's which standard are you using? About half of them right now are using the 13 standard versus the 21 standard. We're getting ready to draw the bright line, at least for us, and say, okay, starting next month, we're going to the 21 standard, okay? And as each month clicks along, what you'll probably find as an industry is that we'll get closer and closer to 100% until our Valentine's Day deadline, okay? So where are consultants finding PFAS potential liabilities, okay? Meaning what business or what type of property uses? Well, we've got property uses here, okay? But within the elements of the phase 1, it's during government record searches, the interview process, and state agency file reviews. Are there some findings, some nuggets that are starting to float out there of PFAS, you know, in the documentation or just through conversations and interviews of what chemicals and compounds have been used at that facility over time? Okay, I'll talk more about this subject in just a minute. If you are in the mindset that I want to know what my PFAS liabilities are, there are databases out there that are put together by states. There are some private databases. I think the Environmental Working Group has got their own database that has started compiling data into like GIS formats, where you can look at certain spots, certain properties, and understand, okay, what has happened here? Has there been a sample here? Has there been some sort of regulated activity here that falls under the construct of PFAS? Okay, I want to give a very strong word of caution about using some of the databases are really good. It depends on the state, depends on the entity that's put together. Okay, but there are some states, and I'll give an example of New York, where the data that is put into that database, I consider poor quality, because the data, and that it's not the only data that's in the database, but some of the data was just basically based off of surveys that was submitted to the regulated community, asking questions about, have you ever used ABC chemical? Have you used PFAS? You know, and so with that sort of qualitative data, I'm not saying it's not useful. I'm just saying you need to be really careful about using that to make a business decision of risk. Okay. There's a federal EPA database, what's known as the PFAS analytic tools. I took a snapshot of Oklahoma City here. It's really easy to use. Just plug in an address, and then what you find are these dots showing where there has been, may not necessarily mean that there's a detection there. It just means that maybe there's a sample there, maybe it's regulated under a certain program where PFAS has been considered. And so what federal databases it searches, you can see here, whether it's a Safe Drinking Water Act database, a TSCA database, Clean Water Act, RCRA. EARNS is the Emergency Response Notification System. So typically that's going to be, you know, if you had like an AFFF release or something like that. TRI data, that's all embedded into this really nicely. You hover over it, you click on it, it's going to give you either the information right there, or it's going to lead you to a link to go look at more, some pretty good data captured in there. That's sample data. Okay. If we are performing at phase 1 as a consultant, I highly recommend understanding what industries are what I'm calling in the crosshairs. Okay, so you can look no further than the EPA's August notice, a pre-publication notice, a CERCLA notice, where they call these 21 different potential affected entities. And if you fall on this list as a business use, either current or historical, it doesn't necessarily mean it is a hard and true fact there's been PFAS there. It just means that's in the crosshairs. You need to be on the lookout, and there's a possibility that PFAS has been used within, you know, the business practices, whether it's storing it, making it, using it within these different business uses. Okay. I know we spent some time talking about SDS sheets and how with the 1%, maybe they're not quite as useful as what they should be, and I totally agree with that. But at least it is a piece of paper that, as a phase 1 investigator, I can look at that, and it might provide some of the signs like what Dr. Reed was talking about. If you see any chemical constituents that have the term fluoro or perfluoro on there, or trade names, the ones that we're very familiar with, right, with Teflon and Scotchgard, but then some of the fun names that you might not know at some point in time that have had PFAS, maybe today have been reformulated, and that's another word of caution I need to throw out there, is that, and I know from personal practice, not from operating convenience stores, but looking at car washes, which is a venture that we're starting to get into, and looking at and talking to manufacturers of the chemical compounds. It can be really difficult to try and get chemical information from these folks if you ask about it. And what it boiled down to is we just had to do our own sampling of the chemicals. Okay. And what you do find, and to the answer to the question that Dr. Reed answered about what do I do about car washes and PFAS, The older chemicals, there are it's very widely known that older chemical uses that were in car washes, like your Rain-X, thank you. Whether there's Teflon in it, it's an anti-wetting agent. A lot of them have PFAS in them. But what you will find with the major industry chemical manufacturers, and there are really only two in the country, they have basically phased out those chemical compounds, and we know now by analytics, we've done our own chemical analysis to confirm. Basically, when Proposition 65 in California came down in 2010-ish timeframe for PFAS, the car wash chemical manufacturers started getting in line, at least in terms of what's used commercially. Now, what's on the shelf at Walmart is a totally different subject. I can't confirm nor deny from laboratory analyticals, but I can tell you that we've done some sampling and we're scratching our heads about, well, we sampled the chemical and we've sampled in the effluent. The chemical's non-detected, but we're finding trace amounts here. Where's that coming from? Don't know. We have some speculation about where, whether it could be like a coating on the vehicle itself, which has known historically to have PFAS in it, or it could be a wax or something of that nature that you can buy at Walmart that still has PFAS in it. So when there are indicators of a PFAS liability, the consultant should start going down the road of asking, okay, if there's any kind of notion that it's been used there, spilt there, okay, we really want to know when, where, and how were those chemicals used so that we can start formulating, okay, do we need to start moving to the thought process of sampling or phase 2? Okay, so last 2 slides, where are we going? I think this term uncertainty abounds really just applies to everything today, whether it's from a legal standpoint all the way to a regulatory standpoint. This is so quickly changing. We need to just get a really clear understanding of who's performing the phase 1, the consultants, and who's asking for it, that you get on the same page as far as what are we going to do about this? Are we going to even look at it? Okay, and you'd be surprised if there's a large, when I talk to my industry peers, a large number of folks that say it's not regulated, I'm not looking for it right now. I don't want to open up that Pandora's box. Okay. Now, when it becomes a regulated substance and you bought something that now could be determined as a circular liability, well, then they're sitting on a problem, right? So really understanding what the risk appetite of the user and clearly defining the scope of work is super important. Knowing what the regulatory backdrop within the state is another really important factor, especially if you're looking at properties in Maine, if you're looking, in Michigan, in North Carolina, places where there's been lots of case law and litigation, where there's been, a really strong regulatory program ramp up. You really need to understand what that backdrop looks like, okay? And that might help paint a picture of whether you need to be looking for PFAS liabilities with a property. Obviously, if there's been either a known or suspected use of PFAS or release of PFAS on a property, that's going to dictate whether you should make that decision of whether we want to dive into it. I think this is another important category of existing and delisted Superfund sites. I think that to a regulator, that's low-hanging fruit. EPA's already ramped up the process of adding sampling of PFAS to these Superfund sites, where they just to search around and look for to understand, okay, along with my hexavalent chrome contamination, is there PFAS here too? Okay, and so reopening up Superfund sites, I think, is going to be a real thing. Okay. Finally, the Biden administration has made a very strong push on environmental justice, whether it's just in a kind of the thrust of their strategic of EPA altogether, but it's also embedded within the strategic roadmap. Okay, so what EPA has done has spent a lot of resources, and I would say that the database that they have, the product they put out is a good one as far as them mapping out environmental justice areas. Now that's still an ever-changing, it's still changing and being updated. But if I were a consultant, I would want to at least know if there's an environmental justice area, because that's going to be in the crosshairs, especially once the circle of designation comes down. They're going to be looking at those areas first. Okay, and if I buy a piece of property in that area, I just want to know that, right? That's going to help provide just another nugget of information to help you make a decision. It goes without saying, if you work within our world of environmental management, you need to track the rules. But I would say never have I, maybe besides like walks of the US, have I seen just the onslaught of articles and journals and things that I have to track to understand what's going on at the federal level, what's going on at the state level, okay? So that's a huge thrust, and as I've mentioned previously, the federal roadmap, they're lagging about 6 months behind. At a state level, not just looking at the regs, looking at legislation that's going through their Congress and understanding what sort of things are being passed. New Hampshire's an example where they've actually passed a disclosure requirement of a seller to a buyer if there's PFAS contamination in water, okay? And then we have this situation where we have all of this hodgepodge patchwork of state regulatory standards. Shandy mentioned it, but it just creates such a complexity of how we need to navigate within one state versus another state. And now you look at from the standpoint of the federal MCL that's been published of 4 parts per trillion. Now all these states are going to have to go back. We thought they were going to be getting ahead of the game. They're going to have to go back and change all their standards. Okay, so that is yet another thing that is going to continue to change. All right, last thing, things to consider. The consultant should consider putting together what I call kind of a systematic process, whether it's a checklist to really go down through and prove to me, the requester of the phase 1, that you've done your homework as far as, have you looked at what businesses have been? Have you searched the databases? Have you looked at the chemical inventory sheet? Okay, so put together a systematic program today. All right, when performing the phase 1, are there any red flags that pop out? Okay, so maybe it's not scoped out early that we're going to be looking for PFAS type of liabilities, but you're doing your site walk and you identify, in this case, like a class 2 fire suppression system, and that building's been around for 20 or 30 years. The odds are pretty high that you're going to have PFAS foam in that system. Now what do we do? Okay, if I were the consultant, I'd hit the pause button, get on the phone, and start having conversations with whoever's asking for the phase 1. What do we do now? Okay, do we need to alter our scope? Do you want us to further expand what we are looking at here? Okay, let's chase the rabbit. What if EPA only designates PFAS and PFOA as hazardous substances? Just think about how complex this is going to get for the 11,998 plus different compounds. It is going to be a mess. Okay, and how do we handle that? I don't know. I don't know how we handle that. This concept here, I think, is something, it's a point that can be talked about, not just within the context of PFAS, it can be talked about with anything, but I think it's super important that not only the consultant, but the asker of a phase 1 understands, okay, what we put into that report, our findings, if it goes to a court of law, you need to be asking yourself, does it preserve our all appropriate inquiry? So let's play out a scenario with PFAS, where there's no smoking gun, there's no red flag, but there are some telltale signs. Kind of live in a gray area, maybe there was some PFAS here, okay? How you structure the language of what you look for, how you look for it, how are you going to manage that risk? That can get super dicey, because what you are doing when you enshrine that into your report And then someday later, 10 years later, they punch a hole in the ground and they find the mother lode of PFAS there. Well, that document's going to get pulled out. And if it's gray language around, there could have been there, who knows? Well, it just creates a real firestorm of what ifs. All right, finally, I didn't mention it earlier when we were talking about just the elements and components of a phase one, but there's this concept of de minimis. De minimis meaning it's such a low risk of a concentration that we can look past it and not deem it a recognized environmental condition. Well, I contend now that goes away. That concept goes away with PFAS. It's ubiquitous, it's widespread, it's in the rain, it's in our blood, it's everywhere. So I think the de minimis concept, and at least in terms of PFAS, it's null too. Okay. So with that, that is the end of my presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
So we are saving questions for
Okay.
the end.
All right.
We're a little bit
No
over
problem.
time.
All right. Thank you.
I hope okay, well, Laura is getting the slides up. I'll go ahead to introduce.
You might suggest something because the gator is here. We would like to set up and exchange the snacks. Do you think we can take a break? And then I can start my presentation.
After the break?
Yeah, after the break. Would that make sense? Because we
Okay.
have time at the end.
All right.
The workshop.
Okay, then let's get some break and come back. 10 minutes break. Okay.
Yes.
So.
So the base.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Welcome back, everybody. So our next speaker is a special one, Andrew Collins, because Andrew and I have worked together to put all this together, and with the other tri-hydro team, Amy and Lauren. I want us to give them a round of applause. They're super amazing partners, and I'm happy to work with them on this. Andrew is a board certified regulatory toxicologist in Tulsa. He specializes in developing and implementing risk-based strategies for contaminated site assessment and closure. Andrew also keeps tabs on environmental regulations impacting industry, including rulemaking activities for contaminants of emerging concerns such as PFAS. Outside work, he enjoys sailing, reading obscure scientific books, and fixing vintage machinery. Oh, welcome, Andrew.
Thank you so much, and we do enjoy the collaborative environment we have with RSU extension. And also I'd like to extend, as being one of the, I guess, committee chair for the technical content, thank you so much, all the presenters, for being here, delivering content, and being part of the workshop. And also I'd like to extend a big thank you to the participants. It's a serious time commitment for you all to be here, and those folks online as well. So thank you so much for calling in, listening in, posing questions, and hopefully the time is well spent. And I believe there were some inquiries. Yes, the slides will be provided. And I believe this is being recorded in case you missed part of it and you want to look at it again. So again, big thank you. And what I'm going to do next, I'm going to step away from the podium, but I think I like Damon's model that to be engaged with the audience. So unfortunately, folks online would not be able to see me, but the content is actually there on the on the screen for you. So you can look at that. So I'm going to change things up tremendously. I think you were bombarded with all very good information about the rules and regulations, some of the challenges, the molecular chemistry, interpretation, practical aspects, referee, and I think it's sort of mentioned. Don was looking at the very complex legal issues. So there's no doubt that the PFAS world is full of rabbit holes. And I don't think that there's a single individual who truly understands holistically the PFAS world. It's just impossible. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you a small snippet from a perspective of our toxicology. Specifically, why some of the regulations are taking shape. And even more specifically, what is the scientific basis behind some of these numbers? And there's some interesting findings because beyond the sound bites, and we already mentioned carcinogenicity, impacts on the immune system, thyroid, I mean, we can go on with these sound bites, but I think for you to understand the regulations and maybe how to comply with regulations, I feel that it's worthwhile to understand the basics. Beyond the regulatory understanding compliance, also as a private individual, as you are eating, drinking, touching PFAS every day, I think it's always worthwhile to understand what is my personal risk. So I can help you to understand. If you do see PFAS in your products, should I be personally concerned, or my kids, or my family? So I can help you with that. See if I can add that. And by the way, I'll try to take us back to be back on the schedule. Working or not.
Andrew, quick process check. People online hear you when you step away from the mic on the.
I think I asked Amy for that. And Amy, if you can text Lauren about it. Okay. So here's the overview. So this is what exactly I was talking about in terms of objectives. So I'll move on from there. Key message from this slide. There's a lot of information, but the one message for you to remember, and I'll speak slowly, PFAS are not new. And Dr. Reed mentioned that this goes way back, to 70 years plus. Again, remember, even though PFAS are contaminants of emerging regulatory concern, PFAS are not new. They have been in the environment for a long time. Second message. And I call these different stages of PFAS awareness. So the first stage was the inception and proliferation in the environment. And there was a long period up to 2000s that nothing really, from a regulatory perspective, was done. Then during the stage two, starting about 2000 with voluntary phase outs of the long chain PFAS, the sulfonate S, through 2021, that was the stage two. And some of folks refer to this as the part of the PFAS action plan. So that's the second thing. So think about it. It was a long pause, and now suddenly, for the past about 2 decades, we have an absence of the activities. Then there's stage three. This is what we're in right now. And as you can see, based on the back and forth the slides, just looking at the line items, you can see a slight difference. And the stage three is now the roadmap and what I call it the multimedia regulatory actions. And the intent is for you not to read every single bullet, for you to just to grasp how extensive the regulatory activities and actions are there. And this is just federal government. This is not state. This is not
globally. This is just EPA. So there isn't a single aspect of anything that the environmental rules and regulations touch that PFAS is not included in. And some of the things are highlighted because these are the water issues that I'll be talking about. Another quick snapshot is where are we now in terms of state regulations for any kind. This is essentially rules, guidelines, anything that would state mention. And you can see the coverage. If you were to produce this map just a couple of years ago, the number of those blue shadings would be significantly lower. So it is coming up. And there's specific reasons why some of the states do not engage in PFAS activities. They either preclude it, or they don't have the resources most commonly, or they, like Oklahoma, I think our own DQ director indicated that we're just going to see what EPA does, as not to cause any actions that may be premature. So I think that's a conservative approach. So here's where we're going a little bit into the realm of what are the risk-based standards right now. So these are the water concentration limits. And you've seen the tables for PFAS compounds. But the idea here is to have a limit, right line. We'll talk about the whole mixture, hazard index, hazard quotient approach next. That below which it's safe. Essentially, there's a threshold effect. It's just safety in the number below that threshold. And then by analogy, if we do exceed that bright line, then some type of compliance or actions to be taken. That's fine. We'll talk about the various concepts in toxicology in terms of dose response, again, as they relate to regulations. We'll talk about that. And then because a lot of our data are based on either laboratory animals or some type of non-human biological systems, or even in vitro, then we have to have some type of safety factors. So there's a lot of conservatives built into those numbers. And then lastly, and I'll talk about it, it's also very important that we need to select the appropriate endpoints, and those endpoints have to be appropriately robust for us to regulate entities based on those endpoints. Very important. Okay, so this is this is your basic toxicology course slide here, but just think about the whole concept of toxicology. And if you haven't heard this before, maybe you can remember today, dose makes the poison. Just remember that, dose makes the poison. Very simple concept. And then in environmental aspect, so there's no exposure, there's no risk, right? So we deal with this all the time. That's why we test environmental media to assess the exposure. And then based on the numbers we get from Danny, then we can determine if there's a risk or not. However, these three inserts are very, very important. Remember those three flavors of dose response relationships. On the left-hand side, this is the concept of linear non-threshold concept. So essentially, there's always some type of response with increased dose. There's always something like that. And I explained the importance of that in terms of the MCLs. Second one, this is the Paracelsus concept, the threshold. So you're exposed, nothing, 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 and at some point you're overwhelmed, and now you have adverse endpoint. So that's the threshold. And lastly, hormesis. I love hormesis. Does anybody can give me an example of hormesis where as the dose increases, the benefit of the exposure also increases? Nutrients. If you don't have chromium, you don't have copper in your body, in your diet, you don't do so well. So that's a really interesting concept. So I don't think there's some of the contaminants actually who do make you feel better, a little, but I don't know, get into that. But then eventually, if you have too much chromium, too much copper in your diet, and so on and so on, then that becomes problematic. But hormesis is pretty cool. All right, so keep that in mind. Another important concept also, in terms of how regulations are developed, is that it's not a simple system where you get exposed and now you're sick. No, not so easy. There's actually a series of steps between the exposure to contact and then the pathological outcome that have to take place, almost like a Swiss cheese alignment in the health and safety to have a significant event. Same here. Our bodies can really deal with depuration, detoxification, break down the products before those type of exposures are allowed to cause harm. And this is important because the area of tolerances, this is where some of the regulations actually take place. Rarely regulations but occurring here. They're occurring here. And now we're seeing the trend where the regulatory agencies are pushing closer to closer. And there's something I showed you with PFAS and PFOA, decline in carcinogens. What's the NCLG? 0. So there is no permissible amount of exposure for PFAS and PFOA according to the draft MCLs. And then real quickly, this is quick revenue. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but another top message is that there's the candidate toxicological endpoints, and these are what was listed previously by Dr. K in terms of what we know about the endpoints. But I think since we are in the business of protecting human beings, those strictly toxical endpoints have to parlay into epidemiological effect in humans. Lest we're going to go back to that zone of tolerance within our bodies, and then they may or may not be relevant to what we're doing, and we are impacting tremendous number of regulatory community members if we don't get it just right, just like a Goldilocks approach. Here's another concept, mode of action, very important. If you read the Federal Register document for the draft MCLs, we do talk about mode of action, and I think the consensus is we don't quite know what the true mode of action is. And this is going to be actually helpful in what Dr. K was saying about the assumption of additivity in the hazard index, hazard quotient approach. So that's going to be coming next. Okay. I'm going to move along here. I don't want to lose you. And real quickly, the equation for derivation of the risk-based water standard is fairly simple. The reference dose is the key, the drinking water intake, which is a standard, and the relative source contribution. So how much of the PFAS may be allowed for you to be exposed via water, via other sources. And that's another concept here. So real quickly, here's the table you saw before. The main message here is as follows. Those PFAS limits have evolved over time. They were high, they're a little bit lower, they were real low in 2022, health advisories, and now we seem to be inching back up a little. So there's that pendulum effect. And as I mentioned before, EPA is stating for PFOS and PFOA, there is no safe amount that we can be exposed to. And it's a 0. It's not a numerical, it's a 0 word. And then the whole concept of hazard index, I'll explain. So moving along to a very important slide. So I already mentioned in EPA's declaration that there is no safe level of PFOS and PFOS. And read the words. Someone asked, is it a carcinogen? Well, there's nuances how we define carcinogens. So in the language that EPA is using, PFOA, there's no safe of this likely, and I repeat the keyword likely, human carcinogens. And this is based on human kidney county observations in highly exposed PFAS manufacturing workers. Remember those next to poison? So just because someone's responding to PFAS doesn't mean that there's always a response to PFAS. In this case, the data on humans was based on unusually high exposure levels of human beings that is not representative of the general population. Keep that in mind. Yet the regulations will apply to the entire population. So there's a disconnect where what we're measuring and what we're regulating. And then for PFAS, and this is extremely troubling, and we have commented on it on one of our coalitions we belong to, is that PFAS, EPA is declaring as carcinogen. However, there's no strong evidence to support that, and worse yet, it's only available on rats and only highly exposed rats. So environmentally irrelevant exposures. So this is very important. Okay, I think Dr. K also showed this, the whole concept of how the community is supposed to use the hazard index. So hazard index, keep in mind, is simple addition of hazard quotients. So the quotients for each of the 4 non-carcinogenic PFAS compounds, a simple fraction, you take your water concentration over risk-based toxicity reference concentration for each, and you sum them up and determine whether the summation HI is less or greater than 1. The problem is, in classical risk assessment and toxicology, for you to be able to use this metric, you have to ensure that all these 4 contaminants have systematic effects, and they fit the dose additivity model. And, okay, and they should have the same mode of action. So I don't think in EPA's supporting documents that requirement was clear. So I think what EPA is saying that for time being, we will assume additivity. Okay? But that's still to be worked out in the draft. So moving along to the some of the basis for the each PFAS's toxicity basis. A little bit of apples and oranges here. One thing is EPA is saying that, oh, we can all have the map for effects. But the problem is, as Dr. mentioned, and Audra showing you the tree of PFAS, they're all different. For example, even here in the 4 compounds, we have a long chain, short chain, and a short chain. By virtue of that alone, as a toxicologist assessor, they're not good candidates for additivity. They're not the same. Okay, they're not necessarily the same. So that is problematic. Another problem that we as toxicologists have, in order to be representative of facts of human beings, we need epidemiological study effects. Rats and mice are suitable test subjects, but for anyone to impose regulations on community just based on that, it's troublesome. So each and every one of these compounds that's listed here, it's based on laboratory animals, not actual observations human beings. And then also note the great magnitude of safety factors. So again, there's a lot of uncertainty there. And this is not a snapshot. To the point I'm making, how many of the existing regulations, and some of the states are listed, for each of these candidate endpoints, how much data we have on human studies versus animal studies. And you can see with a quick look with your eye, most of brown, animal studies. What it tells me as a toxicologist, we still have a little bit of ways to go in understanding toxicity of PFAS with human beings. Therefore, regulations are still a little bit early on that. And then this is an interesting and important also pie chart is that while we're regulating heavily the tap water, drinking water, in fact, most of our exposure as human beings to other sources, including that. I don't think there's any regulations on the street right now that look at levels of PFAS in corn oil or butter. Not the way it is for tap water. So you can see there's a little disconnect and a little attention. And then I'm not going to spend too much time, but there's really implications of the MCLs on the promulgated. And essentially, this is going to be quite expensive and quite problematic in terms of implementation on the user end. And I think Dawn, we had a little discussion with Dawn Shandy about the balancing between the state and federal regulations. So if there's already state regulations out there and they're written into the state rules, now EPA is going to have a different number that doesn't jive or that's more protected. They're going to have to come out and have it par or more protected than that. So here's the top 3 takeaways. How are we doing on time? We're okay? No, we're not okay?
No.
I didn't get us back on track.
No.
Sorry about that. I think 10 minutes. I gave you 10 minutes back.
Okay.
So monitor. I think many of the authors that we're presenting today, be aware of what's going on because it's a express train on that one. Things change constantly. In fact, there's still docket available until the end of this month on the proposed MCLs. So if you have a chance to look at the docket, look at the comments and contribute, that's really a good way for EPA to get maybe realign more with the scientific understanding of PFAS. But also other outputs mentioned, the circle designation that's coming, biosolids risk assessments, analytical methods. There's a lot of moving pieces to keep a track of. And then in the end, I think there's going to be more regulations at this time for additional number of PFAS compounds. So stay tuned. With this, I'd like to thank you for your attention and Imad.
So we're gonna keep questions.
Yeah, I was going to confirm that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So our next speaker is Mr. Richard Lynch. Hopefully I call your last name right.
Yeah, Lynch. That's all right.
Okay, good. Richard is a research and development chemist for Weaver Labs, graduating from Oklahoma State University, go Bucks, with a BS in chemical engineering in 2021. After undergraduate research in photocatalytic defluorination reaction, Richard joined Weaver Labs following graduation. Richard has contributed to the synthesis and testing of a number of materials for PFAS remediation and detection with Weaver Labs, including fluoromop and absorbent materials designed for selective capture of PFAS from contaminated sources.
Thank you kindly. Okay, so we'll change a little bit there. All right, I will try to keep the pace up because I know that we're behind on time. This is going to be the Big Short, Consequences and Solutions for Short Chain PFAS. I'm going to be going over the implementation of short chain PFAS with you all, because I know that you've noticed, especially from, say, Dr. Eads' presentation, that the concentration of a lot of these products and their compositions have been changing over time, and this is kind of addressing why that is and what we can expect to see from it and the implications in the future. So to go over what we're going to be looking at, we're going to be looking through the history of this stuff a little bit and some of the implications and some efforts to address these problems, including ours at Weaver Labs. Okay, I think I did the wrong one. Okay, there we go. All right, I'll go over this pretty quickly because you all have this impression by now. Also, just to kind of head this off, for those of you who know better, there's a little bit of a typo over there. These are the anionic forms. There should be charges here. Sorry about that. So PFAS in general are, yeah.
Totally.
Everybody knows this last name. Yeah, so the PFAS in general, they're ubiquitous, they're useful, they're persistent. We have an idea of some of the places that these products are used already. I'm not going to go over it in too much detail with you guys, but there's fireproofing and sealing, say metal treatment that came up for a bit, oil and gas applications. It's very useful for drawing extra stuff out of wells and whatnot. Polymer production, nobody had mentioned that one, but the emulsifying properties are very useful for making polymers of certain sizes. And as for differences that you can expect to see between long chain and short chain stuff, chain length, obviously, but these phrases legacy and emerging are also here because the total length isn't always necessarily an indicator of which ones are older and which ones are newer. You also have deliberate branching structures, although some of the legacy ones are also branched just incidentally from the production, and also certain functional groups. For instance, Gen X had come up before. There's this ether portion here that isn't common in a lot of the other ones, especially in legacy cases. So as far as the history, we can talk about the status quo. Just a second, in Andrew's presentation, he mentioned that stuff hadn't really changed up until about the year 2000. So from about the late 30s, early 40s to the 2000s, majority of PFAS in use production were legacy PFAS. And by legacy, we're mostly referring to long chain, PFAS and PFOA especially. They were used in a lot of stuff and for a lot of good reason. Mostly made by companies like 3M, DuPont. There's also BASF and Moore's spinoff. They made a lot of PFASs as well. And as an example, Scotchard. And the formulation of this has actually changed over time, which is an interesting note. It used to be legacy PFASs. Now it's based on PFAS, or a derivative PFAS, I guess I should say. At the time, these compounds weren't really required to be tested for environmental and toxicological impacts. Wasn't as much of a thing at the time, before production anyway. So they were used very liberally. And of course they were used liberally. They were very useful and profitable and pretty easy to produce. So early on, there were some causes for concern that showed up mostly from internal toxicological reports at these companies, like say 3M, for example. And they were noticing accumulations of PFAS in the environment, like say bodies of water and also in animals, which isn't necessarily alarming, but it had at least showed up at multiple points over the course of decades. So by the year 1999 or the year 2000, the EPA had been approached with some of this information. And they used their abilities under the Toxic Substances Control Act to establish regulations. That was that thing that had happened in 2002. So this document right here is called a SNR, which refers to the significant new use. Thank you. Significant new use requirement. So basically, if you had a significant new use for these projects, you had to let the EPA know first, and they would sign off on that. So these conversations started taking place around the early 2000s. And because of these conversations and the data that these companies were starting to amass internally, they started to abandon these legacy PFAS. Around the year 2000, most of these companies were starting to participate in voluntary phase outs because they could kind of see the writing on the wall as far as what the EPA was intending to do with this information that was starting to become available to them. And many of these producers would go on to participate in stewardship programs, like the one that started in 2006, for instance. There were 8 companies that were part of that, including 3M and DuPont, and also BASF and violators, of course. So the problem that this posed, we're phasing out legacy PFAS now. That's the choice that we decided to make, but there's a little bit of a business problem that's posed with that. We really want to be able to continue offering these services for these products and for these process streams that are useful in bearing PFAS. So now we need a product that can fill that niche while also not making the EPA mad. So it should probably be a surfactant, should probably be hydrophobic, emulsifying, and persistent, because those are properties that we like to see. But it can't be PFAS or PFOA. We just phase those out. It can't be bioaccumulating, because that was the first problem that we noticed. Shouldn't be a hazard, which at this point, they didn't really have an idea of what the toxicity looked like outside of tests that have been done on animals at extremely high concentrations. And if you inject a rat with a gram of anything, stuff is probably going to be strange. And it would also be good if they weren't persistent, because that was part of the problem initially, right? It was accumulating in the environment. So you'll notice that the persistency is kind of a bit of a double-edged sword. Like, you don't want it to fall apart, but it would also be good if it didn't just stay around forever. So it's complicated. The solution that was settled on was maybe a little bit too simple, but it was effective. For the most part, you can just make them shorter. Because they're shorter, they should be more mobile in water and less likely to attach to substances like, say, protein, especially, that's soils, accumulating in life and other elements in the environment. And due to being mostly identical, they shared most of the properties. So you could more or less just hot swap them into the same situations that you had them in before. For instance, in Scotchgard, in that production, they just took the PFAS and replaced it with the FBS. It's about half the length and still works okay. And the result was that the legacy PFAS were phased out with this next generation of short chain alternatives. So with the adoption of these short chain PFAS, a large variety of them were introduced to the market and subsequently the environment. And part of the issue with that was the fact that there was now this hole that was provided for this niche. And a lot of these companies, which were now producing PFAS, had an opportunity to establish IP and to offer new things to the market. For instance, earlier, the whole idea of trade secrets have come up and things along those lines. This is part of that issue. And because of that, a lot of these details aren't necessarily made to the public. And this exacerbated the difficulty of collecting data and doing research on all these new PFAS. One, because they were new. There just wasn't as much time available to do these things. And two, because a lot of them weren't made publicly known until after they'd been in existence for a while. A lot of the research that was going on at the time was internal, and is. So now we have new problems that are associated with short chain PFAS. Sadly, the resolutions that were offered for the business problems didn't actually translate to the public and environmental problems. Yeah, they could still have their products, have their cake and eat it too, as it were, but the assumed benefits of making them shorter didn't actually pan out as well as they expected. And as the body of research started to catch up, we've come to a general consensus that they're still widely distributed in the environment. They're still found at various concentrations in wildlife, found at various concentrations in people, found to be similarly toxic in animal testing, and we'll make some more notes on that. Andrew had already brought up some of the details of that, and found to be associated with health risks in humans at least, certainly at sufficiently high concentrations. So all this is to say, the problems that were associated with legacy PFAS had not actually been solved by the new generation, unfortunately. And then we get to the issue of the PFAS boom. So earlier I mentioned that there was a hole and there was an IP opportunity, and now a lot of these PFAS producers were producing a lot more PFAS because it wasn't just primarily PFAS and PFOA anymore. There was an opportunity to introduce new things into the market and get them into certain spaces. And because of that, we have a much greater amount of things showing up at a much shorter time than we had for PFAS and PFOA. Remember, PFAS in general have been around for a long time, and we really didn't start getting a whole lot of public research on this stuff until the years 2000. You know, it took 60 years to even start catching up to that, and now we've had 20. Decades after the phase out, it already started. So we haven't had very much time to track things like proliferation through the environment and long-term effects on health of environmental animals, say fish, wildlife, air quality, water quality, and the effects that that's had long-term, or say long-term exposure to people. This number is actually a little bit outdated, but that just goes to show, one, how changes in what we're defining as PFAS can kind of change things. But more than quote unquote 3,000 PFAS are on the market for deliberate usage of these. And there are many others which are not known or understood. And by that, I mean that a lot of these compounds don't actually have CAS numbers. So they're not well databased, which is a huge issue. That also kind of goes into the whole difficult to track as far as things on MSDSs. You have the ability to withhold certain information for various business exclusions. And this has left a huge gap in the research body, which is a bit of a problem. But before we assume that there's a problem, you know, before we're asking how to solve a problem, a better question is there a problem first, right? So there may be all these short chain PFAS floating around, but maybe they are indeed better than PFOS and PFOA. If we're assuming that those are bad, how do we know? It's only been 20-some years. So while a lot of the research that has been done is suggesting that all of the PFAS do have some adverse health effects for discerning individuals, you know, you, I, we might be under the impression that the toxicological data to suggest this isn't quite good enough yet. And if you're of that opinion, I would posit to you that there's actually a more fundamental problem at a systemic level, specifically because PFAS are so persistent. And this is a problem that's actually been exacerbated by short chain PFAS specifically. And if we don't have a major intervention, it will become a problem if you believe that it isn't already. So before we get into that, I'm going to have a little bit of a primer. You're going to learn some engineering principles today. So you get to walk away with something that you can use in your daily life. Those of you who think about the kinds of things that I think about probably get all of this already. But we're going to learn about network analysis. So before we go on, we have this idea of a system. So a system is a volume, as in space, under consideration, and it can contain a quantity, like a thing. You know, you could think like apples, bananas, water, whatever. And it can produce, as in bring into existence, or destroy, and or exchange that quantity with its surroundings. And another note, a system can be broken into subsystems, which are themselves systems, and you can do the same thing in reverse. So I can take this system, draw an extra boundary in the middle, and say, okay, now I have two systems actually. Or I can take two systems, eliminate this boundary in between them, and say, okay, I have one system actually. That's a legal move. And we also have balances. To make this easy, you can summarize a balance with this little phrase right here. Some of you have seen this, or seen it in another form at least. IOGA, which is short for in minus out plus generation equals accumulation. So in would just be a quantity entering a system. Out would be a quantity leaving a system. Generation is a quantity that is created, as in brought into existence, or destroyed, as in brought out of existence inside of the system. And accumulation is the quantity present in that system, or accumulating in that system, in the case of flow. So here we'll have a figure. You can imagine this arrow is being in, this arrow is being out, the whole box is being the system. A source or a sink, which I'll use a circle for, and I'll just mark it as being a source or sink. This is a place where something is being created or destroyed, and then accumulation, which just represents what's inside of the box. So for a simple example, we could take my body as a system. And if the quantity under consideration is PFAS, we can imagine that in would be the PFAS that I consume, say through food or drink. We can imagine out as being the PFAS that I excrete through the typical methods. You know, you can imagine a source or a sink as being PFAS generated or destroyed in my body. PFAS certainly isn't made inside of my body, and as we know, it generally isn't destroyed inside of my body. So in that case, it'd be 0. And then accumulation would be the amount of PFAS that is, say, attaching to my organ systems or whatever, and not leaving my body with the excretion. But if the amount that's going in and the amount that's coming out is the same, then the amount that's inside of me is fixed. And that's an important principle. So now that we know what a system is and what a balance is, we can talk about nodes and networks. Luckily, they're basically different words for the stuff that we've already been talking about. A network is a system which has a set of interconnected systems, and a node is just a subsystem in a network. It is the interconnected subsystem mentioned in the definition of network. So here's an example network, as you can see, that would be this whole right here. And we have 4 nodes. We'll call it N1 for node 1, N2 for node 2, N3 for node 3, and N4 for node 4. Now you can see these arrows here, and imagine that those are flows of something of consideration. Let's just take water for this example. So maybe you have a state or something like that. You can imagine as being here in N2. Water will flow out into N3, then it may flow out of N3 into N1 or N4, and then it can flow out of N4 back into N3. And with these arrows, we can get kind of an impression of certain characteristics of the system. For instance, if water ends up in N1, it doesn't leave. And if water is in N2, it has to go to N3. Now, you may be asking yourself, well, how do I know how much is moving along those arrows? That's the hard part. If this is systems analysis 1001, figuring out what exactly these arrows are is every other number in systems analysis. Those are the parts we got to go to school for. But this will be good enough for looking at the problem as I'm going to present it to you today. So the PFAS problem as a network. If we consider a network for PFAS, the nodes that we're concerned with would be the producers, the industrial producers of PFAS, which act as a source. So remember that generation term that I was talking about before. These are bringing PFAS into existence, where once there wasn't, now there is. Products. Products or services, you know, they can be in services, process flow or whatever, stationary food, which incorporate PFAS. And then we have the environment. This one's very abstract. We've been talking a lot of things that contribute to more granular impressions of like what these things mean, like say in a water treatment process or whatever. But in general, we're going to talk about the environment as being living and non-living things people interact with or use as a resource. So think air, soil, water, plants, animals, basically anywhere that isn't any of these 3 places for right now. So I'll get into something else in just a second. And then of course people, us, like say in our blood serum or in our tissues, which is a place that we don't want. In general, we don't want it in the environment and we don't want it in us. But we do want it here, it's useful here, and we need to have it here because this is where it shows up. So if we can imagine the PFAS problem as a network, we can see that we have producers, which act as a source, and then the PFAS that's produced goes to products, or it goes to the environment, say via waste streams. PFAS from products, either from slowing off, for instance, you know, if you have cookware and you're not being terribly judicious, might kind of scrape off in this say food waste or whatever, ends up in the environment. And then with the environment, it ends up in us, say through food or drink. And then from us, it can end up back in the environment through excretion. Now, if you're being very careful, you'll notice something very important. This oval right here, because remember, we can take 2 subsystems and call them one system. This system of the places where we don't want them to be only has arrows going in. So even without all the engineering 1002, the XXXXX, we can notice that the accumulation here can only ever be positive. And there will always be more as long as there is a source. This is a problem. So there's a source, but because PFAS are so persistent, there's no sinks. So the total network accumulation is always positive. And because it's incorporated into products or lost as waste, it will always end up in either the environment or people. This is bad. So the solutions would be either you make a sink, which is to say you have a means for destruction, or you create a new node as an outlet for PFAS in the environment or people. And we'll call this new node contained, which represents PFAS that's isolated in some way. If you think about the example of trash in your home, you produce trash and it's in your home, that's unavoidable, but you're okay with the trash being around as long as it's in the trash can. So you can think of containment as being the trash can, somewhere to put it that you're okay with it being. Now, if we add that to the network, then we have something that looks like this. We have producers as before and PFAS going into products or into the environment as waste, but we also have PFAS going straight to containment. Think of waste stream treatment, right? And with respect to the environment, we, as before, have PFAS going into people and going from people back into the environment. But critically, we now have a stream from the environment to contain it, which means that we no longer have the problem of only in-air goes here. Now we have an out-air. This is important. And as a matter of fact, this is actually the way that things already are. We do have PFAS that are containerized from the environment with methods like absorption, primarily, think of GAC and ion exchange, or reverse osmosis, and similar technologies, ultrafiltration, for instance, basically membrane-dependent methods. And PFAS sinks actually do exist, but right now they're pretty limited, either in scale or applicability, or just effectiveness. And until we get to a point where destruction technologies are good enough to be PFAS neutral on the whole, we're going to need better containers. Because the better containers are, the more you can draw away from the environment and people, ideally with fewer resources, if at all possible. But eventually, some combination of these three solutions will need to be reached in order to mitigate the accumulation problem. We either need to improve destruction technologies to reach PFAS neutrality, improve PFAS recycling to eliminate the need for sources, at which point no sources, no sinks, it's fixed inside the system, or we need to find an alternative for PFAS use altogether, find something else to fill the niche that doesn't have the same problems as PFAS. So the sink solution, we have the same general layout as before, but now we've added a sink to containment. So once we get PFAS into containment, we have a way to destroy it. And as long as this source is the same as this sink, this whole environment is PFAS neutral. There's more PFAS being made, and there's some PFAS that's going away, but the amount of PFAS is constantly increasing in the world. Or we have a recycle solution. We take away the source. Now we have no sources and we have no sinks. So again, the whole world is PFAS neutral. But critically, if we have some way to take PFAS that goes into containment, out of containment, and get it back to the producers, then we can still use PFAS, just as before. And we don't even need to make it anymore. Or the amount that we need to make could be suitably small, let's say. We can make a lot of this. Again, it's a combination of these ideas. Or the solution where we just develop an alternative. We don't even need producers anymore. We're not using it. So now we just have the products that already have PFAS in them, which will probably continue to be used because, why not? They're good. Get the job done. Going to the environment, people, they'll just swap back and forth between here until eventually they're all contained, or most of them are contained, would be the idea. So short chain PFAS actually pose a problem for all of these solutions. Because of their increased solubility and their decreased bioaccumulation, which is the exact reason that they were opted for in the first place, they're actually more difficult to containerize. It's harder to get in soil, or it's harder to get in the body. Generally speaking, it's harder to get in pretty much anything else, like water. And a lot of the currently promising destruction technologies are actually limited in their ability to mineralize short chain PFAS. Not all, but a lot of them will go through a process where the chain length is decreased one step by one step by one step. And many of them will stop or slow down severely once it gets to about 4 to 2. And because of that, they stop at 4 to 2. Now you've taken a long chain and made a short chain. And the effect of short chain PFAS, again, because they're more difficult to containerize, you can imagine it as putting a resistor here, right? And you can think of that as being an electrical resistor, if you're familiar, or a clog of hair in the drain. Same concept. So you have a flow reduction here. And because of that flow reduction, you actually have an increased accumulation down here. That's bad. So we have need for better containment. And as we, as society, industry, government, whatever, work towards more sustainable solutions for use or disuse and cleanup, the containment strategies are going to become more and more important. Any destruction-based approach is going to require PFAS to be sequestered from the environment and probably concentrated. Not necessarily, but most of these technologies kind of depend on having a suitably high concentration in order to function. Any recycle-based approach is going to require PFAS to be sequestered from the environment into the container and also sequestered from the container back to the producers in some type of way. Ideally, the material would be regenerable. And even if we stop using PFAS, we do have a requirement to remove it from the environment if, you know, we want to mitigate any of the effects that we've already come to experience, if we've come to experience it. So this containment is the ultimate limit to the effectiveness of all of these solutions, for reasons that I hope are clear. So as far as Weaver Labs' contribution, we made fluorine. And while currently existing containment technologies can be used, as said before, GAC and IX are used both in analytical contexts as well as in cleanup contexts. They have a number of deficiencies. For adsorbents like GAC and IX, mainly, they're non-specific. GAC and IX are great, but they're also used to protect, to address a large number of VOCs, dyes, various other compounds that are found in contaminated water and air. And they tend to bind non-PFAS over PFAS, not strictly. Of course, it's concentration, but it's something to consider. And RO, while effective, they usually require large operating costs because they're pumping through these high pressure delta membranes, and they have small throughputs, or one or the other. And in many cases, they require equipment that isn't available to a lot of, say, smaller municipalities. There's some large infrastructural costs there. And as I believe Dr. Coffey had brought up earlier, there's actually a little bit of a problem with the concentrate. You need something to do ultimately. And a lot of the times that concentration isn't necessarily in a specific compound. So there have been developments in the way of novel sorbents, but most have the bulk of their mass consist of synthetic precursors. So what we've been working on addresses some of these deficiencies. So we're opting for the use case of a typical sorbent, something that has a similar method of action as, say, GAC or IX, which means that it could be more easily incorporated into existing infrastructure, either swapped out with or used in tandem with, say, GAC or IX as a companion. The majority of the mass of these sorbents is silica, which limits, one, the resource costs in terms of synthetic precursors, and two, the literal costs, because silica is relatively cheap and commonly available. And we also, in many of these materials, utilize fluorous-phasing interactions. Generally speaking, fluorinated compounds tend to phase with fluorinated compounds. They have high partitions in those phases. And using those in tandem with, in many cases, either ionic, as in here with this mesosolium structure, which we'll get to in a second, or otherwise polar, as in here, say with this gamete, interactions with water solvated PFAS over the non-fluorinous ions when compared to other sorbents. And in particular, the polar area allows for interaction with water solvated stuff, in spite of the fact that you have these large fluorinated tails, or sometimes large, not always. So during the screening of some of our candidate materials, we noticed that one of our sorbents, FMB8 specifically, was actually doing very, very well with groundwater samples that we collected from Altus Air Force Base. We love them very much. I love our Air Force. Nothing to stop them. Even more interesting, the short chain performance was actually quite high. It's a bit more difficult to see on this figure. I have a better one in a moment. But if you consider FMV8, a lot of these bars are quite high. And just as a clarification, you shouldn't necessarily take this as an indication of the usefulness of GAC or IX in general. They're all already being well used. But at least for the experiments that we were doing on the water that we were treating, the performance of GAC and IX is comparable to some of these with respect to some of those PFAS, but in other cases, not particularly comparable at all. This same data you can see maybe a bit more elucidatedly in this figure right here. So this is a heat map, and just to explain how you can start to read this, you'll notice these PFASs here on the left, and you'll notice these sorbents here at the bottom. And you'll notice that each of these squares has a color. It also has a number in it, let's say these. And just to clarify, all of these are percent removable, as in the amount of PFAS that's sequestered out of the water relative to the amount that was initially measured in that water. you can see that the rows are representing the removal of this given PFAS by this given sorbent. And similarly, the columns represent the removal of this specific PFAS by this given sorbent. So you can imagine that light colored columns represent good sorbents and light colored rows represent easy PFAS. Conversely, you can imagine that dark colored columns represent poorly performing sorbents and dark colored rows represent problematic PFAS. Now, if you're familiar with the literature, you would know that the shorter chain PFAS, generally speaking, are more difficult to remove. And we can see this borne out in this data. Notice that PFAS, which is a 4-carbon PFAS, a lot more dark spots on this row compared to PFDA, which is 12, 10 decal, not dodecal. Yeah. 10, thank you. Which is a 10 C PFAS, quite high for many of these, at least compared to say PFAS. So shorter chain PFAS, right? We noticed this property. It seemed to be working pretty well with short chain PFAS. So along those lines, we wanted to test 2 of our candidates with a less conventional next generation PFAS. Remember that one with that ether in it, Gen X. Might have seen it before. This one down here. And we also tested what's called an ultra short chain PFAS, PFPA, that's C3, which is down here. Again, ignore the, I know it's a hard ask, but ignore the typo. So over here, we can see the performance of GAC, IX, FMB8, and FMB12. Now, a very important thing to note about these 2 in particular is that FMB12 is an analog of FMB8 with a non-fluorinated tail. So we can see from this data at least that the fluorination seems to affect the ability to absorb short chain PFAS in particular. Very particularly this ultra short chain moiety right here. But not as much of a difference with Gen X, which is 5 in total, or 6 actually, the carbonate. So thus far, we've shown strong potential as an actionable solution to this. It's performed well in a variety of conditions, particularly highly acidic conditions, pH 2. It's performed well following use by regeneration, and it's performed well for all the PFAS we've used it on. To run through this data pretty quickly, we have its performance, again, all this percent removable, at different pHs at different times. So here we can see at approximately pH 7, untreated water around neutral at 30 minutes versus at 2 hours. And here we can see at pH 2. Now you'll notice pH 2 compared to pH 7, the performance at 30 minutes is quite a bit lower in a couple of categories. But by the time that it gets to 2 hours, it's performing on the order of, which would seem to suggest that acidic conditions slow this absorption, but overall don't reduce the capacity terribly, or at least the equilibrium condition for that concentration. And down here, we can see the data associated with our regeneration of this material. So we use the material once, this is on groundwater, by the way. We use the material once on groundwater that we got from Knox's Air Force Base. Then we wash this material with a series of solvents to regenerate it. We use it again, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. So this material had been used and washed 5 times, and overall the performance hadn't reduced that much, at least with respect to PFOA and PFAS, particularly for PFAS. It dropped by about 15 to 20% for PFAS, but that's not terrible to be able to reuse the material so many times, as well as capture that PFAS into a more usable form, as opposed to having it be on the sorbent forever. So into the future, as we keep working on FluoroMop, we anticipate incorporating it into, say, environmental remediation efforts, municipal water treatment, or even at-home use, like a Brita filter, or if any of you have like a point of entry system outside of your house, water softeners type of deals. For individuals, families, businesses, our current efforts are pointed towards research into FluoroMop's performance in a packed bed absorption system. That would be the kind of thing that you would expect to see if you were using, say, GAC treatment in a water treatment system, either at a municipal level or at a personal level. A pack ban would be the implementation. And also we're working towards furthering research into regeneration strategies. Like we said before, we've been using it for regeneration and we know that we can use it multiple times, but we're trying to make that process as efficient as possible, increasing concentration of the material compared to the influent that originally loaded the sorbent. And maybe to look at it as being a source for an incorporation via that recycling solution that we had mentioned earlier, to limit the need to produce PFAS for those scenarios where PFAS is extremely useful, like say AFFF pumps. I don't think that they're going to go out of style until we can make something better that isn't fluorinated, which might take quite a while. So takeaways, PFAS are persistent, but they're very useful. And even though we got the short chain replacements, they didn't actually make the problem easier to solve, and they probably made it harder to solve. Our current strategies are all dependent on our ability to remove PFAS from the environment and isolate it in some way. If we don't have access to it, we can't do a whole lot with it. And it would be better if they were concentrated. And current solutions are useful. They're great. But the expansion of the PFAS into greater variety and in greater amounts as well makes it very difficult to manage the short chain compounds, and it makes the current solutions less and less attractive as we look at this problem, certainly over time. So the bottom line, we have a responsibility to ourselves to try and clean up our messes, and I say this personally, I'm somebody who works in fluorochemistry, I have for several years, but we need to try and address these problems. In other words, the floor is a mess, so we built them up. Do we have time?
We leave question after our last speaker. We have one more speaker, and then yeah, just leave.
Thanks so much.
Okay. All right. Our next speaker will be online. She's from Clean Harbors. Annie Lou Dewitt is the National Product Line Director for PFAS and Filtration. As the technical and sales lead for the Emerging Contaminants and Water Treatment Program for the Clean Harbors Environmental Service Group, they have found over 35 PFAS water treatment projects in North America. Annie Lou brings her 25 years of experience in the environmental laboratory and remediation field to Clean Harbors to assist clients in interpreting their analytical results to evaluate their options for treatment, utilizing buried medias and pre-treatment equipment to achieve project objectives. Having worked as a GCMS and also most recently as a LCMS chemist for PFAS compounds, she believes in the importance of evaluating the project as a whole, from suggesting the most valuable testing methods at the beginning of the project that helps determine the best treatment streams and media for complex waste streams, to informing clients on their options for final deposition of their spent media. Annie Lou holds a BS in chemistry, geology from Bridgewater State University. Welcome, Annie Lou.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful.
Is that loud enough for you guys in the room?
Yeah.
Okay.
Volume's good? Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you for having me. Yep, I think what's going to happen is that I'm going to tell someone to advance the slide. Again, just glad to be here and listening to the other speakers. Some very interesting developments happening right now. So the floor mop sounds very, very interesting. So I guess we can go to the next slide. Okay, wonderful. So really the main focus of this was going to be a practical guide and information for PFAS treatment and disposal professionals. I did a slide here from an upcoming National Groundwater Association white paper. It's a potable treatment disposal decision tree. Understanding limitations of current analytical tools for PFAS identification, managing unknowns, evaluating PFAS treatment and disposal options, just giving you some tools to look at some criteria for making decisions, considerations for formulating a treatment and disposal narrative, and then I talk a little bit about our approach, which is skid removal, which is separation, concentration, isolation, and then the decision about where it's going to be disposed of, right? And then project considerations from examples from high concentration treatment. Next slide. I thought this would be really helpful, talking about the different qualities that approaches have right now. So talking about carbon being the most widely accepted treatment methodology, and that's really because it has really been used for filtration and purification of water since basically the Roman times, and we have been using it in our drinking water applications for VOCs and many other different contaminants. So in the beginning, and I say the beginning, after UCMR 3 and it became, the forefront of that it's impacting drinking water, 2016 and beyond, probably for the first 3 years, it was mostly carbon applications. Then resin, ion exchange resin became the second most widely accepted option. Personally, I like a carbon resin combination, and I'll get into that a little later. And then RO and reverse osmosis, the membrane technology is absolutely wonderful. It does a superb job on the short chain compounds. The problem is that even the most efficient RO systems have a reject water. And what they are rejecting a lot of times is salts that are in the water as well as other contaminants. So what happens is that you wind up having this more concentrated brine that is not amenable to standard treatment systems. So then you have to worry about, let's say you had a 100 GPM system. If you had a 90% efficiency, you would wind up still having 10 gallons per minute of reject water to contend with. So this is something that you can take a look at and talking about considerations for each option. Next slide. I use this slide a lot, and I really think it brings home to people the limitations of our current analytical method, right? So LCMS by MS, including the 537, the 1633, these are all very targeted analytical methods using LCMS by MS. And that's really like 3 mass specs in a row. So it's sorting, sorting, and sorting. So you're getting down to very, very low concentrations for being able to detect. And that's because you are excluding so many other compounds. So it's not like GC analysis, GCMS analysis, where you'd have PIC reports, right? Tentatively identified compounds. If you just changed one fluorinated, over there on the right is a perfluorinated compound. If you change just one fluorine to change it to a hydrogen, making it a polyfluorinated, it actually would be invisible to the analytical method. So I think that's really I think that's an important concept for people to understand, that we're really only seeing a very, very small subset, right? Again, even the most widely, the largest compound list, we only have about 70 commercially available standards. So that means we can only see about 70 of, throw out the number of how many PFAS compounds that are out there right now. Honestly, we're seeing such a very small subset of compounds. And then you'll even know that the 537 and the 1633, the compound lists are very different. So just something to consider. Next slide. And then and at the same time, what's happening is that reporting limits are going down. So for UCMR 3 in about 2015, it was about 200 parts per trillion. That was an accepted reporting limit. And now we're going to be heading into UCMR 5, and we're talking about single-digit reporting limits for these compounds. So we're going down, and we're seeing much lower, and at the same time, the compound lists are going up. So it's just, you know, how do we contend with all of this happening? That the chemistry is pretty much, the analytical chemistry is getting to the point where we're seeing subpart per trillion, and then the compounds are going up. So it's really just taking these things into consideration and knowing that, you know, if we keep going lower, we're going to be seeing a lot more hits, and without people understanding, you know, ambient concentrations, background contamination, it's just going to make unknowns even more important. So next slide. I do this because I just want people to understand that I have a lot of respect for the PFAS chemistry. And that's because we just know very little about it at this time. You know, and then we talk about all these things about, you know, managing unknowns, upcoming regulations, new analytical tools, and then discovery about PFAS behavior. We know things more. I mean, not even that long ago, people thought that PFAS was not volatile at any time, right? And now we're learning more and more. So, you know, the first one, The Blob, I don't know how many people have actually watched these movies. I grew up watching the Creature double feature. And, you know, the thing that happened is that the first group of scientists, they come in, they're like, all right, we know how to destroy it. And then what they do is they do something to it, and then there's 200 blobs because they didn't fully destroy it, right? So I really try to treat PFAS respectfully, and not think that I know more than is going to be known to us in the future, right? It's still an unknown commodity in many respects. Next slide. So how do we deal with this? So we're waiting for new regulations to come down. Especially, we had that document, the interim guidance on PFAS disposal. And we really didn't get a whole bunch of answers. What we did get was a whole lot of unanswered questions. So how do you establish a PFAS policy in an environment with so many unknowns? You have to think about you know, unestablished federal, state guidelines, potential future liability, market competitiveness, public awareness, and cost. And then someone else had said when they saw this slide recently, make sure you add safety in there as well, because it's really true. We have to be safe. We have to be conscious of what we're doing. With that being said, you have to take all of these things into consideration. And how risk averse do you want to be? Are you looking ahead to make sure that what you're doing is not potentially causing a new problem that we're not recognizing yet? So, you know, you have to think about, if someone tells you that it's not regulated, do you treat it as something potentially that could be? Or do you have a more lax policy because there is no real federal guideline? Yes. So that's, you know, things that people have to figure out what is most important to them in their policy, internally and externally. Next slide. What we did get from the EPA's interim guidance on PFAS disposal was that it was really just an outline for practitioners to use when deciding whether to stockpile material or consider disposal or destruction options. So you're weighing liability against tested technologies, untested technologies, space, all kinds of things. Capacity is huge, because if we decided we're going to landfill everything or we're going to incinerate everything, then we have to realize, are our existing structures able to keep up with the demand of having all this material go to those options, right? Next slide. So the evaluation criteria for evaluating a PFAS treatment or disposal option would be viability. Is it viable? Does it have a proven track record? Is it accepted by regulators and the general public? These things are huge, because what happens, even if you do get something approved, you still have to go through the approval of the public, right? Are they going to feel that this is something that there's not going to be posing any unknown risks in the future? And then levels of permitting and oversight, cost, speed of deployment, results record. Is there another waste generated? And is this scalable? Is this ready for implementation on a full scale? So all of these things can be weighed, and you can compare your options to make and establish your own, guidance and what you're going to do for a policy. So next slide. I'm giving you Clean Harbors treatment and disposal policy as an example. We have decided to be very, very, risk averse and conservative. We will treat PFAS in water. And by doing this, we will use if it doesn't fit the skid model, then we're most likely not going to be considering it, right? And so what is that? We're separating contaminants from large volumes of water. Doing so, we're concentrating these compounds onto a relatively small quantity of media where it is isolated. And then at that point, people can make the decision of what they want to do with that spent media that has concentrated and isolated these contaminants onto it. They can choose to stockpile it. They can choose a number of different options. As Clean Harbors, if we're working on a project or even internally, we send media and soil for incineration. Current exception right now is the DoD moratorium on PFAS incineration from the Defense Authorization Act of 2021. Solidification, or to our closed loop landfills, which are subtitle C, meaning hazardous. And when we say closed loop, it means that the leachate never leaves the custody of Clean Harbors. So there's no third partying of any material, and we assume all liability. The options that we do not do right now is subtitle D landfills, and what that means is non-hazardous landfills, and carbon reactivation. And the main reason for carbon reactivation is because we don't own carbon reactivation facilities. And then other innovative destructive technologies, because all that criteria that we talked about previously, we have not found one that meets that standard of criteria that fits into our own policy at that time. And even deep well injection, we are not considering at this time as well. So this is an example of a company that, what the decisions that they're making and how they use those evaluation tools to create a policy until we get established federal guidelines. So next slide. Again, just to talk about this, we're separating, this is again skid. And one thing that I do want to highlight is the reason why we really follow this is because the objective is that we don't want to transform, right? And we don't want to liberate. So those are two things that with, newer technologies, we really don't have information if we're actually changing these compounds or liberating them. So we feel that this particular method allows us to be very conservative, and we're concentrating it, we're not changing it, we're just absorbing it by ion exchange, a clay or a carbon. So we have relatively concentrated media that we have to make a decision on. So next slide. So examples of project with varied discharge criteria, and I will tell you, and hearing everybody talk about what regulations are and what the states are doing, regardless of that, the people that usually make the decision about where this water is going to be accepted to are either wastewater treatment plants, and even if there are established limitations by a state, they have the final say to be even more restrictive, okay? So what that means is even if there is a set number, whoever is receiving the water will determine what that criteria is. And I will tell you that many of our projects now, it is not a number, it is non-detect. So what does non-detect mean? That's a project objective that you absolutely have to get established, right? So you get all the parties together and you determine, what does non-detect mean? What is the compound list? What is the reporting limit? And for me, the conversation that I have is that, okay, let's look at the laboratory that we're utilizing. Let's look at the compound list. And then, you know, instead of going to sub-part per trillion, we say, what is the reporting limit that you have for your method blank? So if you're running samples and you're running a batch blank, what is the number that you say that your blank is clean? And then that's the number that we try to use, because otherwise, you know, why would I be holding my water to a higher standard than a lab would be using for their method blank for the day? So that's kind of why you have to have these conversations to get this agreed upon, right? The type of projects that we're doing, except for one of the drinking water systems that we have, which is 750 GPM carbon resin application, where the incoming concentrations are low part per trillion. We're dealing with part per billion, part per million concentrations coming in for influent from remediation projects, fixed volume AFFF releases, industrial releases for plating facilities, for fabric finishers. These are the kinds of things that the influent water that we're receiving and having to get down to or below drinking water standards, right? And so this is where we are. We're taking water that's basically industrial or very highly concentrated, and then having to have the same discharge criteria as drinking water. So just something to consider. And I am a big proponent of treating highly concentrated waste streams. And I think that I have a slide in here that will demonstrate why I feel so strongly about that. So next slide. So how do we do this? This is just showing, let's say that we have an industrial application. You have to, because we're waiting so long for our analytical results, sometimes it's 2 weeks to get your analytical results back. You are doing sequential removal, right? And so you're monitoring between the beds so that when you're dealing with high concentrations, you want to change out your beds earlier on in the sequence so you protect your media that's closest to discharge from getting contaminated. And that's how you maintain that non-detect discharge criteria, right? By having good analytical evaluation in between beds and a very good O&M system so that you're evaluating, changing out, making sure that the media that you have chosen is acting the way that you need it to in its sequential reduction. Next slide. Here's the one that, here's the slide that I was just talking about. We have limited resources. We have limited space. You know, we have limited funds. We can't bankrupt every municipality in the United States if we had to have, you know, just keep putting higher concentration to get down to treat very large volumes starting at, you know, very low concentrations. As an example, if you start out with 11 part per million influent and your effluent concentration is, let's say, 5 parts per trillion. Look at your removal efficiency, right? It's incredible. Then you can look at how it changes as you go down. If you are starting out like an average drinking water and you're starting out with 10 parts per trillion, and let's say that 1.5 is your criteria for an exchange, right? You're only at 85% efficiency. We have to be able to get the bulk of this material out early on so that we're not burdening our drinking water or our wastewater treatment facilities. So next slide. What I did was I shown a gathering information for creating a defensible treatment and disposal narrative. This is something, if you're at the stage, I highly recommend people, if they think at some point in time that they may have a PFAS application, I would start considering your narrative, your defensible treatment and disposal narrative early on, because then you can say, oh, okay, I'm looking at this option, and this option. You could write them down and then compare the information that you have about all of this criteria. And then you basically have a written narrative of why you made that decision. And until we get final guidelines, this is something that really helps people determine what they're going to do. Stockpiling, if you don't have that option, we have seen situations where people have stockpiled materials, something happens and they wind up having a release. So, it may not be the answer for everyone. So this is something that as a tool, as a practitioner, this is something to get yourself started. And then once you've got this, take a look at what they're offering, right, in your disposal option. Are you getting a certificate of destruction? Are you getting a certificate of disposal? Is the facility permitted? If it is permitted, does it hazardous permitted? What similar contaminants are there? And what's the level of oversight? Just all of these things that help you create something so that if you're put in a position where you have to make decisions without guidelines, you can explain and show the information that helped you make that decision. So let me see. Is there another slide? I went really fast. I was trying to make up time. Did that work?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay.
Anu.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Cool. So now I think we'll need the speakers here in front probably, and if you have questions for them, you can ask and they can answer all your questions. I can help you guys with chairs in front if you want. Just relax and it's been a long day. Is that all?
Yeah. Nobody wants to say no.
Oh, yeah, you can go and try. I think that's all, right?
There we go.
We're good? Awesome. Amy, do you have any questions from your end?
I have a couple of them. Let's see. This goes back to the beginning of the day. How does CERCLA designation relate to articles? If an article contains a CERCLA chemical, is the article now a hazardous material and handled as a hazardous waste?
Amy.
waste under RCRA. So that's something different.
We're doing the afternoon, you know.
Did you hear that?
I can hear you guys kind of, but it sounds like you're very far away. It's kind of hard to hear you, so I don't know.
Yes.
So if a contaminant is, EPA says that's a circular hazardous substance, that does not make it a hazardous waste under RCRA. And EPA is in their roadmap, they are talking about that, but they have not made any proposals on that so far.
Amy, introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Amy Britton. I'm from the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Annie. Let's see. Another one is THC that breaks down in wastewater sludge are still unstudied. With these rules, would the city or the industries be liable for the long-term effects?
Was that directed to specific person or was it just a general?
I think Don would have been able to answer that, but he's already left for the day.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't know he was gone.
Yes.
So anyone want to take a stab or shall we move on to the next one?
Move on to the next one.
All right. How accurate are parts per trillion measurements? Are there labs that are ready to do this?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, we're running controls down at the reporting limits that are, single digit parts per trillion. So, yeah.
I might also say that the Oklahoma State Environmental Laboratory Division is equipped to do analyses for PFAS and for UCMR5, and we'll be starting that with our alarm system samples and monitoring in after the first of the year. Is that right, Katie? We have our person here from the lab who runs that equipment.
Cool.
Can I actually expand on that question?
Yeah, you want to come closer a little bit?
I'm sorry?
You want to come closer?
I'm pretty loud, I could probably say that. So for the MCLs, you're able to hit detection limits for MCLs, 1 part per trillion. Is that for every analyte on the panel?
No, like I was saying earlier, some we probably go a little bit less, some are a little bit higher. The UCMR, I think the highest is 8, something like that, all single digits.
And for 1633?
I don't remember. I think there's some are double digits, but I don't think there's any above 20 maybe. I can't remember.
And you're using you're doing 3 sig figs? Because I know EPA has kind of gone back and forth on. They're not real clear on how many significant figures.
Yeah, I think our reporting system uses 3.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you want to go back to that previous question, I wasn't quick enough on the draw, but the question of whether or not who will have the liability, the person that produced it, the person transporting it, or the landfill, in this case, biosolids. The answer is yes, in general. And you're joint and several liability. Each of those parties can be brought into the liability train as part of it. And in the absence of having a clearly defined culpable party under circle, they'll go after them all. And not just go up, not on a partition basis, on a 100% basis. That's what joint and several means. Like you're 100% responsible, you're 100% responsible, and you're 100% responsible.
I've heard that there's a lot of active lobbying going on by whether it's water treatment industry or landfill lobbyists that are trying to create exclusions. I know that is really a heavy push right now. I have no idea where that's going to go. I know that's something that's on the table that we could see within the circular rules come out.
What's the acronym for that? Producer responsibility something?
I honestly don't know.
Yeah, that's a hot topic.
Senator Loomis has introduced 5 bills related to exclusions for 5 different areas, including agriculture, water, wastewater treatment, and so on.
Because otherwise, no one will take the stuff, right? They can't replace it. It goes back to your problem with disposal.
Okay.
Annie Lou,
Yes.
Annie Lou, I saw you unmuted. Did you have some comments as well?
Oh, I think it was about the 1633. I think most of the compounds on 1633 are single digit reporting limits as well, which is pretty impressive. That's all I was going to say. Thank you.
My question was just more if your lab was able to accomplish that.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what our reporting limits are.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have one more online, and if the people online would like to submit additional questions, please feel free to do so. This last question, I believe, is for Dr. Eid. Mentioned the EPA advisory level for PFOA, but the firefighting turnout gear has 20B parts per trillion. Can you explain the 20B or billion parts per trillion number more? The EPA advisory is for ingestion, while the turnout gear is a solid material. Is that advisory level for the concentration of the waterproofing applied to the gear? Did you get all that?
Well, I think I understand the question is, and the answer is the firefighting gear seems to be a different media and different exposure pathway. At least one seems to be the dermal exposure pathway, and I recall having his slide shown that skin contact may result in some type of transdermal uptake, yet the health advisories, it's the ingestion pathway. So I think that there may be a connectivity in terms of the ultimate dose received, but I don't know if the health advisory is directly relevant or related to the amount of PFAS detected in the gear itself. So that link is not clear. Does that answer the question?
Does that answer the question for that person?
We'll check with Dr. Lee.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got a question. I think it's for Richard, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
It is with respect to these destruction technologies we've all read about, whether it is supercritical water oxygenation, whether it's the Duke plan or the Colorado School of Mines plan. How do you evaluate the efficacy and scalability of these emerging and competing technologies?
Yeah, it's tricky. I've done a decent amount of reading of the current literature on that. Well, I wouldn't call myself an expert by any stretch of the imagination, but as I understand it, currently a lot of the methods, such as like supercritical oxidation, for instance, are dependent on having very high concentrations, and most of the tests that have been done are on relatively small amounts of treated fluid. I know that fairly recently there have actually been supposedly large scale, or exactly I'm not 100% sure, implementations that are made available to commercial customers. I don't know the details of that, but I can look into that and get back to you. But as far as the evaluation, you're just looking at the, let's say, total destruction that you could get on a mass or a molar basis. And right now, it isn't anywhere near as fast as we can make it, is the main key. And nowhere near as fast as we can. A lot of cases, you're talking about on the order of like metric tons per week and whatnot. We're not at that level of destruction yet. But we could be, who knows? Or we could simply use less in terms of the amount that we are.
And if it's okay, I'd like to add a follow-up to that too.
Sure.
So as we're evaluating these destruction technologies, these removal technologies, remember that it is important to look at, of course, I'm going to recommend, but look at total organic chlorine and the full organic chlorine picture in these systems. So you may just be converting things, you may be removing part of it, but still leaving a large extraction.
Right.
So
Right.
whether it's treatment systems, whether it's incineration, all of these applications can be tested using organic chlorine methods.
Dr. Eads said as well.
And you can look at the fluoride concentration, so non-organic fluoride, because
Yes.
most of the destruction methods mineralize it into fluorine. Like,
In fact, that's the whole
Definitely.
premise of the combustion ion chromatography system. Through combustion, we break all of those carbon chlorine bonds and all of the bonds down to the ions. Then the ions are measured using ion chromatography. So what we would hopefully be doing, it's too expensive and too labor intensive to do it on a large scale,
Exactly.
but we do it on a small scale to measure it.
so the total organic fluorine can also detect the mineralized fluorine as well.
So what it does is, what we actually get when we run it just through one pass, we get total fluorine, but we can also separately measure the inorganic fluoride directly in your sample, and then we subtract the two to get the organic fluoride.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question about that? So what is the reporting limit for that? Is it still 500 parts per trillion? I mean, I heard it was like it keeps going down, right, for your total organofluorine method?
Right, so for the lowest detection levels that we have for these total organic fluorine methods, it right now is for that 1621 method, that absorbable organic fluorine, and that
Right.
detection limit is 2 parts per billion.
Oh, okay. It's 2 ppb. I had heard that it was 500 parts per trillion.
So what's going on right now is that we are working on ways to optimize that procedure. In fact,
Okay.
we're already starting to do one of them, so it is possible that we're going to get below that part per billion mark. But
Okay.
as the method is written right now, the detection limit is 2 parts per billion.
Right. And I think that that's kind of like where someone was asking about evaluating them, is that, it's wonderful, right? We want that magic bullet where we can see every carbon to fluorine bond, right? But to close that mass balance loop, we're just not completely there yet. So I think once that's done, it's going to be much easier to evaluate all of these novel destructive technologies.
And I do think that even the methods that we have right now for total fluorine, for total organic fluorine, I think they're still more helpful. We see these small, very low part per trillion levels of individual speciated, and we kind of almost get a false sense of security that that's really what's out there. But I'll tell you, just because I look at these organic fluorine numbers every day, there's a lot more of it out there is what we're seeing with the speciated methods. So, when we're talking about levels in the part per billion and wondering if those are going to be environmentally relevant, I can tell you they are. Unfortunately, they are.
Yeah.
I have one question, and this is speaking as an audience member, because we have to hold some questions in interest of time. So I did know a question for Damon. You mentioned that your organization is assessing a lot of parcels, a lot of potential properties for your facilities. And then you also mentioned that now you have seen incidences where you're adding PFAS as an analyte, project due diligence. I'm curious how many sites you came across, like, no, we're not doing that. Thank you.
That's a good.
We just started at screening for it, and we have not passed on anything yet. I will tell you, and we literally just hired an individual on Monday who come from a consulting background and represented like C-stores, like Quick Trip, and she has alluded to. She didn't say a number. It was a small number. I'd say probably less than 5, coming across some sites in due diligence of there being hits. We haven't yet. I suspect that once we move fully into the 2021 standard and we really start looking at it, we're going to find it. But so far, we haven't found any yet.
Okay.
I have a question for you.
Interesting.
So I'm curious, when you look at European and Australian regulatory programs, their standards are higher than what EPA, the road the EPA is going down, and just what the only sign that we have right now is 4 part per trillion. Can you explain what's going on there?
I think they have a different system of reviewing toxicological data. I think that, in a sense, some of the agency in Europe a little more stricter, but in a sense they're more pragmatic. And I think EPA is a little more conservative in their ports of departure for a number of reasons, litigation being one. So I think that's the difference. That it's just a level of risk acceptance by these agencies. So they don't look for physiological changes in responses to vaccines, or they don't necessarily think that a slight changes in metabolic response in rats or mice is enough for them to regulate. I think they're looking for a little more tangible, like I was talking about, human-based evidence. That's the difference.
Makes sense.
And then there's no prospect of anybody. EPA gets sued all the time. I hope Don Shandy was here, because they don't want the lawsuits of any kind. So that's the difference.
Yeah. Thank you.
I do have one interesting concept. I'm going to combine multiple speakers into one concept. So I'm going to need you.
Okay. I love
And Annie Lou, you online. And I really enjoyed how you looked at the different compartments. You looked at the concept of mass stabilization overall. And that's the aspect of sources, maybe lowering the amount of sources, and then you have those sinks. So, and that's a question to maybe Annie Lou, maybe you know, in context of what he's saying. I know you need to concentrate the PFAS at various sites. Is that concentrate of any value, as if can someone take the concentrate and recycle the PFAS to be reused again in the flow trade that you have? Is there a commercial viability to that concentrate?
I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, you would have to desorb it, and then in the desorption process, you would, I don't know. I mean, it's possibly true. I don't know. To me, when I think about concentrated PFAS, I think about the liability that such concentrate can have if it's not treated. Think of it like if you have very concentrated material and it impacts a water supply, it doesn't take a lot. So I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting concept.
Put Andrew on the spot since he's putting everyone else on the spot. Just for relative people that maybe aren't in the weeds on some of the toxicology, can you compare and contrast the toxicology of what we're talking about with PFAS? And I'm not talking about the HI stuff because I think that's just silly. But on the carcinogenic side, compare and contrast PFAS with some things that we're more familiar with, benzene, vinyl chloride. Just give some perspective for the lay people.
Thank you for that. And indeed, we are very familiar with benzene, chlorinated solvents. We talked about dioxane, PCBs. That's a non-entity. So PFAS, if you compare them apples to apples, are ultimately less toxic than those. So benzene, we talked about as a non-carcinogen. EPA elevated PFAS before to likely. So it's not a no. So it's still quite a ways away. So that alone is going to tell you it's not as carcinogenic. And then on the non-tox perspective, I'll give you one example. Aquatic toxicity. There's almost zero aquatic toxicity of PFAS compounds, which is beryllium.
You think that such compound with parts per trillion level concerns in aquatic systems, which are biological systems, they're generally unresponsive. And any scientist who you talk to, ask them about it. Because we have those effluent testing, right? We have Dacia magna, we have the patent minnow, and so on upstream. I don't think they will be impacted at all by PFAS, even at high level. So if from the practical toxicology perspective, they're not as toxic as they seem to be portrayed in general media communications.
So in the interest of raising my salary by 6 zeros, because I found that. Why is benzene at 5 ppb and these are 4 ppt?
We talked about it because it's not a compound, benzene that is. It's not of interest to EPA and groups who are pushing for it. So it's a political, somebody say political issue.
Andrew, the bioaccumulation plays a role in there too, doesn't it? The fact that the long chain PFAS can bioaccumulate.
Could you speak up, Mitch? I'm sorry.
Bioaccumulation.
Bioaccumulation, long chains do bioaccumulate.
Yeah, that plays a role in the driving the target levels down, right? Their lifetime water consumption levels. So it's lifetime and bioaccumulation that helps to that's part of driving those levels to lower than what we see for benzene and others, right?
Is why it's getting low. It's in the acute exposure.
Not sure if I understand, but
Chronic versus acute exposure.
well, chronic acute exposures, that would be for biological systems. In human health, yes, we don't talk about short-term, long-term, but in terms of the toxicological endpoints, they typically reflect chronic, longer-term exposures as a point of departure in calculating MCLs, and bioaccumulation potential is not considered per se directly. It may be included in the uncertainty factors indirectly, but I don't think bioaccumulation is driving those numbers down, if that's what the question is. It's the toxicity point of departure that's driving it. Mitch, is that it?
Does that answer your question, Mitch?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, my sound isn't working well, apparently.
Okay.
We'll put you guys in the back seat of the car later and you duke it out.
Yeah. So I have a question for Richard. So you mentioned about containment of PFAS.
Yes, in broad sense.
Yes. So I was just thinking, instead of trying to contain PFAS, which means it's still going to be in the environment in some kind of way.
Right.
Why can't we just ban it? Because it's been around for a long time.
Right.
Why is it still here when we know all the side effects that it's posing to the environment and people, animals, and all of those things? Why can't we just ban it?
Oh, yeah. And that is one of the three, let's call them component options that we could go towards. I would argue that the only reason why we haven't moved towards that is because fluorochemistry is very useful. It has been for a long time. There's a reason it's around, you know. Yeah. That too, if you want to be a little bit more cynical. But these are useful products.
There's also,
yeah.
I go to the Environmental Council of States meetings, and it's one of the, which is the heads of all the DEQs essentially. And one of the guest speakers, this was for a couple of years ago, was with the Department of Defense, the environmental director of the Department of Defense. And they said, here's the deal. Yeah. Until there's something better, we're going to choose mission over you know, until we're sure that we aren't going to burn up people. Yeah, we're going to use them.
Yeah. That's a huge is there. Yeah, save lives. Yeah.
Yeah, and they were like, no, mission comes before environment. Very late.
Yeah. And it's a reasonable call, you know. But even in the situation where we did eventually find an alternative, which there's been work in that too for a handful of years, and by handful I mean over 5, certainly more along the lines of decades. you still have the issue of PFAS that are already in the environment, right? And if we reach a point where we've decided like, hey, there is an environmental risk at the level of exposure that we're currently at, you still need to remediate that water, right? Obviously, you can't have these waste streams running around. Nobody can drink that. And it would be good to have more, I guess that wouldn't necessarily be producing potable water unless you can correct me on that one. Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna want to drink that. But, you know, not releasing it back into the greater environment, like say, a river. Yeah.
Another note on ban, it's very difficult to ban a substance.
Yeah.
Typically, it's done under the TSCA, Toxic Substance Control Act, and it's not a unilateral ban. It's certain uses, and it's a long process, so it's extremely difficult. So even if we wanted to ban all and any, it will be a long, protracted process. And then to Dr. Hopker's point is that those are the PFAS that we know.
Yeah.
Right? What about banning the, no, I mean, that's kind of crazy concept, right? Because, and you can't analyze it. So it's probably more difficult than.
And I'd like to just add a little bit though. These are not natural compounds. These compounds with the carbon-fluorine bond. I know we've spoken about it before on several different things, but it really takes a lot of temperature and pressure to form that bond. And so really, so they're not just occurring out there spontaneously.
Right.
And so the industries that are producing them, and even I would go as far as saying the industries that are using them, there should be some responsibility for them to be able to, whether it's knowledge of process or their own testing, to be able to let us all know what is coming out into their products, into their wastes, into the air, into their environment, etc.
I think it would be really interesting if somebody showed what our products would actually look like if we took this fluorochemistry away, right? I mean, the reason why it's so prevalent is because it does so many amazing things. Like, this is why our clothes are waterproof. This is why our furniture isn't stained. You know, it's the reason why things are microbial resistant, like, you know, countertops are treated so that, I mean, I think it would be very interesting if somebody could show that and say, okay, if we wanted to do this, this is what the environment and this is what our products would look like. Because it would take a huge commitment from individuals to allow that to happen. Not saying that we shouldn't. I'm just saying that, you know, saying, well, why don't we? It's just so prevalent in everything in the last 50 or 60 years.
And I'd just like to add to that too, that yes, there are some really good uses for it. And so I think that it is important though, that if we know the PFAS that is in these products and the PFAS that are being put into the, you know, onto our carpets and our furniture and stuff to keep it from, but if we know that there's PFAS in there, then we, as a consumer, we are able to make some of those choices. We're able
for ourselves, right? Yeah, I agree with that completely.
That's about sort of.
Question for Andrew. So I understand there's quite a few epidemiological studies, mostly just animal studies on PFAS, but do we understand on a more cellular or molecular level how it's actually affecting our body in such a way where we could maybe start cross-applying those studies? You know, oh, this PFAS has a specific, you know, molecular structure that would affect our body the same way as this one, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, so you're asking the question, what is the mode of action for PFAS? So we're still looking at it, but one of the common themes is the oxidative stress. So essentially, PFAS molecules, you missed your charges on your molecule. So if you have a charged molecule, it's reactive.
I didn't notice.
Once we noticed it.
So it's reactive. So that charge ionic and will tend to find something to do something. And this could be DNA damage. It could be other molecules that are critical in our metabolism. So essentially, it has reactivity to it. There is the neutral tail, the carbon fluorine chain tail, and that was long and short and looking to it. And there's the active end, which has sulfur or oxygen carboxylate with the ion. And then that end, that's the active end that will tend to do something with. So there's that commonality. The amount of activity on that end depends on the type of atom it represents, but that seems to be the most common thing we see. Now, the fact is that we have great antioxidant systems in our body. Our DNA breaks down 1,000 times a minute, but we fix it 1,000 times a minute. So I was just saying that that's the common part.
Oh, thank you.
Any other question?
I have one more for Dave real quick.
Mhm.
So I know in April, I believe 23rd, they mentioned adding 7 more PFAS and the precursors to the CERCLA designation.
Mhm.
When do we anticipate that would actually be finalized, like with all the litigation? Obviously, there's no concrete date on that yet, but would it be a couple years, longer than that, decades? Like what kind of time are we looking at, I guess?
I would guess at least a couple of years. The time that it takes just for the litigation to work through before we even see something that hits the designation, I would be super surprised. They may try and float something out there here in late winter, early spring. I just think it's going to get tied up, much like, we're not talking about other things like WOTUS, but that's what happens is EPA floats something out there and then it just gets all tied up and tangled in ports. And I would just be shocked if we see something in the next couple of years. They may surprise me. I don't know.
But show of hands, how many people think this is going to the Supreme Court before it's over?
Something will, some piece of this will, there's no doubt.
I have another question for Damon. If that's
Mhm.
in regards to your, I think, phase 1 assessment, if I'm saying that correctly. What consideration is given to air quality in that? You mentioned land and water and all this, but you never one time mentioned air. And so we know that I've been really obsessed with PFAS in air lately. So
Yeah.
if I've like bothered anyone about it, sorry.
Yeah.
But we know that it travels so readily
Yeah.
in air. And so what liabilities are you having to consider for that sort of contamination?
Right. Great question. In 2013, that ASTM revision actually introduced, really for the first time, something related to air, and it was vapor intrusion. So think of subsurface contamination, or if it's volatile and it could come into an indoor space, and then the exposure of inhaling that compound. With PFAS, I have no idea if that's an exposure mechanism.
Mitch can answer that question if you're still on the fate and transport. I think there's indication that there might be an exposure pathway. Mitch, are you still on?
I am, yes. Is the sound coming through better now?
Yes, much better.
Okay, good. Thank goodness. Wrong microphone connected here. Yeah, it's growing. It's a growing area of concern, definitely. I think there's still such a limited amount of data in terms of whether it's a risk in terms of indoor air exposure. The fraction of PFAS that are volatile, it's pretty small, not usually significant mass fraction of these releases, but it's there and it's present. So the indoor air, definitely of growing concern, but not clear at this point how big of an issue it's ultimately going to be. What has been a big issue of concern with PFAS in air is emissions that have led to background contamination in areas where high concentrations have been used as part of industrial processes, or where incineration's been done wrongly, and led to local contamination into soils. So it's less of an acute exposure in those circumstances as a source of background PFAS contamination in an area where it would otherwise not be expected.
and top of that, specifically to rainwater, right? As a mechanism for intercepting airborne PFAS molecules and bringing them down surface to his sites.
Yes, and then of course there's all sorts of different scales. I mean, PFAS at small enough levels, but enough of them produced that there's global scale transport too. And how big of an issue that's going to become in terms of regulations is much more uncertain. I think it's the smaller scale, local, high concentration emissions that have gotten the biggest attention up to this point. The EPA has a method for analyzing for PFAS, so for collecting samples, OTM 45, which collects data for select PFAS compounds, volatile PFAS. And I think I'd expect more action in that area as well in the not too distant future.
And one more thing, because you mentioned the global transport pathways, and the European community and maybe Australia and United States and Canada are aware and maybe controlling emissions, but I think other parts of the country, to my knowledge, they're still alive and well in terms of producing, manufacturing all the many PFAS species. So that signature ultimately will have a footprint around the globe.
Mitch, is there any discussion on, this would be a weird concept, but like a global background concentration?
Yeah, there's been a good amount of published studies where they've done background analysis in remote areas, and detecting for low enough concentration, it's there wherever they look for it. I haven't seen any discussion towards actually turning that into a kind of an established background level. However, I think it's pretty variable still regionally in terms of what those levels might be, regionally on a global scale as well as regionally on a within the United States kind of a scale.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but they're still producing PFOA and PFOS in China. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Right. So I think that would be really difficult.
Yes.
Question for you, Damon, as well.
Yes.
When you're looking at site selection, do you worry about farmland and pesticides? Is that on your radar yet?
It is. So I'll give an example of, so the way Quick Trip operates, we go and invade a market. And so a market that we've heavily developed is Phoenix area. And in Phoenix, there has been historical orchards. And so organic arsenicals are a problem. And so we've added that to our suite of analyses that when we do a phase 1, we're going to do a phase 2 out there. And we're going to always sample for organic arsenicals associated with long-term pesticide usage. So yes, it certainly is. But we do that just based on, we have local knowledge. We rely on consultants that live in markets that really understand the just what the background is, and we sample for those specifically.
PFAS is pesticides are another up and coming area for PFAS as well, right?
So relating to agriculture, and yeah, I would agree with that. Yes.
It was the containers. There was an issue with the containers that were coated with fluorine compounds, and those PFAS leached into the product. And EPA has investigated that and is looking to encourage PFAS pesticide manufacturers to desist from their practice.
It's not in the pesticides themselves, like.
So it does go a little bit there. So they did find it in the packaged containers because, of course, you're thinking you want to keep exposure from these nasty, pesticides away from people, so they coat the packages in PFAS. But then, of course, some of the PFAS, the target PFAS compounds, that were leaching into the containers. But in addition to that, for pesticides, and for I think mainly pesticides, there used to be a list of inert fluorinated compounds that they considered were inert, and you could add them to any of your products without the list of them. EPA has come back out now and said, okay, we can no longer do those, we can't consider them under, we don't know what they do yet, but we're not gonna allow them to be added. And then on top of that, we do have, they're generally less fluorinated, but they're fluorinating pesticides, similar to fluorinate pharmaceuticals. It helps them pass that cell, that membrane, helps them get to the target and so on. So there is fluorination. Now, whether or not we currently consider them PFAS, I don't know, but there are fluorinated organic chemicals being put directly and being used directly as pesticides.
Okay, I didn't know that, but I didn't know they weren't yet considered PFAS.
Some of them are not, some of them are not. They don't contain. So it depends on the definition used for PFAS. I'm not even at 4:20 afternoon to go over that discussion, but they do not have enough fluorination on each carbon for the most part for them to be categorized as PFAS. Sometimes they also have other allergen groups added to it. And so, it's one of those things where it still should be a concern on all of our radar, but we don't put it in that bucket yet.
Follow-up question on that. Would it be detected in your total organofluorine analysis?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Okay, I think that comes to the end of the day. I want to thank all our speakers for the time and knowledge. And many thanks to Amy. Amy, you've done great coordinating and keeping us all on track. Thank you. Thank you everybody for coming. We hope to see you in our next workshop.
Yeah.